There we go. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us tonight. Welcome, everyone, to our Critical Hit for Kids campaign. And it is a lovely Sunday afternoon, a soon to be evening. And what is this, you may ask? This is the finest Dungeons and Dragons stream that has ever graced Twitch and YouTube on Sunday nights and afternoons. We are Legends of Logomancy, a group of Canadian streamers who play tabletop RPG games on the internet, noticeably Dungeons and Dragons. Tonight, we've partnered up with Make-A-Wish International in an attempt to raise some money for kids in need. All donations are being processed through Tiltify and going directly to Make-A-Wish. But what's in it for us, you may ask? Well, now, you pull up a stump, son, and let old Grandpappy Dungeon Master lay down some sick learnings on y'all. With each donation we receive, donors will decide if the players get dice added into a pool of d20s to gain advantage, maybe provide me with disadvantage, or receive some d6s to a communal dice pool for damage and healing. Players can spend everything all at once or spread them out over time. You can also donate to me so I can use it against the players. I think max 5 this time around, based on what we're doing. As
Appreciate it.
you're going to have a hard enough time as it is. We have a handful of milestones set for our fundraising goal. And as they hit certain points, they'll be granted things like a rare magic item, a short or a long rest, some thematic PG reskinnings of things from last time, tentacles, and just some general shenanigans. If you're in the Twitch chat, you can go !Fundraiser to get a link to the Tiltify. Tonight's story is a continuation of our last Make-A-Wish Foundation fundraiser back in December of 2021. We did 12 hours of D&D in person and managed to raise just over $4,000 US for a bunch of kids in need. And that prompted us to start doing this more regularly and try and help out some more. We got some really, really great prizes tonight for some of our top donors from our friends at Roll20. Thanks, Danny. We've got 2 copies of Call of the Netherdeep available. That's the new Critical Role Wizards of the Coast collaboration adventure. It takes you from the wastes of Jorhas to the continent of Marquette, interacting with your own rival adventuring parties along the way. We've also got 2 copies of Strixhaven Curriculum of Chaos, a Magic the Gathering supplement book for D&D 5e. It has new feats, it has spells, and notably the Owlin race. Hey, Hoots, how's it going, buddy? We've got 2 copies of Alice is Missing from Hunter's Entertainment. If you've never played it before, it's a silent role-playing game. It's played almost entirely using text messages instead of verbal communication. It's dramatic and it's personal, and it's a really cool system. We've also got a handful of copies of Monster of the Week by Evil Hat Productions. So if you're into things like Buffy the Vampire Slayer or Supernatural or X-Files, it's a standalone like action horror RPG. It's probably right up your alley. 3 to 5 players, if I remember right. And then lastly, we have a couple handfuls of the Fiasco Party Pack available. It's a storytelling game revolving around like making some really bold choices and then inevitably having really bad impulse control. It's worth looking up. And lastly, if this sort of thing here is your cup of tea and you'd like to see more of us, we stream D&D Sunday nights at 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. So that would be 2 hours from where we currently are now. If you haven't already, please drop us a follow. Every little bit helps. There's links to our socials just down below in the doobly-doo. All of our recordings stay on Twitch as highlights, but they'll also get uploaded. The VODs go to YouTube a couple of days later once I finish up the editing and stuff. So subscribe on YouTube. That always helps. And we run some events through Facebook as well. We have a Discord as well that is also linked in the doobly-doo. If you want to come and join the conversation, there's some private areas for soon-to-be subscribers, because technically we're qualifying for affiliate now. That's super cool and amazing. We've been at this for a couple of weeks, and I am all of the stoked. With that said, we should recap a little bit about when last we left our heroes. However, I am not the appropriate person to do this. I need to send you back to the archives for December James to bring us in. December James, over to you, sir. Like, tension resolved, and there's a groan and a grunt, and his form goes limp. It's done. And the skeletons that he had summoned that are harassing Barney, they're just like, I'm just gonna, and they like go back down into the floor.
Can I throw my hammer at one?
Yeah. When you just like clip it off the back, it's like, sorry.
Get out of here.
It's going down. Yeah. Aldris is defeated. And seemingly, the kingdom saved. And you hear a roar from outside. And sticking down the hall to that opening that you saw, you see, off in the distance, the form of a shadow dragon slowly starting to dissipate out as its master and the tether that it had, pulled from your father's book, I might add, to summon a whole voice. And it starts dissipating out, and you see Zen just on top, claws into it, and just like Keanu Reeves in Point Break, face to the sky, and he's just firing bursts of lightning into the sky until it clips, and she's like, because I'm old.
Do you want to do the honors?
Oh, hey, from the Troublemakers, we hit $4,000.
Oh, that's
Thank you, everybody.
that is incredible. Thank you.
That
Coming
was
in with that
awesome.
clutch anonymous at the end there.
Yeah. All the Troublemakers. Fucking love it.
Yes.
And the sounds of victory spread out.
Yay.
The cries from outside as seeing the shadow dragon fall and the dark minions of Aldris. They know what it means. They're done. And all of them immediately. Sorry. I'll just get my stuff.
As we're standing in that hallway watching this, I turn to Vistra and I go, I understand that you think that you are some sort of disgraced god. I need you to understand something. You have never been a disgraced god. You have always been a survivor. And as of today, there's nothing that could possibly ever take your name away from you and make you be anything less than the savior of this kingdom. We all did something here today, but you have done something very great, and you put an end to the very final hit. And that will be in the eyes and the names and the songs of every bard, every mother and father telling their children stories. Every single person will sing songs of us, and the crescendo of that song will be Vistra, leading the charge as the captain of the guard, before, now, and far into the future with the princess at the helm.
Vistra does something she hasn't done in over 5 years. And she laughs, and she embraces you all, because we did it.
Yeah. Hoorah! Some time passes. You totally loot the shit out of this place. And this guy. You're like, that's mine. That's mine. Don't care about that. That's mine.
Throw a drink in his face.
Yeah, throw a drink in his face. Just like steeple
cool
his
to
armor.
Gwen, with a quiet yip yip to her broom, Gwen will fly over to that book and very tenderly close it and clutch it to her chest.
Your dad was a bit of a boss. There's a bunch of like 3.5 homebrewed 10th level spells kicking around in here that summon shadow dragons and stuff. He was just ripping it out because he's not a wizard. He's a sorcerer. And it's like, this is a spell scroll now. Thanks, wizard. Some time passes. The forces of darkness are slain. And 3 months on, when everything is quiet again, and overlooking the ruins of this citadel that is just crumbled at this point, because there's nothing keeping it up anymore, and they don't rebuild the kingdom here, the city itself proper. They'll let this be reclaimed. But in the hills and the catacombs below, something new is growing. And unbeknownst to you, Zobble the Clown is still hanging out at a witch hut because Zobble the Frown, because that dragon warned and left. It was done.
Sorry, Zobo.
Sorry, Zobble. You know, I want to say, if Julie, if you're watching, Zoba's probably pretty happy. Between your balloon animal shenanigans and their capabilities, you're having a good time. So, we jump forward to a princess that looks maybe a little more regal than the last time you saw her. Slightly less breastplates, slightly more ornament adorning all of her bit. And to steal something from a beloved Star Wars, you see medals pinned on yourselves. Lambo, Grandma Jenny, Yuri, and he's like, I didn't get to punch it in the face, but it hit the ground and I kicked it. And it was good. We had fun. I like it. And she's pinning medals on each of you, and she gets to the last, which is Big Tonk. And she's like, in a typical Chewbacca never got a medal. They did him dirty, and she's like, she's looking for a place to pin it on you, and she's like, throws it. Turns, and she's like, I present to you your kingdom's heroes, our true saviors, and the only folks that we have any right to call true heroes at this point. Remember them in your songs, remember them in your prayers, and you know what? Buy them beer. It's been a while, and she just kind of slips back into like princess mode, and she's like, the night is darkest before the dawn, and I'm happy to say that we've arrived. And it's a new chapter for all of us, and I look forward to what comes. And everything comes to a close as the curtain falls, and off in the distance you hear a rumble and a crunch, but that's a story for another day. And that brings us to a close. Thank you guys very much for playing D&D for 12 hours straight. I'm soaking my feet when I get home.
Before we want to say our praise really quick, for anyone who did donate, stay around for a little bit. We're going to tally stuff, do some draws, and figure out who's getting what.
Yes.
If you're not here when we announce it, we'll email it and let you know. But with that being said, thank you.
Happy to be here. Happy to help.
For sure.
Because finding players are often plentiful. Mm-hmm. Finding a DM who, on short notice too, is going to come through and rock a 12-hour session.
I tried.
Homebrew campaign.
With a homebrew campaign.
You've done good.
You've given the viewers, we've had, at our peak viewers, we were at almost 3,000 people.
Sweet.
Wow.
And we've maintained, on average, around 2,400.
I like it.
We've never dipped below, from the start, 900. So there have been thousands of people watching that have been entertained by you,
Sweet. And you
And-
guys.
but we wouldn't have been here without having you there to run the story for us. So we are eternally grateful for you.
At the end of the day, it's all to help a bunch of kids, and that's what's important. Plus, I get to play D&D for 12 hours. 12 hours.
What a dream!
This is the first time
is your
since the
Make-A-Wish.
pandemic started that I've played D&D with my friends in person. Everything else is like, I love online tools, I love Roll20, I love D&D Beyond, but I have people in front of me and I have the clickety-clackety of shiny stones in my hands, and I must have them. This is amazing. And we're back. There we go. I had to unmute everybody. First time using a stream deck. Who dis? So you'll notice on our stream we have two counters going. I'd like to give a massive shout out to people who shiny hunt for Pokemon on the internet and stream it, because they provided me with the tools I needed to be able to collectively count up all of our donations and stuff. It is a wonder, and I'm very, very happy. So as donations come in, you'll see these counters rise. As players use them, I will take the dice away from the stream. There is no counter for mine. I'm keeping that tracked separately because I only had so much to do. So, with that, we find ourselves. Oh, uno momento, por favor. I need to mute something here. There we go. We find ourselves in the hills. About 2 months have passed since the events of our last session, where December James so eloquently summarized. Thanks, December James. I owe you a beer, probably several. And in the newly formed halls of the kingdom of Naylor, in the world of Naylor, it's kind of like a New York thing. It's a New York, Naylor, and it works. Separate continent from our usual stream, but here we are. Each of you have had a couple of months to yourselves, and for people who are just joining us for the first time, Tonk, can you give us a little bit of background on who Tonk is and what Tonk is about, and how Tonk feels about any particular subject, and what Tonk has been doing for the past 2 months?
So Tonk, Tonk is the powerful Warforged fighter, a sworn protector of the princess, a lumbering giant that does not know that he has to be more careful. He is a soft-hearted soul, bronzed armor, a flowing cape, and usually something that probably should have stayed in the ground in one of his hands at that point.
I love it.
Tonk does makes his own props, and trees are to be made of trees. For the last 2 months, Tonk has been getting himself, as some have put it, repaired. So no longer is Tonk's odd form of speech quite so odd. Mostly because it was hard to maintain for 12 hours, and I don't know if I want to do it for 6 more of them. And but there will still be a lot of that charismatic nature that so many of you are familiar with. Tonka spent also the last several months learning to separate himself from his guardian duties, and to at the behest of the princess have a bit more of a freedom and understanding of the world around him. It has mostly involved standing on the walls and standing in forests, lakes, basically anywhere you could theoretically stand and stare out into the world. Tonk has stood there and stared out into the world. He still doesn't quite understand what's so fussy about it, but he definitely likes the wildlife he's found.
Okay. Vistra, a little about yourself and what she does and what she likes and where she's at now, because Vistra's come a long way.
She has. Vistra is a dwarven monk and formerly disgraced captain of the guard of Naelor. Um, she uh, is a two-hand axe wielding monk who is just as ferocious with her axe as she is with her feet, kicking down foes. And since um, saving the princess and recovering her and bringing Naelor back from the brink of doom, full on doom, depends on your definition. Um, has been spending her time rebuilding the guard, um, developing a council with which to properly advise the princess, and also has taken solace with the Dragonborn family who she had become so akin with. It's softened her a bit to her previously rough edges, but some of that just doesn't leave no matter how hard you try. um, and despite her best efforts, her knitting is still not quite up to snuff.
That is entirely fair. Renlin, my friend,
Yes, sir.
what has Renlin been up to since the recovery?
The last we saw Renlin, he was given some information about how he might be able to find his way back home, which was to a place in the Feywild, as he is not a regular elf. He is an Eladrin. But more uniquely, he is a half Eladrin. So he was told that there was a solstice happening nearby in the coming days, and he did make his way there, and he did travel to the Feywild for a while, but it was not to a space that would allow him to get back to his home. But while there, he did learn a couple new things and experience stuff that he didn't think he'd ever get to experience. So for a few weeks, he did not exist on this plane, but he is back on it, using his glass discs to traverse the stars from the continent of Naelor, looking for a way back home. He's a cleric and a druid, but not a druid in the sense of turning into animals, more of a druid in the sense of just an innate magical history that's somewhat similar to that. He is a Circle of Stars druid. Everything about him is about the sky and where he comes from. He's a peacekeeper at heart, but he's not afraid to fight to keep that peace if it means, something for the greater good of the people. The
Mhm.
last we did see him, of course, was with this team of people and characters who took down the evil bad guy. Um,
Aldris
and
was his name.
he kind of went on his way after that, and I think he's going to be excited to see everyone again when he finally sees their faces.
I love it. And Gwen.
Gwen. So Gwen is, was previously an apprentice court mage. She is, mechanically speaking, an artificer war mage multi-class. Gwen, following the fall of Naelor, had taken to wearing very outlandish outfits, and she still does. She, to this day, still wears her rainbow-colored witch's hat. It's just become her thing. Since saving the princess, she has buried her nose in the books, wanting to learn more and more magic, inspired in no small part by the spellbook of her father that got turned into scrolls being used against the party. She wants to know that magic, she wants to learn it, and therefore she has continued studying in the intervening time. She, of course, mostly rides on a broom of flying. Her feet rarely touch the ground, and thanks to the wonderful donations back in December, she is currently wielding a Staff of the Magi.
Yes, unfortunately, you are. That is a thing that is happening. We find ourselves in the bustling keep where you guys kind of hang out around here, being the de facto go-to heroes of the realm, so to speak. You got some street cred, and um, it affords you certain creature comforts. And you see the camera kind of zoom in on um, a meeting between uh, Princess Minerva and our good friend Tonk. Bear with me a moment. And all around there is a hustle and a bustle, um, of meals being prepared, and you're in a large open, um, great hall, long wooden tables, and just everything's getting stacked up, ready for a feast celebrating this, that, or the other. Um, and she's got, in typical dwarven fashion, a clipboard and a stern look on her face, um, trying to make sure that everything is set and ready to go. This is the 100th anniversary of her family's reign at in the keep. Her grandfather was actually one of the first in her family to start off in this kingdom. And then it passed after a few years to her father, who, being a dwarf as well, had kept it for just about 100 years. And then it passed to her because she was the last of her line here. Um, Tonk, you've seen her schmoozing a boy, here, there, and everywhere. And maybe Tonk has feelings about that, but so far it's been okay. He hasn't needed to die yet. And she basically going through making the rounds, and she says, Tonk, um, everything has to be perfect for this, and I'm worried because there's still some stuff left undone. We don't know where Zenderfane went after that fight, and Grandma Ginny, um, Minister Ginny, now Vostok has since retired. He's decided to go and um, farm turnips, or some sort of deal.
Tonk
Um,
always suspected he liked turnips.
you know, somehow I did too. That makes sense. Um, so Grandma Ginny is great. Like, she kept feeding me cookies, and she was around, and I needed to pick somebody. So Grandma Ginny, or Gam Gam Jimmy, Ginny, not Jimmy. Um, so she's been looking after things, and um, well, it'd be useful if you could see if she has anything that you could help with. She's got a big running tally of stuff, and I just appreciate it to death. And she like reaches up and puts her hand like on your waist, because Tonk is frankly a monster, right?
He's just about a large creature.
Okay, yeah. In every sense of the word, with no mechanical advantage to it, but yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Um, she puts her hand up and it's like, uno momento, half a sec. If you could go and speak to her, I would appreciate it, and just see if there's anything that you can do to help. Um, I've got this kind of nervous feeling like we forgot something, and it's just been nagging at me, and I can't for the life of me think of what it is. But yeah, if you could help out, grab your friends and see if maybe they can lend a hand too.
Hearing trumpets in the distance in your dreams.
Do 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 do.
You know.
I have to add that clip to this because I still have it. But
Tonk will do that. Tonk likes Grandma Ginny.
she makes good cookies.
Tonk can't taste cookies, but Tonk assumes they're good.
There is that. Yeah. If you need any support, or if you need anything at all, you know where I live. And she gestures to everywhere around you. It's like, this is my house.
Your house is grand, princess.
I like it. And she kind of like gives you a consoling pat, and at some point they'll get around to making her queen. It just hasn't happened yet. It's been a lot of stuff on the go. So she kind of saunters off. She's like, "Hey, I said chocolate cake," and like starts like carrying off.
Tonk wonders if maybe while he's gone, she will find a better boy to like, and toddles off towards where, or stomps off towards where Ginny is.
You find Grandma Ginny as you make your way through the hills. The Hill Kingdom of Naylor is what this has been affectionately dubbed at this point. It was never on a hill before, but years of using it as a rebellion base, you kind of like get a penchant for things. It is a bustling, busy place, and you push your way through all manner of folks that live and work in the keep and around. There's a small alcove outside the keep proper, that you enter in through a side door that is not appropriately sized for you. So you kind of got to like, fat guy in a little coat your way through it. And you see Ginny sitting at a scrupulously cleaned desk that has all manner of like, everything is like, without the general malaise and sense of dread that Dolores Umbridge from the Harry Potter series had of everything being neat in line. That I hate that woman so much.
Everyone
Like,
does.
Did
she
you
is
like
the
her? That it's just like
no,
no.
no.
I
That
have never
she's-
once met someone that enjoyed that character.
She got drug off by centaurs in the night, and I was like, good.
Spoilers. Hello.
It'll be fine. So it's scrupulous, but she's a nice lady as opposed to this other one. And there's some like pots and pans, like the ancestral cast irons that you keep in the family for generations, just like hanging off the back. And she's got her fingers steepled, and she's like, Tonk, hello, yes. How can I help you, my friend?
Princess thinks that she's forgotten something. Tonk knows she's smart and probably hasn't, but is concerned regardless.
Well, she's very distracted at this point with what's been going on with the Centennial. But there were a few security concerns. We made a deal a few months back for Zenderfane, and released that blue dragon that you so eloquently rode on top of into battle and assailed a city with.
Tonk remembers. Tonk
I-
had fun.
I bet you do. Yes.
It's a hard thing to forget.
Yeah.
Man or machine, you don't forget riding a dragon into battle.
And then they dropped you on the city and you went boo. You bounced. It was a thing. So we negotiated with a placeholder in the form of our friend Zobo. Friend? He was a strange little man.
Tonk liked his little horn.
I liked his little horn too.
So did those ladies we left him with.
And Jenny just like gets a 1,000-yard stare for a second. It's like, I'm sorry, Colleen. This is canon now. This is canon now. And she says, I can't help but feel that we took an ancient blue dragon from a group of fey creatures in the woods and replaced them with a horny bard. And they were tapping that dragon for who knows what. We saw a bunch of weird things in those woods. And A couple of weeks ago, I sent Special Agent Lambo and Gunter Rybrid to go and see if we could establish some terms and see what would work. Knowing full well that, let's be frank, that dragon is never coming back unless it is convenient for the DM to have happen. So,
Tonk misses the dragon lady.
she was refreshing. Broke a lot of chairs though.
So does Tonk. Understands.
It's an entirely different scenario, but yes, I like it. We sent them a couple of weeks ago and haven't heard back, and that's not like Lambo. I mean, Gunter has a tendency to just like squirrel a little bit. Like somebody, you offer him food and he's off. But Lambo,
Maybe gone for a very long picnic.
maybe that is maybe the case. That's, you know what, that's likely the case. But just to be certain, why don't we try and check up on them? Why don't you gather Vistra and Gwen? And I think Renlin made his way back a little bit ago.
Ooh.
Gather them and how much for the dragon to come back? You know what? Let's get to that. We have a goal of $1,000 in chat right now, and I will totally upend my campaign if we can raise some money for some kids. We're sitting at $90 so far, so you know what? I can scale things so they have the help of a blue dragon and still might not win. Bring it.
No.
Bring it. No, it's fine. Do it.
Oh, please. Please bring it. I
Yeah.
would love to see this.
But yeah, if you could gather your friends, see what's keeping them. I'll send you with some cookies because they're probably hungry. Gunter's always hungry, and Lambo, well, no, he's probably still got some in that bag of his.
Tonk once stuck his hand in that bag. Didn't think he was going to get it back.
It's a thing, yes.
I will go find my friends. Tonk
Okay.
will return.
Sounds good. If you need anything, provisions, supplies, anything of that nature, please let me know.
Okay. Tonk's just gonna like force his way out, accidentally damaging
Ugh.
like the door frame on his way through, and just
It's just got like because Tonk's got like the Gundam flaps off the side, and it's just like Gundam shaped all the way through. I like it. Who you hitting up first?
Ooh, trying to think how Tonk would do this. Tonk's gonna hit up Gwen first. Tonk's gonna go find Gwen first. Gwen, where do I find you?
Flying around on the broom. There is a party to be had, and she is putting in an appearance.
Okay. I'm gonna assume Tonk sees you scoot by and just starts doing this. Like as wildly as he can, trying to get Gwen's attention.
Which is actually quite a slow action for him.
Yeah, it's like
it's a really low energy YMCA.
Yeah. Having worked with Tonk before, though, Gwen would see this and absolutely angle over in your direction. Well, hello there, Tonk. It's been quite a while. Is there something you need?
Apparently Lambo's missing, and Zobo might come to the party.
Zobo that we traded for Zenderfane.
That's the one.
You know, I think I might need just a few more details than that, but perhaps it'd be better if we grabbed like Vistra. And I heard Renlin's about, so perhaps we could get the two of those folks, and then you could give us just a wee bit more detail about what's going on.
Tonk will build a map.
For the uninitiated, Tonk has the personality of and drawing skills of a 3.5-year-old now, and previously was like crayon, tabletop, no paper, just crayon and a tabletop. And when you need to move the map, you just take the table with you. It works. It's great. We got this.
Gwen, can you find Vistra and Ren, and Tonk will go set up.
All right, I can do that. Gwen would turn and head off in search of Renlin.
What part of the keep would she find Renlin in?
Renlin's actually not in the keep at the moment.
Okay.
So the question is, does she venture out or does she go to find Vistra first?
I would go to find Vistra first. If I can't find Renlin within the keep, then I would go and find Vistra because I know she'll be there.
Okay.
And you find Vistra working, as she often does, with Tilly, the young dragonborn girl, as she is bringing her up to speed on making various healing potions and helping to ready the keep. She has learned through weeks of experience that when the princess plans a party, she goes all out, and this one seems to be gearing up to be bigger than most, which is not unexpected, but certainly requires some preparation. And so she is busy working on preparing the stocks for, or the stores of potions for that. And that is where you find her.
We'll say, because it has been some time and you're generally you make for yourself and you make for the kingdom, and you're trying to educate others on, brewing tactics. We'll say you have 3 healing potions that have you've kept for your personal use, that you've nicked, and the rest went over. But you steal a fry, steal a fry, steal a fry.
I obviously need to be prepared. The princess is out. Have you met her? She looks up and goes, "Oh, hello, Gwen.
Hello, Vistra. How are you doing today?
I'm good, busy. Is everything all right?"
Mm, well, I'm not quite sure, but I don't think so. Tonk, well, being Tonk, kind of said that there was a problem, but didn't quite tell me what it was. But I think we need to go and speak with him. He's making a map.
If he draws on my table again,
You might want to go stop him. I've got to go find Renlin. He's not anywhere in the keep, so I'm gonna have to head out to take a look for him. But you might want to hustle and go stop Tonk from doing any serious damage.
if you go talk to Gerard on the walls, he should have an idea of what direction Renlin headed in last they saw.
Perfect. Appreciate that. I'll be back as quick as I can.
All right, I'm going to go try and save the last of the mahogany.
As Vistra goes to meet with Tonk, Gwen, following that instruction, you find Gerard, big stout looking man, heavy crossbow on his back, and just like some Fabio hair that billows in the wind. And Renlin, I assume you're probably close to the grove outside the keep itself proper.
Yeah, no one's actually seen me back yet. I haven't been like chilling around. I've literally been gone for the last 4 months.
Gotcha. So where would Gwen meet up with you and initiate this?
She would have the option of kind of like, I'm probably just heading into town on a whim, or if she can't find me, she would catch me along the path on the way out of town.
Okay. Because thankfully, Gwen has access to a couple of things like scrying and sending, through the magic of being a wizard.
She could scry out to me if I'm in the area of her.
Absolutely.
I would totally do that. Um, I
25
would
words for sending, or the scrying spell as you like.
I
You're-
would use sending. Absolutely. Renlin, Tonk is looking for us. I heard you were back. Can you make your way to the keep, please? I have no idea.
I have
Can I respond to this, or is it just I get the message?
you can respond to this message.
Perfect.
To respond to this
Um,
message, press 1.
I hate you. I would be
It's
that
like,
kind of
We're,
asshole
we're
wizard.
calling about your chariot's extended warranty. All you don't directly get a message back for a little bit, and you're kind of waiting around, being like, "Well, what the heck?" And then you just kind of hear, like, in your mind, just "This sounds good. Be there in a while." And that's it.
All right. He's on his way. What do you want to do?
Gwen kind of shrugs. I look around just to see if there's any sign of him. I would fly up fairly high on the broom and just take kind of a wide sweeping view around the area. But assuming that I don't see him, I would head back to the keep.
All right. Some time passes, and Renlin goes about his errand, and likely meet up with Tonk and Vistra to do the planning.
Mhm.
And the three of you find yourselves in that antechamber that long since last time you were in here making a plan, Tonk planted a tree through the table. And it's like, that is a tree, and this little stone over here is a city. And these
Tonk is
salt
good at
shakers
building
are
maps.
a dragon. Yeah. What's all the rice? Lunch.
Raw, uncooked rice.
You find yourself here.
So,
The fl-
Tonk, I think we need some more information. Renlin's coming, but I don't know exactly when he's going to get here.
Tonk understands. Now, Tonk was told by Grandma that Zobo. We wanted Zobo back, and Zender Fane, the nice dragon lady, left us. So, Lambo and Greg, because I have forgotten his name.
his name is Gunter.
Greg. went
That'd be
went
canon for him
to
to think that.
went to check on Zobo, but they've taken a picnic instead.
I look at Vistra with this very confused expression on my face.
And how long ago was the picnic?
Grandma didn't say, but too long. A very long picnic.
Has Tonk learned how to lie to his friends?
No, Tonk just can't remember.
Okay. Okay.
Tonk has
For-
forgotten. and
Honk
has
would
assumed-
never. How dare you?
Tonk has just completely forgotten how long it's been and has just assumed that it was in fact not told to him.
Okay, that's fair. For David's reference, it was a couple of weeks ago.
Honk has quill level instruction giving.
Yeah.
Um,
Leaps, bounds, and assumptions. Let's do this.
That's a long picnic. I don't think that's a picnic, Tonk. That
Tonk
seems
was starting
dangerous.
to wonder. Sounds more like a sleepover.
And perhaps not something that we want to leave them in. I mean, if they went to find Zobo and, well, we know whose company we left Zobo in, that probably does bear some investigation.
Do you think the nice ladies invited them for a sleepover?
Perhaps, but I don't think it's the kind of sleepover they wanted to go to.
Mm.
They're having a slumber party that may be the kind of party we need to crash.
Tonk does love parties.
And crashing things.
I know.
um, Tonk would love to go to a slumber party. He will bring his sleeping bag.
I don't, given who we left Zobo with, I don't think going straight in without a strategy is a good idea.
As you say that, the kind of door creaks over behind you, and you hear, "If you're looking for a strategy, I suppose you might need my help." And walking through the door is Renlin, looking a little different than the last time you saw him. Before, he had a bit of shorter hair, kind of like mine, with the red markings from his half Eldrin kind of coming across his face. But his hair is longer this time, and the markings on his face are now green.
And in typical like fashion, um, Redland says to himself, like, "Am I the drama? No, me really? Me? No." I like it.
Gotta be dramatic.
That's some Vader level. Like it wasn't. It's like Padme didn't die from like pain and childbirth. It was just to be overly dramatic. The whole 9 yards.
If you can't make an entrance, don't enter at all.
I agree with you on a number of levels. All right.
Well, Renlin, I'm glad you could join us. We were just discussing, that we need a strategy to take care of. Well, we don't know what, but it seems that Gunter and
Lobo.
no, not
Lambo.
Zobo.
Lambo. Lambo. Lobo.
My
Oh
goodness.
boy. 57
Gunter
minutes in, we're doing great.
and Lambo.
It's been 5 months.
Yeah. They went to check on Zobo, and they haven't come back, so it seems.
Well, that's actually quite interesting. I saw them a few weeks ago on the trail. They said they were going out for like a 2-day trip. So if they are still on the 2-day trip, I suppose it is not the best part for them to be there anymore.
I have got to talk to somebody about our check-in system because 2 weeks on a 2-day trip and nobody thought to tell me that we were missing somebody.
Tonk told
Someone's
you.
losing a job. Yes. Yes.
Well, you clearly do have some, kinks to work out with your guards, but we're in this position, so I do agree with Vistra though that a strategy might be needed. Can anyone remind me, because I've forgotten, how far away were they headed? Renlin, did they say?
They said they were just going to go get Zobo, but we didn't leave Zobo very far per se. What was it, a couple-day trek? Maybe not even 2 days? But when they said they were going to get Zobo specifically, it was kind of a weird thing to hear, because the last time we left him, there were some ladies that very much so terrified me.
Aye.
And I'm surprised, one, that he is still there and alive, and two, that anyone would go and try and take him from them. As there were some promises made that I don't think we should be breaking.
So the from the conversation that you would have had with Lambo and Gunter, they were on their way to negotiate terms.
Mm-hmm.
Because they had a full understanding that dragon had Amscrade, and that the ability to provide said dragon back to these fine witchy ladies in the woods was probably never going to be fulfilled. And, in good faith, coming in and saying, maybe we can adjust some terms, right? Circumstances beyond our control. So that's kind of what they were doing. And yeah, they went on their way, and you had carried on your business.
Yep, sounds about right. So, same thing I kind of explained to you guys. yeah, I saw them. This is what's going down. It's a little scary that y'all they were gonna go do that. Um, but I'm here still for a while before I need to move off. So, he kind of looks at everybody and he's like, so there are a few things I enjoy more than seeing my family, which is, my main goal in this world. But you are my family as well, so I'm very much so excited to help you all again. You are correct about needing a plan. The last time we came across these people was very much so not part of the plan. Um, I think there was a lot of this that was not part of the plan. So I am looking forward to what Vistra, being the crown guard leader, the one with all of this stuff, um, to give us something that we can do. I can obviously aid with you on the planning, but this is your court that you take care of, so you can take the lead.
We've missed you, friend.
And I have
I
missed
th-
you.
I our price will be steep, I'm sure. It was not a easy thing to get out of there alive. Um, but I'm unsure what they could want to ask. Also, the price may be increasing given the fact that they now theoretically may have more of our friends if they manage to survive it. Um,
So are we talking like monetary, like the dollars, or are we
when we
speaking
were
of
there,
something more different?
given the nature of what they had, I don't expect that gold will be enough for them, but I can't imagine what could possibly align with what they need.
We could build a second sexier tonk and just leave that with him. Never runs out of energy.
Impossible.
This sails completely over Tonk's head. All he hears is second Tonk and goes, oh, friend.
Um, I,
So
I,
I suppose if there's a possibility of it being monetary, that we should maybe bring some coin just in case. But if not, we should bring one or two things just that might be of interest. So, for being very honest, after meeting these people once, they're probably going to ask for something that we don't have that they want, and then it will be up to us to give them some ridiculous thing like, oh, travel 3 days, knock on a door, spin around 5 times, write on the door with a pencil, take a take a some sort of magical photograph. I'm assuming there's a way to do that in this world.
It happens.
And then come back with the photograph of that as if some elaborate plank. But we won't really know until we go. So I think the best plan for now is for you to give us the best way to approach.
Renlin,
Yes.
have you been into the swamps of despair? So at the end of the last game, you found a portal home in that place.
Close by, there's a solstice happening.
Yeah. Has Renlin spent any time there recently?
Well, he went outside where like the kind of event was happening. And obviously, like I'd mentioned, it didn't take him home where he wanted to go. But after that, as I've been kind of traversing the land, I've gone in the last 4 months, I've traveled a lot. So I have definitely, probably on my pass back, gone through that swamp again. So I will say yes. In the last week or so, I would have gone through there.
So before, when you went through last time, everything was overgrown and twisted and like hardy, and like you had attempted some version of druidcraft to um, help heal the land.
Yes, and it did not work.
Well, it tried, and the last time you went through, a lot of that twisted nature was fading, and in its place was much less of a augmented nature, as in like like a fortified natural environment, and it started being more murk, fetid pools, Magic the Gathering black sort of like inspiration things.
Yes.
Like one is kind of a dank, creepy forest that is healthy and like bolstering, and the
Mhm.
other is everything is rotting in that place.
So my
As
druid craft again, because I would always try, would literally, as it's dying, as it's sprouting.
yeah. So before, you know what? Roll me a nature check on Renlin, please.
How dare you ask me to do things with my character?
First
Well,
roll of the game.
it's funny because I'm a druid and my nature has no pluses.
That happens.
It's okay. It doesn't matter because it's a 19 plus 4.
Using guidance on yourself. I like it.
Wait, what?
Oh, you have guidance turned on your character sheet.
Oh, then it's just a 19.
That's fair. Um, you you think to yourself, and the what you experienced before was the natural like life of this swamp being fed magic, powerful magic, and because they were basically roiding up the swamp and the forest there, and forcing it to grow in a way that suited their whims. That was coming directly from Zenderfane. They had her like stuck in like the Matrix.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, you see this land now suffering the effects of what happens when you do that, and you pull away your power source. It's a bad hot tub experience, as David would understand. Um, they've wired it to the wrong size panel, so
Yes.
um, and it doesn't have the oomph to keep up, but the magic is still pouring into it, and it's still trying to twist the land. So some things are just like blighted and evil and just like nasty, and others just can't get it up, so to speak.
Yes. No,
So
that makes sense. We've all been there. It's okay, land. We'll fix you.
mhm. So
I think we need to, honestly, I think we need to make haste. We can, while I don't think it is going to do us any good, we should procure at least a little bit of coin in case that tips their interest. And then there are no better, even amongst my guard, there are no better than us together.
Yes. I
And we are,
because
yeah.
Lambo's gone, I mean, like Lambo would just do it all himself, but yeah.
So my question then is, so before the swamps actually came after we went to view the people that took Zobo.
The swamp is where you went to meet these ladies.
yeah. The swamp is where we lost Zobo and
Yeah.
gained Cinderfane.
You went through, Julie took a bunch of LSD, drinking millisap and licking trees as Zobo.
And there's the unicorn. Right.
And there was a unicorn stuck in quicksand in the swamp. Yep. Yeah.
Yes. So I'm going to explain kind of what you had just told everybody to the group about, hey, the area is a little worse than before.
Yeah.
It's not something that one can casually go through as easily. It's not as big of a problem for me, but Tonk will have trouble. Vistra won't. She can fly. You will have a
Gwen.
little bit of trouble. Not Vistra, sorry.
Gwen.
Oh my lord, Gwen. But there's other. I'm assuming there are other ways, Mr. DM, that I would know around the swamp. Or is the swamp really the only kind of way to?
They live kind of smack dab in it. There's a large grove, um, on the south end of, like, you can kind of like circumnavigate it, and that's the place that the barriers are weak. So you've likely been there a handful of times,
Yeah.
without going into the swamp proper, but where they live, in and through.
Okay, then yeah, I'll relay that back to everyone again and say, just like the last time, there are some things that we can avoid and some things we cannot. And unfortunately, we cannot avoid this bad swamp. It will be a tough time. But I suppose if Vistra flies, I do my little fancy movements, and even if Tonk carries Vistra, I've used Vistra twice, but you know what I'm saying. Um, then I suppose that everything will be okay. But it will not be easy. It was not great the first time, and this time it will be. What do your people say? It will be a kick in the pants.
Yeah, it will.
Well, if we get into a right spot of trouble, I can make someone else fly as well, but it's only going to last for a very short period of time. It's one of the things that I've been working on ever since we had that stupid fight with Aldous, and he was flying, and the rest of us, well, the rest of you, were stuck on the ground.
That will be. Here's the thing. If that is the case, perfect. I can teleport myself to places of safety. So if need be, you can give it to, say, Tonk or to Vistra. Can Tonk like breathe underwater technically?
Tonk doesn't need to breathe.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So if Tonk goes under the muck and just walks under the water, he's fine.
Sure. What?
You can
Let's-
certainly try.
You can certainly try.
Well, avoiding obviously anything that's going to absolutely maul him under there.
Or, remove him from existence. That's the thing.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Yeah, I think that's the plan we're gonna do. We go out, get some coin from the princess, who I'm assuming is the queen technically now.
Not yet. They
Not
haven't
yet?
they haven't gotten around to that yet.
Okay. Well,
He's
we go to
been
the
busy.
princess, get some coin. Obviously, we'll bring it back if that's not what it takes. And I guess we make our way towards the swamp.
I think we go to the swamp. We see what they want, and then we make a plan from there. And we see if we need to know if Lambo's alive, or like we're making an assumption that they even made it to their house.
And for anyone watching, Lambo is literally a lamb,
He,
but like an
he's Lamb
anthropomorphic
Rambo.
lamb.
I think my first priority is making sure that they are safe. And then we should turn our attention to the matter of retrieving Zobo and figuring out what the cost of that will be, given our biggest bargaining chip flew away.
That is true.
Yep. No, all right, yeah. I kind of go. There's one thing we should probably make sure. We should time arrival to the swamp to be at the morning. I do not recommend going to this place at the nighttime. So if it is a half day's trek to get there, then we should leave late in the evening of the previous day, sleep for a while, and then go in the morning. But we should make sure we are not entering that at nighttime, for that will most certainly spell death for at least two of us. No offense to Tonk, he is a little heavy for this place. So
For the audience's sake, if we TPK, I'm fine with that.
we'll just switch to our other characters.
It just
So
means that
So for those in the audience, we really don't want that to happen. Your donations can go towards benefiting the party and ensuring that he does not outright kill us in the first 2 hours of stream.
if we hit a $500 milestone, I'll give you guys a free revivify.
Ooh.
One.
And we also get short
One.
rest. We also get an instant short rest.
Sure. You choose which one you want to use.
No. The revivify is a bonus here. You just made up. The short rest was already part of the deal.
Absolutely.
You
Yeah.
don't get to go doing that.
Would be nice. Yeah. $500 revivify. Done.
I think the important question here, though, just so I know where our chat stands, did the Northlandis donate to you or to us?
She didn't specify, so I put it into the D20 rolls for you guys. My pool is full at 3 dice right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Thank you so much.
If you guys type, you can see it in chat right now. There is the link to go and donate. If you leave your message for whether you want to benefit us or the or the DM, it'd be gratefully appreciated. Northlandis said for the dragon.
I like it.
We'll see what happens.
If in the event, so when you go to donate, you can go in and pick a specific reward if you want, like I'm a magic item or a couple of dice or whatever. If you don't put that, or if you don't pick anything for it, I'll just do my best to get something for the players. So, yeah. And, Dungeons and Diners and Dragons and Drive-ins and Dives for those in the know. Escape from Flavortown. 100% for the dragon. Okay.
Yeah. If I ever forget to mute while I'm coughing, I'm so sorry.
It happens. Don't worry about it.
So I agree with the plan. I agree that we should ensure that we are at the edge of the forest, at the edge of the swamp, at first light, to have the longest day of our lives in the swamp.
That would be wife. Thank you, Amanda. So you guys get a rare magic item. We got $100 donation from my lovely lady. No, those are very rare magic items. So you're not allowed to have those yet.
Thank you.
Hooray!
Yeah. So what you're saying is your wife likes us over you.
Yeah,
well,
exactly what I.
Technically, my pool's full, so you're kind of the.
But she could have waited.
She could have, but she's
Look,
minding our
you can
crotch
give all
goblin.
the excuses you want. She likes us more than you, and you need to accept it.
Okay.
I feel like
So-
I'm just going to speak on her behalf and say she likes me better than you.
Item number 1 is a Ioun Stone of Reserve. Item number 2 is a Bead of Force. And item number 3 is an Ioun Stone of Awareness. You can feel free to go to the compendium in Roll20 and choose which one of these items you would like to keep. As you're loading it up, the Ioun Stone of Reserve lets you use an action, requires attunement, to toss one of these stones into the air. The stone orbits around your head at about 1 to 3 feet away from you. Another creature must use an action to grasp or net the stone to separate it from you. The stone has 24 AC and 10 hit points and resistance to all damage and yada, 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 yada. The reserve stone allows you to hold spell levels within inside the stone. The stone can store up to 3 levels worth of spells at a time.
Any spell or a spell that we have?
It's basically a ring of spell storing that gives you 3 levels of spells. So like 3 first level spells, 1 third level spell, yada, yada, yada.
We have to already know that spell if we're the holder of the stone.
Not necessarily. So if Gwen had it and she put counterspell in it and then gave it to Vistra, Vistra can cast counterspell once.
Okay.
Using Gwen's stats. The Ioun Stone of Awareness, same sort of fluff. You can't be surprised while you have it.
Well, that's pointless.
Well, maybe. We'll see.
So sorry.
And then
go ahead. Go ahead.
So the 2 Ioun Stones and then the Bead of Force is it's a small black sphere, basically a little marble. And we're going to say you have there are 3 beads of force that magically appeared in front of you. As an action, you throw it up to 60 feet and it explodes. And everything within 10 feet of where it explodes makes a dex save or takes 5d4 force damage. And then a sphere of transparent force encloses the area for 1 minute. And any creature that failed the save is stuck in that little sphere, and then the sphere can be like pushed around like a hamster ball.
I personally, if I can put in my metagaming awareness here, I guess this is metagaming because we're doing this as an external thing because of donations.
Yes.
I would take the Stone of Reserve, the Iron Stone of Reserve, and then the magic user should put our magic into that and give it to Vistra. So in just in case Vistra can have a healing spell, and then say 2 damage spells or something in case she really needs it, like a ranged thing or something.
Vistra is also a way of mercy monk and can do all of the healing herself anyways.
But I do like the idea of storing some of either Renlin's or Gwen's spells in the Ioun Stone of Reserve and then giving them to probably Vistra. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Because
Okay.
because even then, if it's not really healing, like I've got some, and I'm sure you've got some good spells. We could each put some spells in there, and
You get 3 levels. So Vistra, if you can drag the Ioun Stone of Reserve onto your character sheet and just put down a note of what 3 spells are you guys gonna collectively put
Do
into
they
it for
have to
her.
all be 2 level or all be 3 level?
You have 3 levels of spell that can go in, so you can have 3 first levels, a first and a second, or a single third.
Okay. Who's doing 2? Who's doing 1? Or does Tonk want to add a? No, Tonk doesn't have spells, does he?
Tonk
Tonk
has
does have
spells.
spells.
Did you multi-class?
No, he's an
No.
Eldritch Knight.
Oh, right. I forgot you're doing all that cool stuff. Okay. Does Tonk want to put one in there too, or no?
Tonk does.
Okay,
I-
let's pick a spell here real quick. James, you keep people in
For
excited
for the
with
pur-
dance.
for the purpose of the audience, last game, Tonk leapt off an ancient blue dragon that was assailing a city, and like a Gundam, flared out the flaps on his back and shot missiles out and went magic missiles, Gundam style. And yeah, Tonk is basically a wizard at this point. Like, he knows shield and magic missile. Like, what more do you want? It's perfect.
No, that's fair.
Um,
That's fair.
So what does Tonk want to put in there?
Tonk's going to put shield in there. Hold the thought. That's right. I added a different spell. I might change that. Give me a second. I want to know.
And just for us on the back end, I'm going to drag this into my spell list so that I have them available.
That's fine. Yeah.
No worries.
And then I am tapped out on attunement slots.
Okay. Because you've got your Luckstone, your Dragon Belt, and then this thing.
Yes.
All right. Cool.
I'm Tonk. You go.
Tonk's gonna put silvery barbs into the stone.
Oh, eat a dick. All right. I see how this is going. All right. Double. Hold on. Double their hit points. Yeah. I see
Hey,
how.
just because you didn't read the character sheet doesn't mean that we get to be penalized.
Oh, it's okay. I read through everything that you guys can do and built a perfectly balanced encounter to make sure you can't win without the help of the audience. I legitimately planned this for if the audience doesn't donate things, you can't win. Let's go.
Great. Hooray.
Okay, so you're
it's
putting
Claudia.
that. What are you putting in, Gwen?
I could. So we're each doing a first level spell.
No, it can be any level spell.
But we're occupying one of the slots because it can
Yeah.
have up to level 3. Once one, and each level occupies a slot. So
Yeah.
I've put a level 1 slot
So
spell
you got
into it.
two spell levels left.
Yeah.
Either 2 first level spells or 1 second level spell left that can go into it.
Got it.
It only has so much space.
Well, I could give her a first or a second, but if you want to contribute a spell to this, then I would give her shield
Is shield a second level or first level?
first.
Okay, because I was going to give her a third level.
Then you can't because Tonk's already put silvery barbs in it.
He said
Yeah.
that was a first level.
It is.
Right.
yes.
The whole point is you have 3 units, and to cast a 3-level spell, you have to use 3 units. So I only have
Yeah.
3 units to allot to. So first level is
There's
a single
okay.
unit.
Yeah.
It's the same as a ring of spell storing. There's only 5 levels worth of spells that can go into it.
Nope.
The only
Or
other
3
thing
for this one.
the only other thing that I would have suggested, but I like silvery barbs in there, is I could have put fly in it. But fly is a third level spell.
To be fair,
be fair.
Fair.
if you put a spell in there that requires concentration, it'll take Vister's concentration to use it.
Hmm.
Your call. Whatever you want to do. How often are you going to need to fly? Come on. Don't worry about it.
Well, I
And
know
you
where my
can-
concentration is going.
Yeah,
Riding a
and-
broom.
Vistra, you already have healing. You said.
I do.
Um,
I'm a Way of Mercy monk, so I've got I can
mostly just
punch
'cause-
you better.
Yeah, I love inflict wounds, but mostly just because James hates it, I'm going to put ice knife into the
Okay.
stone
All right.
Thank
because it
you.
has some good splash damage. Ice knife is my favorite spell. Screw you.
That's fine. I appreciate you helping me.
Oh, can I change it? Can I change my selection?
Mhm.
Sure.
I haven't put yours in yet.
Bless.
Oh, bless you.
Okay.
I forgot I was multi-class and that I actually had bless on my spell list.
So for the people playing the home game, Gwen is a 1-level artificer, 6 levels of wizard that took the Fey touched feat and took bless with it. That is how her wizard has access to that.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, but ice knife with that splash damage is just so much fun.
Okay.
I know you hate splash damage effects.
No, I'm against save or suck spells, but yeah, it'll be okay. It'll be okay.
Forget about it.
I like it.
Awesome.
So
Okay. Perfect.
you guys
So
load
about
up
that stuff.
You guys load up a magic rock. Like Tonk is like cleaning off the map table and finds a shiny rock that he's like, this was town, that was a tree, and the rock starts floating for a second, and some time passes.
Yeah, I walk over and I'll explain. Oh, this looks like one of these things. This is a very good find. And we'll do the whole thing we just did, where we each put a spell into it and give it a Vistra. And
Yeah,
It's like slowly going around, and it takes Vistra about an hour to get used to it floating around her head, where it's not distracting her from needing to actually get things done.
I like
it
it.
doesn't have to always be floating around her head, correct?
If she wants the effect, it does.
She can put it in her pocket, then toss it up there later, like I do with my rings.
As an action. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So as an action, you can toss it up, but somebody else can also take an action to grab it, and now you don't have it anymore. They're powerful. They're fun. So
So after it's done, I am gonna hold on to it in one of my little pockets once I'm done attuning to it. Let's just
All
be
right.
real clear.
And just so we're following the rules. So Tonk attuned to it, put a spell into it, then Gwen attuned to it and put a spell into it, and Renlin attuned to it, put a spell into it.
Yes.
Because that's
we've got a night. We're good.
You doing the party shuffle.
Yep. well, they're after. So I'm going to go first for that. And while they're kind of spending their time doing that, I'm going to go off to the princess, who I've not seen in a while now, and I'm going to go to her and ask her for money.
She's like, you again? No.
I'm going to kind of like knock on the door and say, "Hello, princess.
Hello, Renlin.
It's been quite a while. It's quite nice to see you. I like being completely oblivious, just like people. With the way I look a little different. I'm like, I'm glad you still recognize me. My face is still the same. It's just a slightly different color on some markings and a bit longer hair, but you know.
She makes a comment, an offhand comment, because she's basically a surly teenager still, about an underhand comment about a bad dye job.
And I go, to be fair, I did not. This is not purposeful at first. It is something very new for me. So I thought the same thing. I thought I fell asleep on some berries. It turns out I did not fall asleep on some berries. So yes, your comment is well. I'm assuming meant to poke fun, but it is almost exactly what I thought the first time. So anyways, beyond all that, this is a weird question for you. And it is not for myself. I do not need your money. And I think she would also remember that I had a fairly decent relationship with her father.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She knows who you are. She has seen you about through her childhood here and there.
She knows that I helped save her kingdom.
And
I go,
you got a commemorative pin.
Yeah. And I go, this is not some sort of reward I'm looking for. It is more so for the getting of the Zobo and the other character that we know back. We are prepared to do something for these ladies, but there's a possibility we could just simply give them cash and they will give us our friends, if that is when it ends up being. If we can just simply say, here's some gold, please take it, and we are done and we can come back home. But if we don't have that, we just, we'd like to cover all the bases.
How much gold does it take to buy a clown back from a coven of witches?
Well,
I don't know I'm just I'm kind of new to this whole like being a ruler thing.
If I'm to be honest, with you, I've never bought a clown back from a bunch of witches before. So I don't know. I suppose anything helps. If we were basically we would go about this, as you know, I tend to keep peace and I broker peace between nations. I would start if you gave me 100 gold, I would start with an offer of 50. If you gave me 1 platinum, I would start with an offer of 250 and go up from there. And then if it does
1 platinum is 10 gold.
Oh, right. I thought it was
Yeah.
right. So if you give me a light show,
Is 5 gold.
what?
Yeah.
Man,
She's
my
like,
economy is way off.
no, she's like, you see, in Naylor, metals are a little different because electrum is garbage and no one uses it. And that's why it's worth 5 gold, because somebody will give you 5 gold for it just to go melt it down so nobody ever has to spend it again.
That is fair. That is fair. But where I am from, gold is more of a harder thing to come by as it does not exist naturally in my world. So that is understandable. So whatever then you think might be worth, I think the question here is, how much are you willing to pay for Zobo's life? And then if they give us the option of it is either our 2 friends or Zobo, who should we pay for?
She leans in really close and says, "Who the fuck is Zobo?"
Zobo is the one that you sent Lambo to go retrieve.
I didn't send Lambo to do anything. Who is Zobo? Who else is missing? And she's like in full on panic mode now.
But did you not tell Tonk to go look for our friends?
Grandma Ginny did.
Oh, crap. Well, I'm still sure that this was Tonk giving bad instructions.
So she's in full on panic mode. Like, people are missing.
So,
did we get a ransom note?
Sorry,
Zobo. What are we doing?
No. It's not as dire as you think. Zobo was left to have the time of his life.
Like with shuffleboard and stuff?
There was some shuffling going on.
Somewhere on the other side of the keep, Tonka's got some kind of like alarm going off in the back of his head.
It's just like a blinking red light that you can't see and makes no audible noise.
There was some shuffling going on, but they decided to go and see if we could get Zobo back. So there's some certain things that are no longer in place as we cannot do anymore. So they sent Lambo and Gunther to investigate, and it's been a while since they've been back. Can you please not tell anybody that I told you? Because I do not think I was supposed to say anything. I have an internal thought as she's doing this as to why did no one tell me not to go to the princess about this when I said I was going to get money?
Because in the most dramatic way possible, Renlin shows up and then is like, "I've got this." It's a thing.
None of you said not to go to her for the money.
She's the one with the money. I mean, you do have to
That is
go to
true.
her. You just
Seems
skipped right
reasonable.
past the explain what's going on part and went straight to the give me cash part.
It's like, well, for all Renlin knows, he wasn't here for the whole time. He would have assumed she was in on this.
No,
She's the princess.
I'm totally down for this. Just go ask people for money. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's
So,
literally what we're here doing.
Yeah,
So
so I
she's-
will continue and say there's no case to vary for now. For all we know, Gunther and Lambo got to where they're supposed to be, and they're also doing the shuffleboard.
Mhm.
There was 3 ladies, and Zobo was only one man. So for all we know, they're having the time of their life, and they just forgot about the time. But in case there is a problem, we just wanted to see if we could bribe them to get them back.
Thank you, Mrs. Donut, for the extra 2 dice into the pool.
Is that yours
I
or
get-
ours?
Into yours. My pool
Thank
is
you,
still
my
full.
lovely wife.
She says, "Whatever you guys need, whatever you think is best, just like we'll get it for you. We'll find it."
Well, it's not. This is the thing. We don't know what we need at the moment. I'm mostly just saying if there is something that we can offer up at the start, that would be great. And I'm assuming that gold is something maybe not as important to you, but I assume somebody out there might want some gold.
Oh, maybe so. Yeah, we have money. I have money. Very pretty woman-esque. Um, and by the way, we hit our $250 milestone, which means you guys get access to a short rest the next
Whenever we
time,
want it, right? Not right
whenever
this
you want to
moment.
burn it. Yeah.
I was gonna say, because we definitely haven't done anything yet.
I'm gonna put a proviso on this, because it was a little hard to fiddle in. Somebody has to use their action to kick off the short rest.
Understandable, but how dare you?
How
Well,
dare you?
that's totally fair. Yeah, so I'm gonna basically. Oh, sorry, I'm still sick. I'm going to. My throat voice is not usually this sexy and deep. I'm going to basically kind of go through that with her and explain. We're just starting with cash. If we need something else that you might have, we'll come back and get it. But we're just hoping for a simple resolution that might be as simple as, "Hey,
Mm-hmm. I understand that things cost money. That makes sense.
Okay, and remember, there's no need to worry about panicking or anything like that. This will be very, very easy. There will be nothing to worry about. Everyone will be just fine. Zobo might be very tired, but he'll be perfectly good.
So I don't usually handle all of these details. Grandma does, but here's my thought. There's a bunch of stories about how angry fey creatures like come sweeping into somebody's like ballroom, and they're like, "Why wasn't I invited to this big old party?" Maleficent.
You weren't invited.
So
Exactly.
are we to invite the witches to the ball?
I didn't do that, and I'm worried that maybe they're going to ruin this party.
Well, here's the thing. We are going to see them before the party. So could we not? That's part of the plan could be actually that we are there to invite them.
Is that a good idea?
I mean, if this is something you're worried about, my princess, I suppose it did not hurt. We walk up, give me a fancy card that says you are invited to the ball, and if you
Somebody
go,
get me some paper.
and we will give them this invitation and say we are personally delivering this invitation to you to the ball. And
Caterer comes over with some napkins, and it's like, ah.
And it's like, the verse that happens is they get mad at us for thinking it's just some sort of way to save their friend. And if that's the case, we handle it then. We've got some money. And verse comes to verse. Hopefully not the worst. That we might have to engage in some tactical peacekeeping.
Suddenly, she has a hand crossbow in her hand that appears from nowhere.
Princess, please. There's no need for you to join us this time. You survived one thing very surprisingly. It's like it was a very important thing that you survived and you did well, but it did not warrant having you along. This is something so simple.
She says, aggressive negotiations, I understand.
I did not say aggressive negotiations.
No, I did.
So that is the problem. We do not want to jump straight to battle. And the other thing is, since Windows a princess hand deliver her own invitations, it is not something that happens. So it would make more sense for her to send. Hold on, let me explain. It would make more sense for her to send her most trusted companions, the people who help save the realm. No, not to toot my own horn, but send them out to meet the people and say, we are the renowned people of this place, and she has sent us as a delegation to invite you to the ball.
I don't know how much princessing you've done, but back in my day, I would have to do everything. No, now I'm leaning into Hoots.
As she starts to say, I don't know how much princessing you've done, I go, I don't know how much you know about me, princess, but where I am from, if it was not for my half-human heritage, I would have been the prince of where I was from.
Oh, excellent. Oh, so you're royalty then? And she kind of like leans in a little bit.
And I go, I'm not. I've never been treated as, and I will never count as royalty, unfortunately.
Well, it's the thought that counts, I suppose. and she's like, Clarence, you're out. And you see this like surly looking blonde kid with hair over it, like very Draco Malfoy-esque off in the corner. And he's just like droopy flowers and walks away.
Hold on, is she like wanting to marry Renlin?
She made an infirmant, yeah.
Is she not like 17?
She's an adult now.
Okay, Renlin is like in elf years.
Oh,
years. Like
I know entirely.
this
You
is
just
I'm
told
not
her you're
doing
a
no
prince.
Twilight stuff. So
Yeah.
as she goes to send him away, I'm like,
She is fully an adult. None
that's
of that.
fine. But I'm still, as I see this happen, I'm like, okay.
Things to do. Bye bye.
You must be on a way. So if I can please get the coin, I will leave you to your being.
See to Grandma Jenny, Prince. Yep. You just told a princess in the height of her courtships that you're an elf prince from a far off land that saved her kingdom.
But my plan is not to stay on this world. My only
yeah.
goal is to leave this world.
Good luck, boss.
Oh,
Good luck. So, yeah, she's like, see Grandma Jenny about it. Clarence! And like stomps off.
And the kitchens are only like 5 minutes from here. Where is Renlin?
Well, I'm assuming I'm heading to Grandma Ginny now to get some money.
We should go see Grandma Ginny and see
Yeah.
if she's
I'm
seen Renlin.
First. I'm gonna kind of open the door awkwardly and go, I think the princess wants to marry me. This was not the intent of my plan, but we are supposed to go see Grandma Ginny for the money. And please don't ask any questions because I am just as confused as you are.
Tonk, how do you feel about this?
Tonk wants you to understand. You must win the princess's hand. And Tonk hits hard.
I kind of look at Tonk and I go, Tonk, I assure you that my plan was never to marry the princess, so you will never have to worry about hitting me over the head with your hammer.
Oh, good. Something that you take note of is Tonk has a very shiny, spiky, glowy sword strapped to his back right now.
Does Tonk essentially look kind of like this?
Some days.
Big old shield, chunky boar with a glowing sword.
He gets more and more Gundam-like every day.
Well, look, he's got rockets on his back.
David said this in Discord a little bit ago because somebody was talking about fan art, and he's like, the appeal of Tonk is that Tonk looks like something different to everybody.
Everyone gets to make their own decision about what Tonk looks like because Tonk looks like what you need Tonk to look like.
You got to be careful with that, or else you're going to get some weird stuff.
You know what the internet is for.
I've already resigned myself to it.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't yet for Quill.
Yeah. It'll happen. So, we got 16 minutes until our first break. Okay. At which point we'll duck out for 10 minutes, do human things, and then 10 minutes pass, we'll come back. So
cool. So what shall we do for? I like how in the last 2 hours we've introduced ourselves, and then I almost got married.
Yeah. This is just D&D at its finest. This is what happens. Seriously, you told a courting princess that you're an elf prince from a far off land that saved her kingdom and avenged her father's death. Like, what did you think was also you asked her for a giant bag of money? Like, there's
how big's your dowry?
Let's unpack this, because that's how dowries work.
Look, man, I didn't think anything of this. Like, common is not my first language, as you can clearly tell.
I would like not my first language.
I am from an Eladrin realm that does not show up on this plane of existence for like sometimes generations. Okay, marriage and courtship is different where I'm from.
Sure thing.
So
Not here.
We don't do dowries. All right. I didn't think that when I went to a princess in the middle of her courting, saying I'm a prince and asking for a big bag of money after saving her father, that it would equate to anything beyond the fact of what I thought I was doing, which was asking for a big bag of money.
Like you do. So,
So we would go and get our money and pack our things and hit the road.
Jack.
all right. Heading up Grandma Jenny.
Yes.
Grandma Jenny has prepared cookies.
Can I pull Grandma Ginny aside before we go to leave?
Yeah, sure.
I go, terribly sorry, but I accidentally let the princess know about what was going on. I did not know that this was a thing that she did not know. I have not been here for many months. I did not know what was happening. But that's not the worst of it. The worst of it is that she sent some little blonde-haired boy home. And I think she wants to marry me. It turns out that it matters that I'm technically of royal blood. Don't worry, I do not want to marry your princess. I do not want to marry. I'm not from here. I do not want to be here for the rest of my life, and I'm sure you do not want me taking her away. My people aren't exactly grateful of humans, hence why I'm not with my people at the moment.
How much money would you like?
As much as you are willing to give, I do not know. Apparently, my idea of your money is very different from other people's.
Gwen, how much money do we have available for this? How much can you carry? What are we trying to do? Is this a ransom? What's your thought?
Well, I think we're trying to use it as a bit of a ransom, but I'm not quite sure if they're going to be interested in, cold hard cash. Um, I'm not quite sure what we think that we should give them here. 500 gold, 1,000 gold. Do we have platinum? How much? Vistra, get somebody give me a hand here.
Okay.
Tonk, how much gold does it take?
So I don't believe we're going to be able to do this. So Vistra's been eyeing up a really nice setup in her private life. And so she's like, I think that we need 500 platinum.
Hold on, is the princess are you trying to steal from the princess? The once disgraced crown guard, now reinstated in position, going to steal from the princess?
I'm not stealing anything. It's going to be fine.
How about
Is
several
Melissa
thousand
cutting
gold?
out for anybody else a little bit?
She did for a second.
A little
Yeah.
bit.
Okay.
Okay, sorry. I'm going to talk some more. Am I still cutting out?
There
Nope,
you go.
that's better.
You just kind of your mic is very directional.
Oh, okay. It dropped down
Yeah.
too far. Sorry about that, everyone.
Your neck is lovely, but it's better if we can't see it because the mic's there.
Yeah. And to quickly answer Quigley's question, no, it's not that I'm too good for her. I'm literally my only goal in this entire world is to leave this world to another world that actually hates me.
Yes.
Like,
Because it is the single most dramatic thing that Renlin can possibly do.
No, he just wants to get back to his human mother, who's probably locked away in a dungeon because his Eladrin father is finally dead. Like,
Monk is also now personally invested in the completion of your life's mission.
Yes. That sounds like another fundraising adventure that I will write down on several small pieces of paper.
it is technically a terrible goal, but my goal is to get back home, save my mother, and try to make things less terrible for us there. And worst comes to worst, maybe we burn it all down, but who knows? I'm a peacekeeper.
To be fair,
To be
fair, you do know an ancient blue dragon that would probably help you torch an elf city on a whim. What? Another city? Jeez, you guys are a hoots.
It's a good question, actually. Gwen, have we tried reaching out to Zenderfane?
No, I have not tried reaching out to Zenderfane because, well, frankly, she's a bit temperamental.
And she might know the going rate.
I suppose. Well, as long as we don't think we're going to run into much trouble today, I suppose I could ask Cinder Fane if you so desired. But sure, why not? I could give
Tell
that a
Zender,
shot.
tell Zender Fane that Tonk says hi.
Tonk says hi. It's only 3 of your words.
All right.
So, yeah. So, employing the power of the crystal ball of scrying and locating things, a crystal ball belonged to your father, but is the kingdom's possession. Um, you run a scry on this blue dragon, of which you are intimately familiar with, and she you see a picture of um, a ropey, buxom woman splayed out on a field of snow, like naked, basking in some sunlight on what looks to be the side of a glacier. In humanoid form, with like the sort of blue horns coming back and the faint scaling around her skin, in the gland areas and stuff. Um, and yeah, you get a bead on her.
Do I know any glaciers? Do I have any concept of how far away she is at the moment?
There's a continent north of the continent that you're on that has a bunch of snow and stuff. Like it is bright and sunny as you like peep, I guess. Um, and yeah, they're on this plane of existence because the spell worked.
So as the scry ends, Gwen's cheeks are rather pink, and she just goes, "I think Zenderfane's a little indisposed at the moment."
Did you tell her that Tonk said hi?
No, I can't speak with her when I'm doing that. I can only see her in all her glory. Awkward. She's somewhere very far to the north. Not here right at present. I mean, I don't know that she's going to want to help us. And I don't know if she's going to know the going rate, because I don't think that she got herself into that trouble because of gold.
So we take 500 platinum and go into a swamp.
Hmm. Okay. So Ginny comes after some time, and it's not a bag so much as it is like an ottoman. Like it looks like a foot locker, and it's poured full of coins. She's like, "I did what I could." It's probably about 500 platinum, give or take. It was kind of a quick scoop, so
All right, well, I can't quite carry that much. Tonk?
doesn't Gwen have a bag of holding? No, wait, no,
No,
you're not a level
I
2
do
artificer.
not.
You're a level 1 artificer. I
Uh-huh.
like it.
How much does a bag of holding cost?
Um, the only one that you've ever seen was Lambos.
Shoot.
Yeah, it's like we could spend half this money on a bag to carry the other half of this money. Um, the chest is kind of awkward, but it is certainly tonk worthy.
All right.
So we can just like
Load her boy up.
Out,
strap
out,
it to
out,
Tonk.
out of character. We are going to strap 500 platinum pieces effectively to Tonk and waltz into the swamps past who knows who. I just want to clarify that that's the plan.
No one ever accused Vistra of being intelligent.
No one ever accused Gwen of being wise. It's a
So,
plan.
to be fair,
To be fair.
Fair.
in the 5th edition variant of Dungeons and Dragons that we are currently partaking in, 50 platinum weighs 1 pound. So you have 10 pounds of platinum.
I was gonna say, like, that's not that big of a thing to be
It's
carrying.
okay.
Not
It's
bad.
it's
It's
10
not the
pounds.
weight, it's the volume. Is the
Yeah.
is the thing.
It's okay. We have a medium-sized Tonk.
Tonka truck. Yeah,
I can't
you're
wait
fine.
till we get to our like 4th charity stream using these characters, and Tonk is leveled up to where he can transform into something.
I like you know what? I'm not going to say anything about that, Tonk.
That's ominous.
Uh-huh.
Tonka bots, roll out. Yep. Can't say Tonka. That's
Tonky
Anyways.
bots. Tonky
Mhm.
bots. We'll cross that house fire when we come to it. So, you know what? With that, you gather your supplies and you start making your way south towards the swamps of despair. We're going to take a short break and do the things that humans need to do. Please, if you are able to jump into our Tiltify link that Stream Elements has thankfully put into the chat just a moment ago, or that Mac did, and we'll anything that you end up donating in will have a direct impact on our game, and we'll try and raise as much as we can for everybody.
Yeah,
So,
and for those of the 30 viewers we got at the moment, if you want to hit us with a follow, it really helps us on our path to breaking past not just affiliate, but moving into partner status, hopefully in the next, however many months it takes, but anything helps. So
Yeah.
hit us with a follow, especially if you want to check us out on the other streams we do. We do a weekly stream Sundays at 6 o'clock Mountain Time on, Sundays, which is a different cast of characters. But it's a good time, and I think you'd enjoy it. So yeah, hit us with that follow.
sounds good.
We'll
Same
see you in
world, different continent. We'll see you in 10. Thanks, everybody. See you soon. Whoop, and we're back. There we go. New stream deck. Who dis? Welcome back, everybody, to our back from the break second installment of our rescue of Zobo the Frown from the clutches of some smexy witches, because it's a thing. When last we left our heroes, you had gathered up a really ridiculous amount of money and felt that perhaps it would be a good idea to hit up these witches and say, here's some money for Zobo, please.
So, quick question about these witches. Are we going to slam through the ditches in the back of our toncula?
I don't normally
I'm out.
assign advantage, and I won't do it now. But somebody should donate for that interesting quip of wisdom. I like it.
Let's hope we don't run into any white zombies on our travels.
There is that interesting tidbit, though, which you do encounter. So the lands are not exactly the safest, right? And we kind of hand wave a few things that are beneath your notice. Things like, a bunch of bandits showed up, and you're like, hey, that's not a thing that's allowed to happen. No. And you deal with them and dispatch them. But something catches your notice, where one of the human bandits has, like, you could swear it was Zobo, and has like pink hair and like the bad portly face makeup, but this one's got a big black twirly mustache and is obviously like Zobo's long lost evil twin.
But see, being as I have recently also grown my hair out, I see this. And I call it, I go, Zobo, is that you, my friend? Zobo, long time no see.
I am Obos, and he like fights to his dying breath. Thanks for the $5 donation for a villainous reskin for an encounter I never had planned, but that's a thing that happens. Randomness.
I wanted to fight.
If you
Where's
want
the
to fight,
Revivify?
I promise you, I'm looking forward to it.
Well, Anonymous, we appreciate your dono anyways.
Also, your comment about the obscure dinosaur movie reference, I showed my 2-year-old that movie.
Did they cry?
No, because it was like a YouTube highlight of all of the fun parts of it, not the parts where they turn back into dinosaurs and murder things. You know what I mean. But
fair.
Also, right. Dinosaurs, the old TV show. So, you guys getting on the road. It's about a 2-day trek down to the Swamps of Despair. And in true Julie fashion, just like... Renlin, you've spent the most amount of time here. Well, all of you have made this trek before, and you have the option to basically follow the same path that you did last time, or you can skirt the outsides. You can... What do you want to do?
Would I know from being here if this path versus skirting would be a better or worse idea?
Well, the witches themselves live like almost dead center. Last time you approached their, we'll call it a homestead, you thought that you were sneaky. And you got the feeling that you weren't.
Right, because they came up right on my butt.
Out of your butt.
I remember this because I thought I was so sneaky with my past without a trace.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to say, I suppose it is probably a good idea if we maybe skirt the area and don't come back the ways that I'm assuming not only did we go the original time, but there's also Zelambo and Gunther probably went that way as well.
That seems completely reasonable. Let's do it.
So you bypass that cleared grove and roll me anyone who's proficient. Roll me a survival check.
That
Proficient in that.
is probably me. Maybe not. Let's go with Vistra.
That's a 22.
What's your +3 on that?
Oh, I have to turn off.
Oh yeah, you have guidance turned on because people have guidance. That's the thing.
Yes. Okay, so 22. Let's go with hers, or are we all having to roll this?
Yeah, just whoever's proficient. Between the two of you, you circumnavigate all of the. The last time you came through here, there were various vines hanging down that were bloated and oozing with sap. And that's what Zobo licked last time that you came through. And that was the thing. Now everything seems withered and just like it's still oozing a little bit, but it's this like black ichor, as though it's lost all of its essence. And go ahead.
As Tonk's walking around, he goes, "Oh, Zobo's popsicles have gone bad."
Yes.
I'm going to turn to everybody and go, I'm going to be very straight here and say, I'm assuming that these are not something even an LSD witch like yourself would want to try.
No, no, thank you. No, thank you very much. No, just no.
Only someone truly out of their tree would try this.
For anybody who's in the know, if you go to Avernus, there's lots of black ichor to try. But
gross.
It's a thing. With a 22 in survival, as our lead there, you head over to where you last encountered a unicorn. Because it's along the way. And
I thought we were going a different direction.
Same-ish sort of way, but not skirting the outskirts. You're taking the direct route that you were aware of, you had said.
No, I wanted to go the way that we didn't go last time.
Oh, the way you didn't go.
That's correct. That's
Oh,
what I'm saying. We shouldn't go the way that they went.
Even better.
Because you said that they would probably be expecting us, and my character would know that, hey, that's assuming that's the way that the previous people had already gone. I don't like that you're giving me like the Dr. Evil hands after I said this, but I'm going to stick to what I said and hold to it, even if it's going to be worse for me in the end.
Excellent.
Ack, if you get us nearly killed in another swamp.
I am being honest.
That is fair.
I said the one thing, he didn't hear me. I'm just reminding him, if it's our detriment, that's not my problem.
No,
it's great.
Fine.
I fully approve.
Instead of a unicorn, you see looming before you, 50 feet tall, with a look of disapproval.
Yeah. Funny.
No. Yeah.
It's an ooze the size of New York.
It's an ooze the size of New York. No. You skirt the swamplands, in working your way through what was previously unpassable territory. There was a semblance of a path that you had followed the last time you were here, and the way you're going, there isn't one, but you're doing okay. Like Vistra is competent about two-handed longswording Tonk and just like cutting his way and hacking his way through things. As a reminder, Tonk has a +3 longsword of suck. It should be way better, but it's not. Because of Seattle.
Curse that city.
Right. Kevin from Seattle.
Kevin from Seattle. So as you're clearing your way through, it's a good roll. Following the plan that you had originally laid out of not entering the swamp until dawn, you find everything's slow going. The ground is making like a sound with every step. Um, it is exhausting working your way through this place, and it's it's challenging to keep your bearings straight, but eventually you come across an open area. I'm just going to move you guys on a map for a moment to a different approach vector than what you had before.
We
There
are
we go.
super condensed on that map, by the way. Like almost flat.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And here you go.
Nope, same thing.
No,
They
I'm
are
just
more-
moving. I am moving you to a different map.
No, I just mean we're more rectangles than we are squares.
Best I got for OBS. I can zoom it in a little bit though. Give me a sec. A little better. Perfect. Yeah, you as you approach the area that these ladies live in, the place has changed drastically. What was once lush with little murky pools here and there are oh yeah. Also, for the folks viewing at home, the tokens do not line up with the lines on the map. It's using grids from Roll20, and there's grids on the map. So there's going to be a couple of spots that you kind of shift a little bit. This place looked way different last time you were here. There was flora, there was fauna, like insects kicking around, little squirrels just like living their best squirrel life. And all the glistening little pools are now this like thick, bubbling black tar. Like it is all of Fern Gully at this point. And off in the distance from where you stand, or hover if you're a Gwen, is a squat 2-story cottage, noticeably empty out front. What do you do?
This is the cottage that we had seen previously.
Yeah.
Does it seem less? Does it seem more run down than it did before? Or
Roll me a perception check. It is dark here. This is one of the few places where the canopy is covering up the majority of the area. There's a couple of spots that peek through that would give like, oh, this is just the perfect place to set up a chair and read a book kind of thing.
yeah,
But
okay.
what was once that before when they were having tea is now just like gnarled limbs overlapping each other. So it is kind of a twilight sort of area here.
Okay.
The house itself seems to be in about the same state as it was before.
If you're all right with just waiting a moment, why don't I send Celeste to have a look?
That seems like a good idea.
I will snap my fingers and summon my familiar up onto my shoulder, the snowy owl.
Right.
Mhm.
Tonk has one of those too. He forgot.
Tonk definitely forgot. Tonk is also going to summon his owl.
Just hoots.
He's got aviators on.
So I will give Celeste a little scritch, and then switch over to Celeste's senses and send her out to have a closer look.
Are
All
you
right.
hovering low enough that Vistra could just like keep a hand on your foot so that you're not, if you're
Absolutely.
blinded and all this jazz?
Usually I only hover like several feet off the ground, 2, 3 feet off the ground.
Okay, so Vistra would have a hand on the broom to keep you steady.
Perfect.
All right. There we go. And I'm just going to move you guys in a little tiny bit. I didn't throw tokens in for Celeste because I forgot she existed. But give me a perception check for an owl.
Okay.
It's at advantage.
So hold please while I
Do 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 do. Does Tonk also send hoots?
I
You
don't
called it
actually.
some. You called
It,
it like hoots or something.
it was definitely an owl pun name. Yes, 100% owl. Tonk does the same thing.
actually
He
don't know
can't
how
see
to
shit.
I
Roll
don't know how to
2d20.
roll that.
Just slash r space 1 or 2d20.
2d20.
Not bad. Not bad. Your owl familiar will take that 13 over the 9 for the advantage. So Celeste kind of like creeps over and flutters from tree branch to tree branch to tree branch and just like it's looking around. Probably looks a little bit out of place in a place like this. And peering down, you see that same cottage that you saw the last time you were here. There's little wisps of smoke coming out from one of the chimneys, from a big cook fire. There seems to be light coming from inside. Would you like to get closer?
Sure. Carefully closer. I
Right. So Celeste kind of like flutters over. What is Tonks's owl familiar Hoots doing?
He's going to scout kind of the area because again, Tonk can't see anything. He's gonna kind of scout along here and here, here.
Right.
There we go. Trying to get like a better idea what's going on.
Here we go. Roll me a perception check, just 2d20, please. That's a 19 for your owl familiar. Which can see in the dark. Tonk, as your familiar's fluttering over, you see like a rodent of unusual size just like work its way down into the ichry pools over here, like it's looking over for a snack of some kind. And you see it like it reaches its paw into the ichor. I can see Tonk on the map just fine, man. You see this rodent of unusual size like put its hand into this tar and it's stuck and it starts struggling and like and it starts working its way down into the tar until finally it just like almost with elasticity it pulls it down and with a little bubble it's gone.
Tonk does not think we should touch the tar.
Mm-hmm. You don't have to breathe. I'm just saying.
There are worse fates than suffocating to death.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tonk's still gonna make a conscious effort to avoid that. He is going to light a torch though. Try and
Okay.
get some light.
Okay. Let me just make a quick mod to your token. 30-30, right?
I believe
For
so.
torch?
Yeah.
There we go. All right. Allow me to bring you into the light, Tonk. Light up the night. We're going to emit bright light in a 30-foot radius out of you. And I believe it is dim light for another 30 beyond that. There we go. And we'll just move your token one here. That should do the trick. Are you able to see now?
Yep, I can see.
Perfect. All right. Allow me to make a quick adjustment here to our making it so everybody can see properly. There. You can either see all the rolls or be condensed or vice versa. Best I got for you. And there. A little easier. Now you can see Tonk roll his dice as well. Wump. So yeah, that's essentially what you see through your owl, and you're like, I can't see anything on my own without looking through Hoots. Fire. And pull up a torch. Celeste tucks in closer and flutters down near the house. Is that your intention?
Yeah, intention is to get a little bit more line of sight, check to see if anyone is in there, maybe hidden or obscured.
Okay. Looking into the house proper, you see from you remember it was kind of this open cottage, no front door kind of deal with some wooden steps going up. You see a rotund elderly woman sitting stirring a pot. This would be the one that Zobo was Frida, the one that was enamored with Zobo. Sitting in a chair, you see a woman in a low-cut top feeding little snacks to what used to be a pseudo dragon and is now an imp. Little feller. And companion. And sitting at a table is, as you remember him, a particularly gaunt-looking Zobo the Frown with just so it's hard to check on the physical health of a person that's in just like 6-day-old stage makeup. He looks haggard, as though I'd make a joke about death by snoo snoo, and the spirit is willing, but the flesh is spongy and bruised. But it's more than that. He looks unnerved, like he's got a knee twitch kind of going, and his elbows are on the table, and he looks like he's sweating profusely. And you see a blonde-haired woman sitting in a chair just across from him, and Celeste can't quite make out what she's murmuring under her breath. But just like that golden hair looks like the initial form that you'd seen from a distance of the sister before she went all, rar last time and erupted out of Renland's spine. And Zobo's like standing like this, and he's saying something. He's got a burning cigar on the table, and she says, "Shut up." Turns, and you see her like back into the chair that she's in, and Celeste goes dark.
I kind of gasp slightly and turn to Vistra. For one, I saw them. For two, I saw Zobo. For three, I can't connect with Celeste anymore.
I think we better get ready. We know how this went. And he was alive?
Aye, but he looks really unnerved. Like not at all well, which is I suppose not surprising.
And any sign of Lambo? Any sign of
No,
anyone else?
no.
Okay.
Are we going? What
I
are we
would like to
doing?
look around. The last time we came here, she became a tree person, and I want to look around and see, just keep a very close eye out around.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a perception check then.
That'll be a 14.
All right. Your the landscape is different, and I feel like Vistra looks at this more from a tactical perspective than anything. The house is up on a hill. The pools are going to be a challenge because, just like with Tonk, you saw that rodent of unusual side get sucked into a swamp of farts. And the ground is spongy and soft. It's probably not difficult terrain, but those pools are a little bit of a problem. It's all you're really picking up from it. There's nothing in your immediate vicinity. There's nobody surrounding you. The area around the cottage is reasonably well lit. There's like charcoal braziers out and about. Mostly from a like living in seclusion sort of perspective. There's smudge fires to help keep insects at bay, but they give off a little bit of a glow to them.
Istra is very aware that this is a negotiation and not a fight. We are not trying to invoke ire. We're trying to get a gauge of the situation.
So what do you do then?
Well, they know we're here because they were always going to know we were here.
Yep.
So I think the best we can do is have the most diplomatic of us take lead.
I like it. Tonk.
Hello, we bring you grace. Oh, you are muted. We
You're
can't
still
hear
muted.
You. No.
Video Ninja, change your output from one thing to another, and it'll bring you back. Troubleshooting on the fly. Melissa, your mic could stand to come a little bit higher as well. There you go. And then just tighten the arm over. Can't hear you if you're speaking. Relaunch video. That being said, Roll20 totally helped us out tonight and gave us a bunch of stuff that we're going to be raffling away if you didn't catch the intro at the beginning, including I can hear you now.
Perfect. I don't know what the heck happened.
Yeah.
I'm going to walk forward and just go, hello. I'm sure you remember us. We are here on behalf of the princess. We would love to talk to you about some stuff. If you would not mind giving me a time of the day.
Please feel free to move your token on the map to where you would like to be
Where's the house on
positioned.
this map?
Far to the bottom right corner of where you're
Right.
at.
Right.
So for what the audience is seeing, this lantern that's just down here is like 20 feet out from where the house is. It's a smudge fire.
I'm
All of the black spaces are that inky, like Star Trek tar that killed
Yeah.
Tasha Yar. Yep.
well. I still can't see the house even from where I am because of those. This map is blocking it from actually showing all the light.
It
to me.
absolutely is. So there's a bunch of like 20-foot cliffs that go up in the swamp. The house is way up on a hill.
Oh, this is new.
Yeah.
I'm going to start walking forward in the dark and realize that this is not quite fair. I'm going to turn back to him and go, this is not quite the same as it was before. There's a hill now. They're no longer in so much of a grove. Does anyone call out or call back when I call out?
They do not.
All right, I'm going to say, Tongue, come with me, please. And I'm
Okay.
going to I'm going to come to here where I can see the table and the some of the stairs leading up.
Mhm.
And I'm going to call out again and say, we are here on behalf of the princess. Is anybody here for us to speak with, please? I'm sure you remember us.
You hear a voice whisper in your ear from immediately behind you, and you go to turn, and there's Tonk standing there, and you hear chest of coins. You hear, "Oh, you've returned. Hello. It's nice to see you again."
Yes.
From seemingly nowhere. Ooh. I'm not sure whose that is. Is that on my end? Is that on your end? Does anybody else hear that?
All the
Not
rest
right.
of us are muted and we can still hear it.
It's coming from Mac.
Okay. Thank you. Nope. You're done, sir. I cannot hear you if you're speaking. All I hear is buzz, buzz, buzz. Nope. Kill your video session.
What
and
about
jump.
now? Can you hear me now?
Now I can hear you. There you go.
Okay. I don't know what's going on. I will in my because I can hear this in my head. I go, yes, I remember these things. You can do this.
You hear it aloud. Tonk, you hear it too.
Oh, okay. And I go, yes. Your house looks different these days. You've made some redecorations to the land.
The land made some redecorations for us. Us.
So this was your you planned this one.
Not as such.
So they did not do it for you then. It did it to you.
No answer.
Is it okay if I approach? I do not want to anger you, but I would like to deliver something for you that is not in any way meant to anger you.
Tonk, roll a perception check. There's something underneath Renlin's armor. You are muted if you're talking there, sir.
I am muted.
Yes.
I got my. Ren, did you pick up a spider?
No, I don't believe I have. Why? What are you saying?
Your armor's moving like spiders.
I'm sorry, what?
Your armor, there's something in it.
Oh, I'm going to remember that I once had this thing on me before. I'm going to go, well, it appears as though you have come out to meet me instead. It is nice to feel you on my spine again.
Oh, it's not me, honey. And you see crawling out from beside Renlin's neck in a very like Lieutenant Barkley sort of way. It's this. It looks like a spider, but instead of legs, it's got 6 knuckles on each leg, and it ends in a crab claw that just like kind of like comes up and walks down your armor a little bit, and you're like, oh, that is what it is. And you kind of like eyes go out of focus for a second, and as you like kind of tune in for the first time with where you're at, there are millions of these things, just like there is a bunch that's not a tree branch, that's 12 of them all standing on top of each other, and like just off in the distance being creepy crawlies. The branches of the trees aren't moving. These crab spider things, think like the creepiest coconut crabs you can think of, and then they're just tiny and creepy, um fiddling this way and that.
I'm just gonna kind of look. I'm not scared by creatures like this. I'm gonna kind of look at the creature in my eye and go, "Oh no, this is something new. Okay, well, this is certainly different. I've never seen one of these before in any of my travels. Um, does it speak?
And the thing, like, it's I feel like it's made it like down to your bracer at this point, just like
Mm-hmm.
it's not attacking you, it's not, you know.
Yeah.
It turns, and it looks, it doesn't have a face. Where the 8 eyes of a spider would be, it's just a sheer blank white like orb.
Oops, I didn't mean to cast that.
Yeah. And it turns, and her voice comes out of this little thing, and it's like, when I want them to.
Also, okay, so technically you are here with me. You have come out to me. Whether it is through something else, you are here in front of me. Is it okay if I see you as yourself?
If you like. And the little spider looking crab thing, um you see on its bulbous sort of butt, it's got like a little chunk of wood, almost like what a hermit crab would do. And out of that chunk of wood comes Nettie, as you met her before. It's a bit of a long stretch from this 1 inch by 1 inch little thing, into the form of a fully grown, medium-sized creature, and
Yes.
she appears before you. And her body just kind of like twists and stretches out.
It's very, very nice of you to join us. Um, does she look different at all, or?
Last time, so you never saw her in this form before.
Okay, so I'm going to say, so which one am I speaking with? I've not seen you before.
The voice is the same, and she's like, you got a nice spine there.
Ah, yes, my sneak attack who did not stab me. It's very nice to see you again.
Wards, alarms, that sort of thing.
Yes, they are we are here to um well we're here for a few things actually. The first is to invite you to the upcoming, you and your sisters, of course, not just you, no need to fight over the ticket. But we're here to invite you to the upcoming party as the princess.
Really?
Yes.
How kind.
Tonk brought coins.
Oh, you've brought us a gift
No, not quite,
and an invitation.
but not quite. In my mind, I'm thinking, Tonk, you dumb motherfucker.
You entrusted effectively a 3.5-year-old with enough money to be the Jeff Bezos of this realm, and did not give him explicit instructions not to give it to anyone.
I'm going to quickly interject and say, Fox, the money, Tonk, please excuse Tonk. He is not all there. Um,
He's entirely all there. I live for this.
Tonk
This is
is
great.
complete.
I can be like, the money is for something separate. He's not. He's very confused. But we would like to invite you. But we would also like to invite our friend Zobo to come as well.
Oh. Well, you see, Zobo's a little preoccupied right now. And you hear a little bit of a cough come from like out back or like in the inside of the hut.
Does it sound like someone who would blow up balloon animals cough?
Yeah, it's it.
If it
No, no, I need you to specifically tell me what that sounds like.
does-
I like it. That sounds like a dying giraffe over there. We need to investigate.
So I hear this and I'm gonna say, that does not sound like the cough of a healthy person.
Oh,
Is
I
he-
assure you, he's just not quite all there, if you
May
know what
I-
I mean.
May I please go see my friend?
Absolutely. Please come into our home.
I don't want to intrude on your home, but it'd be
No,
nice.
no. You've asked to come inside, and I am
No, 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 no,
freely
no.
inviting you into our home.
I
Please come
most
with
certainly
me.
do not want to go inside. I just want to meet him outside the house.
But it's much more comfortable in the house.
As someone who likes being out in nature, I will sleep out here. I was born out here, and I will most certainly, and eventually, when it comes, die out here. I much prefer to be outside.
A hopeful thought. And she just like kind of looks off into the distance for a second. She's a little spacey.
Yeah.
Of the three, she didn't do a whole lot of talking when you guys were here
No.
last. And she says, "Well, I suppose we could probably arrange something." And you see her form just kind of like down into where one of those crabs was.
Tonk really likes these ladies.
It's
To
just
keep your
gonna
life
come
interesting.
catch up a little bit more.
I'm going to wait for everyone to arrive, and then I'm going to. Excuse me. I'm going to start heading towards the house.
Okay.
And I'm going to kind of stop at this little table here and go, Zobo? Is that here, Zobo?
You can see Zobo sitting at a table. And I'm just going to bring the audience's attention down to where. There we go. Hopefully that worked. Should work. There we are. There we are. Yeah, you see Zobo sitting at a table, and again, he's kind of like slumped in a chair. He looks a little sweaty. He's got a little bit of a cough. He's got the Tyler going on, so he's like generally just feels like crap right now.
Cool.
Mac. And he like runs his fingers through his hair, and he goes, and he opens his mouth, and one of those crab spiders like ejects from it, starts walking down, and he's like, "Ugh," and wipes it a little bit, and like slumps back down into his chair, and the little thing just like kind of like peters off into the bush.
I look at Zobo and I go, my friends, is this normal for you?
He doesn't answer you, and you see Frida walk over a big bowl of what is probably soup, and puts it down in front of him, taps the table twice with a spoon and puts it in front of him and walks away. And he's like, and he just starts like mowing into it.
I'm going to put my hand on his hand that he's above what he's currently eating and kind of stop his hand from raising to his mouth.
So Zobo is up in the house right
Oh,
now.
you said he was at the table.
He's at the table inside. So if you look at the Roll20 map, you can see his token.
Oh, sorry, it was hidden
down here.
Okay. Then I'm going to kind of move to here again and call out and go, Zobo, I've got something very important for you that I need to tell you. Can I please speak with you?
And he turns and he looks at you, and his eyes are a little glazed. And he just like he doesn't respond. And for just a moment, you see a glimmer, and it's not an acknowledgement to your question. He just says, "I'm gonna send a clown to deliver flowers to my wife. Will she think that's a romantic gesture?"
I go, Zobo, if I remember correctly, your wife left you. You do not
Goes
have your
down and
wife.
eats the soup.
I'm gonna kind of call out to the ladies near him and go, I think there's something wrong with my friend. Can you please bring him to me?
And Penny walks forward. She was the pretty one with the familiar.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and like kind of steps down and says, "Oh, your friend is fine. He's just um, acclimating. You know, the swamp itself changes seasonally, as you're probably aware. Um, he's just having a bit of a hard time given where he's from."
I don't think someone like him is supposed to acclimate to the surroundings.
"Oh, but he's here willingly."
Yes, but I would like to ask him if he would like to stay here.
"Oh, he doesn't have a choice in the matter. You guys saw to that. But that's fine. Um, Zobo, answer the man's questions." And he goes to get up, and he's like, "Huh?" And like three more little tiny miniature versions of those coconut crabs like burst out of him, and he like wipes them off his shirt, and he like turns and he looks, and he's like, "What? Hey, oh, it's a party now. Yeah, can I do it before?
Did Are you still happy to be here?
What?
Are you still happy to be here?
Yeah, sure, man. It's fine. I and he swallows it down quick. And yeah, it's good. 3 square meals a day. All the ladies I could ever want. What's not to love about this place? We're good.
It seems as though you are vomiting creatures from your gullet.
Yeah, it happened. It started happening a little while ago. It's probably fine. Don't even worry about it. Don't pay attention to that. It's okay. Everything's gonna be okay, buddy."
That I kind of turn back to the group and I go, I say to them, I'm like, there's clearly something wrong with this picture.
Gwen,
That is not medically recommended.
Yes.
Gwen, you see some of these things working their way up the back of Tonk. And they're just like, because they're like skittering around, and it looks like it's looking for where Tonk's mouth should be. And
Hmm.
it's like donk 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 donk. And I feel like Tonk's just like focused on something, and like it's like, "Hello, friend." Yeah.
I just floating on the broom, I flip up the staff that I wield and just kind of tap Tonk on the shoulder a little bit. Just Tonk, Tonk, would you there's something, could you brush it off?
You see these things climbing you.
But what if they're friends?
No,
What
no,
if they're
no,
friends?
no. I'm gonna turn and look at Vistra. Do I see any on Vistra?
Oh yes. They're slowly like dangling from her bag. And yeah, haven't
I
quite made it to any of to her mouth.
Vistra, careful there.
They're
This
they're
is
like they're like
extremely
doing a crab
calm.
dance underneath where you're floating on your broom, being like,
I float a foot higher.
"I like it."
Istra is extremely calm, and I assume, given my passive, notices she's being climbed on
Mhm,
and walks to stand up next to Renlin
mhm.
and says, I've never had the pleasure of being in the swamp this time of year. Is this how it normally flourishes?
Uh, s- this is not something I've seen before, if I'm being perfectly honest with you.
And Penny, like, absently, she's got her fingernail is getting chewed on by this little imp on her shoulder. And she says, recent development should be remedied fairly quickly, though.
It's ve-
Would there
I'm
be
still concerned about our friends, though.
would
Oh,
there be it would there be something that we could do that would help with that being remedied?
well, now. What do you have to offer? Show me
Well,
what you're working with.
Tonk is the worst
We are
negotiator.
flush.
Every time he does it, coins fall out the back. I feel like you have like 217 platinum left
I
by the
would not
time
drop 268 or whatever.
Tonk's been doing this for 2 days along the road.
We Hansel and Gretel'd our way into the swamp.
Yeah, something. I don't know.
Some
Um,
bandit somewhere is like, ooh,
yeah,
ooh.
I am Zobo's evil brother. Yeah.
Ooh, piece of platinum. Ooh, piece of
Well,
platinum.
it depends on what you're offering. What do you have? How can you help us? What would it cost us? Do you want to make a deal? Hmm? That's a
Well,
little too twirly mustache, but yeah.
here's the problem: is that what is this deal for?
Well, you seem to want to take your friend,
Yes.
but he's ours now.
Well, he's his own person.
Huh. Oh, that's hilarious. So she actively chuckles at you. And like you of all people should know how binding deals are, friend.
Sure, but the problem is that we do not have your dragon anymore. It left us.
That sounds like a personal problem.
No, the part of the deal was that she would work for us and she would be ours. If our part
No.
of the deal would leave, then why would yours part of the deal not leave?
The way that we bargained for is we would keep your friend until you return Zenderfane to us. You haven't done that yet, so Zobo stays here.
Yes, we do not have Xanderfane anymore.
Then go get her. That's not my
That is
problem.
unfortunately that is impossible.
Oh, well that what's the phrase that they use up in the kingdom of Naelor? Tough titties? Yes.
I have not spent enough time there to hear that saying. I'm sorry. And I gotta look back to to Gwen. And you're did he say earlier that your familiar is gone?
Mhm.
Yep.
Sure did.
I'm gonna turn back and I'm gonna say, so but the problem is that now you have two of us things because you have taken her familiar.
Have we?
Yes.
Or did your familiar go home?
I'm not quite sure what that means.
She says that to Gwen.
Okay.
Well,
Because when your familiar is dispatched, it goes back to the Feywild.
mhm. Would Gwen have a notion that that is what has occurred here?
Absolutely.
Okay.
100%. If that was not clear already, I apologize.
No, it
Celeste
was
got
clear to Tracy. It
got
may not have been
shanked.
clear to Gwen.
Yeah.
No, Renlin, they don't have her. She's gone back to where she's from for now.
Is
But
this like a gone back to the farm sort of thing for a little puppy?
no, this is gone back to where she hangs out until I summon her forth again.
So
But
they killed her.
they did do that. Mind you, she's not particularly hearty, but still, I'm kind of attached to that hoe. It was kind of a rude thing to do, if I'm being completely honest with you.
Well, something that had no business flittering about our place stepped into our soup pot, and lo and behold, before it could be soup, it went
Is this the same soup that Zobo is eating?
mostly.
So if
Mostly.
it can kill an owl, can it not kill a man?
Oh no, the bird was going to be meat for the pot. But instead of being meat for our pot, when familiars die, they bamf out.
Yeah.
That was the gem.
So they knew that we were coming. They knew it was ours, and they killed the bird anyways, but are still willing to invite us into their house.
Well, they didn't know you were coming per se. They knew somebody was here.
I think we've lost the
Vistra,
train. Yes.
Yeah.
you have the highest passive perception out of everybody, and you notice hanging from a hook in the back of the house a red headband and a red Santa hat. It's near a big oven.
We
Oh no.
there's a there's a few reasons we're here, as my friend was starting to say. A few questions, a few things. Obviously, we care for our friend, and we see that he's working diligently. Um, but we were also looking for some other friends, um, who we'd heard might have been coming to speak with you. Um, we were wondering if you'd seen them. Uh, Lambo and G, ma'am.
Gunter.
Gunter.
Greg.
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 May I proceed to describe them slightly? You haven't seen them, have you?
Why would you be asking about them?
Just because we knew they were coming here. We
Hmm.
wanted to follow up. We wanted to make sure that they were okay. Nobody's heard from them in a while.
Oh.
Obviously, that makes us concerned.
Well, the swamp is a very dangerous place.
It is, but given that we already knew you and you were so hospitable the last time, we thought it was fair to ask with you.
Yes, of course. Well, let me think. And like, given the descriptions and things of that nature that Vistra would provide, I do remember. Yes, a delightful lamb man with a big shotgun-looking device for the viewers playing at home, and a fella that just had the most delightful spices. Because Greg had a spice pouch, a
Yes, yes,
Heward's
you
candy
did.
spice pouch,
Um,
and he's dead. I mean,
Alyssa knows that. Yes, that was them. Um, when when did they when did they pass through?
oh, a few weeks ago
In which way
they
did they leave?
came. I'm gonna say south.
Insight check. That'll be a natural 20.
There you go. She wasn't lying when she said they left south. It's a poop joke.
This is what I get for rolling a natural 20. I get a really crappy joke.
No pun intended on that.
Oh, and from off in the corner, you see Zobo, like, he's kind of reeling and holding himself up from the table, and he's like, "My mom bought me a clown-shaped lollipop at the circus, and it sure tasted funny." And like, he half exhales, and you see a little bit of like wool come out of his body along, like, it's one of these coconut crabs, but where its shell is, it's just like one of Lambo's lamb chops, like the mutton chop that he had. And it's like, I'm living my best life in a house made of Lambo. And it like buggers off into the woods.
I feel it's worth saying, Vistra's much more composed than I am. However, she's gonna say, I take it their negotiations were unsuccessful then.
Well, frankly, dear, they were quite annoying.
Well, that's par for the
They
course, but I don't
they were
necessarily
asking
eat
about
every.
things. Oh, us either. We we only eat delectable things. But that pouch that the man had with the funny looking hat was just so perfect that we couldn't waste another moment. That's all. They were they wanted Zobo back, and they were quite aggressive over it. Um, the 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 man in the red headband froze part of my table, and wow, that goes against the rules. And when she says the rules, Renlin, I feel like you kind of like straighten up a little bit because you understand exactly what she's talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe the rest of you have a certain understanding of like the the terms of service for dealing with Fae, because it's like 80 pages long in 6-point font, and there's a bunch of stuff that goes into things, and manners are key. So
Yeah. um. Fuck. I'm gonna turn back to Gwen, and I'm gonna kind of like. I'm just gonna kind of pace back and like, kind of pace for a second, and then go up to Gwen and Tonk here, and be like, I don't think that there's a peaceful way for this, as I believe that they have been eaten.
Mm-hmm. I think you're right.
Tonk, how do you feel about that, buddy?
Tonk is confused, like not speaking in Tonk speak for a second. Tonk's very confused about the concept of eating somebody, because as far as he's concerned, that's not okay.
It the whole Atreyu thing with his medallion hanging from the pot went way over Tonk's head.
Yeah,
Yep.
doesn't understand what's going on, but just the implication that somebody ate people that he considered his friend is not going to sit well with him.
Speaking
And
of not sitting well, Zobo kind of like leans up against the house, and he's looking down and he's like, "Hey, dwarf lady, you know, uh, I got big feet, but I'm thinking of going and starting a clown shoe business, and it's no small feat."
Oh no. No.
And he
I feel like
goes
suddenly I feel like I can pay a lot less for this bargain.
he goes to like kind of like upchuck a little bit, and you see his cheek just like push out and swell up almost like a balloon for a second, and like goes back to normal, like not like he was going like, but it changed color to like green and then purple and then blue and then back to its normal like pasty sweaty hue.
Okay, I'm going to quickly, as an action, since we're not in combat, I'll just do it. I'm going to use one of my oh my gosh, I'm trying to say. I'm going to give someone a vigilant blessing.
Okay,
I'm going to give Tonk advantage on his next initiative roll.
cool. I like it. So what does that look like when you give him a buff?
In this case, it's not something that's visible to the human eye. It's
Okay. What
whereas
about to the Fey eye?
No, same thing. It's more of like I have to touch them. So I'm just gonna kind of like put my arm on him and kind of like put my fingers up under his little metal plates so that it's shadowed away and you can't see anything. And It's just kind of going to happen. I'm not going to
Okay.
give a specific effect to it in the dark. Keep
Okay.
it subtle.
All right. And so Zobo's looking down at Vistra, and you see like, so you were with Zobo like 3-4 months ago in game time, and he had a satchel with him, always at his side, and it looks like he's wearing it under his shirt now. Like you can't see the bag itself; you just see like a big clumpy bit underneath his shirt.
Zobo, as I kind of like walk back over here again, I go, it's been a while, but can you make me a balloon animal? Please?
What do you want?
I would like something that you're currently thinking about.
I don't know. And he reaches for his hip instinctively, and there's nothing there, and he's like, "Oh." And Frida, the rotund lady in the dress, kind of steps up to him, and she's like, "No, not that way, dear. Not anymore. You don't have to do that anymore." And he's like, "Oh, oh yeah." And he holds up his hand, and he goes, and you see his pinky start to erupt out in a massive rainbowy colored scale, and it like pops off, and he grabs it, and it looks like a wet sausage, and he's like, "I made you snake," and it like hits the ground, and it moves, and just like
Does he have a
raspberries
finger
into a
under the
microphone.
finger, or is it gone now?
That's not good.
I'm going to take note that this is no longer something I can peacefully do, especially after they have mentioned the eating of our friends. And
You
I'm
robbed me of this combat once, my friends.
Oh, I know what you're looking for. And I'm going to walk up and say, Alright, I've something I need to say here very quickly. Are you saying outright that you have eaten my friends?
Well, he did.
Are you telling me outright that you have killed and cooked my friends?
Well, he did. Well,
Zob-
we did the cooking, but he did the killing and the eating.
Why would Zobo kill his own friends?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Is him doing it, or did you put this thought in his mind to do it?
He was very hungry.
Were you starving him?
Oh, honey. No, not at all.
Then why is he so hungry?
And you see him just kind of like, ugh, and more of these little crabs start coming out of him, out of his mouth, out from underneath his clothes, and just like kind of like he had baggy pants before, and they're way less baggy now. And these things are just kind of like erupting out from him, arachnophobia style.
Tonk's gonna drop the chest and summon the sword.
It's just as easy to do this, but it's way cooler to go.
It's Tonk 100% is a dramatic bitch. There is no reason he has to do the like hand extend and like snap it closed around a suddenly formed sword, but that's how he does it.
And
I
it
will
like
give you-
spins around 18 times, and you're like, "Wow!"
I will give you 494 platinum.
I would like to make a quick note for everybody who's currently watching to take a look at chat, and that's the wrong one. And please click that link and donate so that we can have some bonus dice towards not dying in the next 30 minutes here.
Yeah, that might
The
be
more
helpful.
when you donate, you can help us or you can help the DM. You can see the instructions on what gets you what in the description on that page. But please donate and give us something to help us not die in the next little bit here. That would be greatly appreciated because I have a feeling.
It is fair to say at this point that I have 3 of my 5 dice in my pool to use against the players already fulfilled. Thanks, Rodney. Yeah.
All right, Tonk pulls his weapon out. I'm going to. I'm not currently engaged with anybody. I'm going to kind of walk backwards, like literally walking backwards, over to Tonk, and I'm going to kind of, once he gets back, I'm going to lean into Tonk's ear, and I'm going to say, Tonk, I think there's no chance for peace, and I think you are correct in grabbing your sword, as I think you might need to smash. And can I whisper without them hearing, or
That depends on their perception versus you whispering.
okay? I'm going to kind of like, how tall is Tonk again?
Tall.
Brick
Tonk,
shithouse.
Tonk is 6'8".
Okay, I'm gonna kind of like pull Tonk down towards me, get real close to his ear, and I'm gonna say, "Do you want to surprise, or do you want to charge?"
And the little crab that's been tucking at like Tonk's face trying to find his mouth turns with
I
its
thought he shook all
blank.
those off.
They are everywhere. And I feel like that one and like 30 others that are like on the ground and just like carpeting the place all look at Renlin all at the same time with this blank oval. It looks like a mask, a porcelain mask that nobody's drawn anything on yet
Mm-hmm.
without eye holes or anything. And they all turn and look at the same time. And a little red light starts going for a second. And they're like, surprise. And it's Nettie's voice coming from like dozens and dozens and dozens of individual sources.
Mm-hmm. So they only heard the word surprise.
As in, they heard everything that you just said to him.
Vistra would like to cast Bless.
Okay.
On
who are you casting Bless on?
My 3 friends.
Your who? Sorry.
3 others than me.
Okay. If you select your token, each of you, and go into the token selector, you'll see a yellow plus with some glowy light coming out of it. That is the Bless token. You can also, on your Roll20 character sheet, thankfully, engage the global attack and saving throw modifier for Bless. And that will, through the magic of Roll20, add a 1d4 to each of your rolls. Turn that back on, because we've already turned it off for everybody. So.
Am I now blessed? Is that what that thing says there?
That looks like it, yep.
I don't know how. Oh, that's Tonk. Never mind. I don't know how to get to this menu.
We had a sub donation. I'm not sure. Let me take a quick look. Tiltify.
Oh, we had a big old donation.
We have a $50 donation from Alex to give an uncommon magic item.
Thanks,
Oh,
Alex.
it's a benefit to us. Great.
Let's see. Now, Alex, can you clarify in chat if this item is for me based on your comment, or if it's for the players? Just throw it into the chat.
He says 100% Team DM. I think that's who it was who donated.
You know, I hope so. But in the interest of fairness, I'll just shuffle these cards up and see if I can pull some adamantine armor or something again this time. Oh, no. Uncommon. All right.
Adamantine armor.
Adamantine armor. No, I'm not doing that.
That is not uncommon.
It is actually uncommon because it's not.
They say that you get to make the pick who it goes to.
Oh.
I'll rock paper scissors you for it.
You know what? High-low. I'll D20 roll you in the chat, and if you beat me, you can have it, and if I win, you got 10. Oh, looks like it's going to me.
Fuck.
And it's gonna be one item is an elemental gem. One item is a belt of giant strength.
No.
That's weird. That shouldn't be in here.
No, that's
No,
not
I'm not pulling
uncommon
that.
at all.
No. Come on. Yeah.
I have that in one of my Magic the Gathering decks from some of the D&D cards, and it's great.
It's one of the varied items for things, so it's in all of them. Mithril armor, an elemental gem, and a helm of comprehended languages. So I'm gonna say, yeah. You see, mystically, the Penny, the one with the imp familiar, suddenly shimmers for a second. She like looks around and looks, and she's like, "Fuck, third time this week," and suddenly has a higher AC than she had before.
Darn
Alex?
it.
I like it.
Okay, well, this is very clearly at a point where peace negotiations are gone. Someone has just armored themselves up.
Magically, even. I will give you this. I did plan for this to not be a fight either, because fuckers.
I was trying for it not to be, but then someone had to see that they'd eaten our friends.
Look, you might take have a bad reaction to that. It might leave a bad taste in your mouth.
Okay, I see this happen.
You see this happen, and Zobo steps forward, and he's right by Vistra, and
no.
like
No,
right
no,
right
no.
about here, and Vistra, he does not look well. He looks like he's eaten bad shellfish, like it's bad. He's got the head to toe sweats.
Where's the third sister?
Uh-huh. So, it was the table all along. No. Zobo's like, I don't want to die. And he starts to swell and bloat and gets to be and he starts inflating to about there, and his skin changes, and it starts like going this like opalescent green, blue, yellow, red, and his baggy pants are no longer baggy, and then they're not pants anymore. But his modesty is covered by his massive gut spilling out over top of any of his bits for propriety. And you see stitched in where his stomach should be is that magic bag full of balloons that he always used to pull delightful tricks from. And before you, it's this.
I hate everything about that.
And from his back erupts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 helium-filled balloons, and he starts to float off the ground like an anti-tank carrier, or like an aircraft carrier.
Oh,
And he's just like, dun, 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 dun. Flight of the Valkyries is going at this point. Because last time, and we'll just replace Zobo's token with this thing. And he's like, I don't want to die, but oh, you look so delicious. And it starts reaching for Vistra. And I'm going to need you to roll initiative.
Before initiative happens, can I do something that someone gets an attack before this happens?
No. That would be an aggressive action, my friend. So we'll let initiative decide that.
Damn.
If you go early in initiative, absolutely.
So we click our characters, then click initiative, and that'll roll for us.
You highlight your token first, and then you click roll initiative. Yes, and that will add you to the turn order. Now I will ask that you guys bear with me a sec here.
I'm a
As
lowly
Oh.
6.
What was the thing you gave me for
You have
initiative?
advantage on initiative, Tonk. So you can roll initiative again. That's a 20. Cool.
Nat 20, baby. Oh, that's not a nat 20. It's a 19.
It's a dirty 20. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm still behind Gwen.
Because War Wizards.
War mage.
War Mage. Now, in the interest of fairness, in about a half an hour, we're going to put things on a quick pause and take another quick break for 10 minutes. And then we'll jump back into this. There we go. And I'm just adding Frida in here. There we go. And Zobo. There he is. Hey, buddy. Oh, buddy. That's really rough. Oh, and I should modify Zobo a little bit. Even more so than I already have. Auto roll damage. And roll behind the DM screen. Thanks, Roll20. There we go. And we've got a Frida. And come on. Come on. You can do it. And we've got a Nettie and we've got a Penny. I took what I was going to do to you guys here. I mean, plan for you. And I changed it around quite a bit because, you know, you're 2 levels higher and have a staff of the Magi at this point. Cool. Hey, look. Somehow Gwen's still going first.
Ooh.
I heard a sound. I'm just double checking here. Shell DP, $50 for the party. An uncommon magic item for the party.
Oh, yay.
You're amazing. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
We love you.
Something good, something good.
All right, it's going to be number 1 is a decanter of endless water.
Those are fun.
Those are always fun. The next one is going to be a cloak of the manta ray, which would come in really handy if you had the decanter of endless water first. And then last is a wand of magic detection. In the interest of optimization, the decanter is really the only one that you need to read.
Yeah.
That basically we can produce 30 gallons of water as a geyser from it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And it deals damage if you do it that way.
More or less.
Hey,
Yeah.
that sounds like a weapon.
That absolutely does.
Are you going to take hostile actions at these folks? These fine folks that Renlin, they invited you into their home. I would dare say that you're probably their guest.
They're trying to eat me.
No, they're not. Not the ladies.
Who's gonna take the decanter?
Can I do a quick check to see if this is something that Zobo can be brought back down from, or if this is a permanent change?
Roll me an Arcana check, probably at disadvantage, because this is not your cup of tea.
I mean, I have proficiency in Arcana, but...
All right, just straight rolling.
12.
He has had something done to him. Like, Zobo was a strange entity to begin with.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna drop this down for a quick sec. Zobo was a strange entity to begin with, and the roots of his magic were Yeah, they want to give Renlin a warm bath surrounded by veggies. That's all. Like, it's fine. Um, you weren't really too sure how he made, like, took balloons and made them actual things. Like, he made a real lamb that ran off into the woods.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got this magical item. You were saying before this happened that he went to pick up Vistra, and now we're at combat, right?
Yeah, he started bloating out
Okay.
and saying he doesn't want to die. He wants to. Um, you all just look so delicious, and he started like bloating out and leaning towards Vistra
Okay.
as though in a threatening manner.
I'm gonna
So,
let Gwen take her turn.
okay. Well, you're at a 6 on the initiative order.
I meant
So
like
I would.
before I do anything role played, whatever wise.
Okay.
Okay.
Bear with me a moment while I set it to descending. I'm just going to double check that I have all 30 creatures on the board.
Hey.
Hey, Frida. Hey, where is? Oh, sorry. I apologize. I forgot Nettie. There we go. I forgot one of the sisters.
I asked you that earlier.
There we go.
I said, "Where's the third sister?"
No, I forgot to throw her into the initiative order.
Oh.
She was beyond your vision for a reason. There we go. Oh, that's a 20. That's nice. Cool. Gwen.
Hmm. Did the decanter get handed out though?
Oh, if the decanter is the thing that you would actually like compared to the wand of magic detection that allows you to cast detect magic 1d 3 times a day, or the cloak of manta ray that allows you to have a swimming speed and you can breathe underwater. If you would like it, who is keeping it?
Define water. If the mud is made of mostly water.
Well, the decanter will make water.
I know.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, we'll take the decanter and we'll give it to.
I think Tonk might like it.
Yeah, give Tonk the water.
I feel like Tonk could make real good use of something like that.
Tonk, please go into the compendium and drag a decanter of endless water onto your character sheet. I'm going to say that it probably shows up in the form of a shoulder pauldron or something of that nature,
I like
where
it.
it's just like he's got a Blastoise water cannon shooting out from one of his arms now. For the purpose of the item and passing between, it's not that, but this is my head cannon.
I like it.
No,
So
that's Tonk's cannon. It's Tonk's water cannon.
Yes. Tonk uses water gun.
Calling you Squirtle.
Oh, yeah.
Did that do what I was supposed to do?
Well, you moved your token over a bit.
It was not what was supposed to happen.
Okay.
I'm trying to drag it over, and it's not dragging for me. And I don't know if
the map is a little bit big. You can use your arrow keys to move it on the board as well, if you like.
Oh, I'm trying to move the decanter into my character sheet.
Is your character sheet popped out?
Yes.
It doesn't work if it's popped out.
Okay.
Sorry, preface with that. It's really handy to be able to throw it on the other page, but if you want to level up or drag items in, or drag items or spells or compendium items, you got to pop it back in and then, yeah. So while he's doing that, Gwen.
Gwen, okay, so I see our dear friend Zobo, who just grew to large proportions and is very unattractive at the moment. Like he already was unattractive, but now it's like 10 times worse. I'm going to reach over to Tonk, grab Tonk's shoulder, and say, I think we need a little bit of a badonk-tonk right now. And I'm going to cast haste on Tonk.
Ha. All right.
Okay.
$50 only to be used for evil. Thank you for the magical item, Steve. Mr. Northlander, who streams what is it? Apex Legends is the last thing I saw you playing. Thank you very much. I'll see if I can draw something that will truly help me in this fight, because I'm gonna need a Kyorim's ointment, which will heal somebody and cure disease on that person. I don't need that. That's not that's useful. And oh, Zobo already has that. I'll give that a shuffle. One is a javelin of lightning. That will be very helpful. And so, see, the thing is this isn't a fight against 4 level 7 adventurers. This is a fight against a staff of the Magi and the meat sacks that carry it.
Hi.
Oh,
I'm
that's
the meat
useful.
sack.
That'd be a ring of mind shielding. Yeah, you know what? Zobo's got a ring of mind shielding on now.
Fabulous.
Which for
Thank
the
you for helping to support a great cause.
yes,
And
Hooray.
also, no thank you.
we are at $405 of our $1,000
that's
goal
awesome.
tonight so far.
Woohoo.
And that brings our World Wish total up to $10,491 so far for this event. Thank you very much.
Heck yeah.
Wow.
So, going forward, Zobo is immune to magic that other creatures or allows other creatures to read his thoughts, determine whether he's lying, know his alignment, or know his creature type. Creatures can telepathically communicate with you only if you allow it. He can use an action to make the ring become invisible. I'm going to say it probably like you see it blort for a second and then it's beneath that big bulbous form.
So-
When he dies, his soul enters the ring and it remains in the ring instead of departing for the afterlife.
So technically, these ladies these witches are talking into his mind. Does that mean that he can just stop it now?
Who knows? We'll see.
Depends what he wants.
Okay.
And don't question what Zobo the Frown truly wants.
He had a taste for flesh before he got here.
Was
Okay,
a certain type of flesh.
Vistra, what are you doing on Vistra? Gwen, what are you doing?
I cast haste on Tonks.
Right. Okay.
Tonk,
And-
there is a tag there for your sheet that has a green arrow that goes up, or a boot, if you like. Either of those would be suitable.
All right, and
I
then
like it.
I am going to move backwards, fly back on my broom slightly. 5, 10.
I'm seeing 2 tonks.
I'm also seeing 2 tonks.
Ooh, there are 2 Tonks.
That's weird. Hold on a second. I'm just gonna remove one,
Okay.
and hopefully, yeah, your 20 is still in the initiative order. Perfect. There you go.
Tracy, thank
So-
you.
You are welcome. I thought you might appreciate that. All right. That's it for my turn.
Okay. Nettie Goat. How far up off the ground are you, Gwen?
5 feet.
5 feet. Can you, on your token, go into the little circle and add the wing with a 5 beside it, please,
Ooh.
to denote that you are 5 feet off the ground. Our glorious mod Ryan bought us a token pack a while back for our Tuesday games,
Love
and
it.
they are all sorts of handy. So,
Is there one that denotes concentration? Because that would be smart.
there is. The way I have it set up, I usually just use a dot of the color that you're using for your magic and stuff, just because it's easy that way. But there's a time, or there's a little stopwatch one that denotes concentration. So
I've got it marked with a little pink dot. I'm good.
I
That's
like
my
it.
turn.
Cool. What's your broom made out of?
Wood.
Wood. Cool. And it's broom shaped,
It is.
and it's broom sized.
It is.
Cool. So you're sitting here and you got your hands on it and you're like, haste. Whoa! And you go back and you're like sitting waiting. You got your book hanging from a chain like a biker, and you got your staff in the one hand, and you're like ready to go. And out of the front of the broom goes coming from the very tip of it, erupting, is Nettie.
Gwen just goes, ah, crap.
And the broom, like you're 5 feet off the ground, and it just like tanks, like you nosedive a little bit, like you still got it, but she's still connected to it. And you see her just like her form starts to swell a little bit, and you see the bones of her ribs burst out the back and start coming up and about, and her claws elongate out from really long fingers, and then all of a sudden there's more knuckles than anybody has any fucking right to have. And she slashes at you twice. That would be a 13 and a 26.
The 13 will miss. The 26 most definitely hits.
Does it?
Even with shield, I can't shield
Okay.
that away.
All right, fair enough. Also, Durn Rupa, the Silvered Light, gigantic height. Am I doing this correctly? My donation goes. I wasn't. My donation goes. I wasn't invited. Add 2d20 to the advantage pool. You bastard. There we go.
You are a gentleman and a scholar. Thank you.
Indeed. It should be showing on the screen as a 10 and a 2 now, I believe. Should be coming up shortly. There we go. Beautiful. I'm still seeing it as an 8 and a 2 for the audience, but that's a little weird. Cool. Yeah, Durn Rupa does a donation for you. And Nettie hits you for 18 points of piercing damage and 4 points of poison damage.
Ooh. Oh, fuck. Oh. 18 and 4, so 22 total.
Yep.
You fucking savage.
Oh.
Fuck around and find out.
She's a wizard.
I'm so weak. Why would you do that?
Hey, Gwen. Gwen, what's your AC normally without shield?
18.
18. She's a wizard. It's a 23 when it suits her.
I will make a concentration check for haste.
You most certainly will. So it's you beat an 11 because it was all together.
And I am blessed.
Yep.
So I got
Are blessed.
There you go. 16 plus 3.
You are good. You maintain your concentration. Woo! Tonk.
Tonk's gonna look between Gwen and what used to be Zobo and decide what used to be Zobo's the better option. And come here to attack. Yeah, is that the right square? Yeah, okay. I wasn't sure. I don't know how the squares we're playing them, but I'm gonna assume that's good.
So you've got a grid in Roll20 that as you move your token, it'll follow along on. This is a tactical maps rerun product, and it has the lines on it already. So I lined it up the best I could, but
okay,
trust your arrow keys.
Okay. Yeah, so Tonk's gonna go to there. And because he's hasted, we're gonna play the how many attacks does Tonk get game.
Are you gonna do it out loud? You should do it out loud.
Just for good old time's sake.
What are you attacking with? What weapon?
I'm attacking with the sword.
The +3 sword of suck.
The sword of suck, yes.
Okay.
So that's gonna be so my first attack will be 2 attacks. One. So it'll be a 17 to hit.
So your first attack, you bring this brilliant magical longsword down and you push it through Zobo, and you hear like, and part of his belly just like pops and it regrows. You hit him for 11 points of magical slashing damage that did 0.
Oh.
And Tonk, in Tonk's mind, is like, something's not right here. That's not what's supposed. And he like picks up the script. Robin Hood Men in Tights. It's I lost. I'm not supposed to lose. Tonk smashes. It says right, motherfuck. Tonk said a bad word.
Okay, well then, Tonk's just gonna drop the sword, and as a bonus action, summon his hammer and swing again.
The regular hammer or the vicious hammer?
The vicious hammer.
Okay. Swing again. With a 17, you hit. And again, balloons pop from your magic weapon striking into it, and it does no damage. Tonk knows,
Thoroughly confused.
but Tonk knows that when you hit things, they're supposed to fall over.
Yeah.
And there are things like, you had a conversation, I feel, at some point about fighting ghosts. And like, you hit them with the right thing and it seems to work.
Yeah.
The two magic weapons that you have, magic weapons don't seem to work on this guy.
That's not good.
Tonk has the foresight to be able to be like, what about non-magical weapons?
Yeah, that's exactly what Tonk's thinking.
Yes.
So
you burnt a bonus action to summon it into your hand. You already had the longsword in your hand. You still have an interact with object and another attack. You want to pull out another weapon? Because you can.
I mean that's 2 attacks from my first action. So Tonk's going to interact to pull out one of his regular warhammers, the one that just says thud across the side of it.
It's like juicy on the side of his pair of sweatpants. It's glittered.
Yeah, and he's gonna swing with that one.
Okay. A 25 will absolutely hit Zobo for 11 points of of bludgeoning damage.
So that's action number
works.
2. Okay.
So that is attack number 3.
Yeah.
So that's your regular attack, your extra attack, and then your
My
extra
haste.
attack from haste. Are you going to action surge now?
I'm definitely gonna action surge right now.
So that'll give you 2 more swings.
Which I'm gonna use.
All right.
And then if you can, maybe you should back away for a second.
A 26. Oh wait. 2 more attacks, sorry. Double nat ones won't do anything, but the 26 will absolutely take off 10 hit points over the frown.
And that's gonna actually be everything I can do this turn.
Okie dokie.
You can't move at all?
No, because I've already moved.
Oh, right.
If you had any movement left, you could still use it if you want to like plan it out, but whatever you have.
You should maybe back up. Oh no, you get an opportunity of attack, wouldn't he?
Oh, because Zobo hasn't attacked yet.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So yeah, Tonk's gonna back up to next to I think that's Renlin?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Oh, and Tonk is gonna say, the magic stuff didn't work.
Like you do. And that's Tonk's turn. It is now Zobo's turn.
Bye, Vistra.
Well, you don't have a Tonk protecting you anymore. Like you needed it. He is going to balloon float forward. Who is the most appetizing? Renlin is. Vistra, you're going to get an attack of opportunity as he floats up just slightly out of your reach and starts floating over the table. His focus has shifted. A 16 from a non-magical battle axe will totally hit.
Melissa, you're muted.
You're muted in video.
Sorry about that, guys.
Yep. Renlin, you are the most appetizing target. And you see Zobo's like, my mom was a clown who performed on stilts. And I always looked up to her. And you see one of his fingers kind of like and extends out into this long, meaty tendril. Does a 22 hit you?
What do you think?
You might have tricks. You're a cleric stars druid thing.
Why is okay? Weird thing. My armor class went back down again. It's supposed to be 17, not 15.
That's weird. Because you have a cloak of protection and
dexterity bonus thingy. I don't know. I'm just copying it directly from what D&D Beyond gave me.
I don't know. It shows 17
actually,
to me.
Hold that thought. I'm gonna cast Silvery Barbs as an action because he's within 5 feet of me.
All right.
There's my reaction.
Yeah. Go ahead and throw it into the chat.
Does it have the range when he's flying?
It's not. It's not on.
Yeah, it's a 60
him.
thing.
It's on you.
Yeah. It's you're casting it on Zobo technically.
Yeah.
Because it's going to force Zobo to re-roll and use the lower roll.
Yeah.
So I had rolled 2 22s on that with rolling at disadvantage. But in the interest of fairness, I'm going to roll again. Now it's a 25. So I'll stick with the 22. And that being said, you can then choose a different creature, so yourself or Renlin or somebody, and they'll have advantage on their next attack.
And it's going to go to Renlin.
Okay. So Renlin, you take 8 points of bludgeoning damage as he boops you on the head with a big long inflated balloon finger. And then I need you to roll me a charisma saving throw, please. A 4 is unfortunately not going to do the deed. You do have bless on you, by the way, from Vistra. Oh, if you're talking, you're coming through as a buzzy. Can't hear you, man.
You're a robot again.
He's a robot, and I need his mic back so I can hear him swear when I tell him what this does. Nope. Change your mic input in video away from your mic and back again. Nope. All right. As you figure that out, so a 4 is not going to do it. You take 8 points of bludgeoning damage, and the balloon tendril ability. Because you failed your charisma saving.
Can you hear me now?
There he is.
Okay.
So, Mac, because you failed your charisma saving throw, I need you to look at your character sheet and look at the highest level spell slots that you have and burn one of them. As it sucks the magic out of your body and it inflates Zobo a little more. What level of spell is that?
That I'm burning?
Yep.
That would be a 3rd level spell.
Do you not have a 4th level spell slot?
No.
I thought you did as a 7th level character. You should. You don't have any spells for it, but you should have 1 slot available.
Oh, yes. Sorry, I do.
All right. So Zobo regains 8 hit points then.
So I'm burning a 4th then, even though I have no spells in it?
Yep.
Okay.
because you have that magical energy inside you that Zobo just ate. Thanks, Zobo. And then let's see, what's Zobo got as a bonus action? Oh yeah. He's going to use a bonus action to healing word himself.
Wait, can't I burn some of those dice?
If you wanted to roll it at advantage, it would have, but rolling it at advantage would have still net you a 4. Because we're doing the advantage disadvantage.
Yeah.
It keeps things moving quite a bit. And he already had disadvantage on the attack, so burning the dice wouldn't have changed much. And he regains 4 hit points from using healing word on himself. Because Zobo is nothing but a consummate professional when it comes to attacking the party. So we're going to run in on Vistra's turn, having this information in hand, and you can take 10 minutes to plan what you want to do. Because
we'll be back.
We're at 8. We're a couple of minutes to 8. So we'll take a break and come back for the exciting conclusion of Zobo Eats His Friends.
Before we go on break, I just want to remind everybody that we usually stream every Sunday with a different cast of characters, a different part of the world. So make sure to check us out there. If you're currently watching and you don't follow, please hit us with a follow. It helps us out a ton. Make sure to donate to help the players or the DM if you're evil. But every donation goes to help kids with the Make-A-Wish Foundation. As well, please, if you do donate, give us magical items. Don't none of this dice stuff. The DM has enough of that. He has enough magical items.
You guys can use dice. Do whatever you need to do. You're good.
Well, regardless. Make sure to hit follow if you're not, because it does help us out. So yeah, we'll be back in 10 minutes to do hopefully a lot more stuff.
Fingers crossed. And Vistra, you can choose what you want to do. Muting y'all and go into break. we're back, I'm going to quickly try and do a little bit of scene arrangement here for the group.
Sorry, it's my fault. I was being a turd.
It is all good.
I just like those clean.
It's okay. We're used to it by now.
I'll kill you.
Absolutely not.
Here we go.
And then just like resize that window large.
Working on it. Working on it. There you go. And then let me just pop over to here, drag this up a little more. That looks a little better on stream.
Yeah, and then we'll figure out. Yeah,
jarring on the face meets.
We'll figure out the text pixelation later.
Yeah, that is.
Or maybe remember when we were on doing video tests yesterday and you had to up your bit rate?
Yeah, we already did that.
Okay.
And then here we go. And I'll just bring the audience over there. That looks a little better. And I'm going to throw you guys just over here. Perfect. That should be a little better for the folks watching at home.
Heck yeah. All right, Vistra. Save us.
All right. Oh, Lord, she coming. Not so fast. We're going to get right back up in Zobo's business. And we're going to duel or swing it with an axe. And that's a natural 20.
There it is.
Very nice, Vistra.
Whoop, whoop.
You know, and I have to apologize for your natural 20. I need to give you some better battle music to accompany it. There you go.
Thank you. What, the sirens aren't doing it for you?
You can hear those too?
Yes. But that's okay. So that's the first attack. The
That's on
attack.
Zobo?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
All right.
That would be the second attack.
So, 8. That's 14 damage total on Zobo.
What about the doubling from the 20?
That's why there's an extra 1 on there. Because it's she rolls an extra 1d10 when she hits with a crit.
Yeah. Flurry of blows for 2 unarmed strikes.
Okay.
Kick number 1. Kick number 2.
Damn.
Natural 20.
That's another one. 6.
I think Vistra is pissed.
And
31 points of damage to Zobo the Frown. He's like as you lay into him. Okay.
That will end my turn.
Okay. Not gonna burn any key.
I'm saving magic for the witches sitting in their house sipping tea, supposedly.
Well, I mean, one's on the stairs, one's still in the house, and one is murdering Gwen on her broom.
That's get there. Sorry, Gwen.
It's Penny's turn. And Penny... Oh, I built her in the nicest way possible.
Oh, no.
Now, how did that go again? Oh, yeah. You see her imp disappear. And you see her point a finger at Vistra. And with a bonus action, Vistra, you are hexed. She has cast the hex spell on you, which I will throw in chat for your viewing pleasure. Bear with me here. Whoop. Oh, never mind. Sorry, her sheet is set to private. Essentially, for the you have disadvantage on all dexterity-based ability checks while she concentrates on this on you. And then she's going to shoot a bunch of Eldritch Blasts at you. Because that's what you do, right? You shoot Eldritch Blast to people. Here we go. One sec. Hex 1d6. And it is necrotic damage. I like it. So, first Eldritch Blast is a 23 to hit.
Yeah, that will hit.
That's 13 force and 1 necrotic. Second Eldritch Blast is a 29 to hit.
Re-roll it. Take a dice.
Cool. I will take a dice from the pool. Thank you. Thank you. I will re-roll that. And that's a if I'm re-rolling it, that's a 30, so we'll use the 29.
All right.
In the interest of fairness, these guys got a plus 12 to hit. So that would be 10 points of force damage and 1 point of necrotic damage.
Understood.
And then the last Eldritch Blast is a natural 1.
She hits
Tyler,
herself.
you are bees again. Can you switch over to your webcam mic for a sec, man? So those were the 3 attacks that she just launched out. And all of a sudden, you see a wisp. And where are we here? Pop, 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 pop. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's great. I like that. And she rises up into the air. As though flying. Because she is flying. She's really flying. And we're going to pop her out to...
I'm going to have to roll a concentration check on Bless.
Yes. Technically, 1 for each iteration of damage that you did, or that you took.
Yes. That's a... Apologize. What kind of check is that?
Constitution saving throw.
All right, 1 for the first hit.
That's a fail. Bless falls. Unless you want
Oh.
to roll it at advantage, burning one of the dice in the pool.
Friends?
How many dice do we have?
Yeah.
10.
Yeah. Burn
Oh,
a dice.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh,
Try
sorry.
again.
You had just used one previously to reroll, so that brings you down to 8 dice.
That's fine. We need Bless. So that's the first one.
Yep.
Second attack against me.
Gonna roll at advantage. Gonna burn another die.
Do it.
Okay. And this is the third time you've hit me in the
Please
face.
The third one missed.
Oh,
The third one got a natural 1. So, but you passed a Constitution saving throw very admirably. That was great.
Please
Friends in the
donate so that we can have more dice.
friends in the chat, please help us. This is bad news.
And to Balthazar, it's time to yeet the party. So that's Penny's turn. She flies 30 feet straight up into the air. And so she's... Zobo, I'm just going to add a tag too, because Viscera will say you had to like stand on the table for a second to punch Zobo at right square in the dick. Because he's... We'll call him 15 feet. So he's like balloon housing it a little bit. But I'll make it 10, so it's a little more believable for you hitting him. As I did describe him as flying around. Oh, that sounds like some stream elements. $20 from Anonymous says 2d20s into the pool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's
Thank you,
what I'm talking
Anonymous.
about.
There we go. And all right. There we go. It is Renlin's turn.
You dang Skippy it is.
So Zobo is floating 15 feet in the air above you. Viscera like popped up on the table and like punched him and like jumped and fell back down.
Sorry, I'm
What you
going
got?
to interject here for just 1 second to remind everyone that we do have a short rest in our hopper from earlier for
Yeah.
when we need that as an action.
Yes,
Yep.
you do.
I
Oh,
um,
and $5 from the troublemaker. DM inspiration, one more from my pool. That brings me up to 4 in my pool.
I hate you.
You know, I want to say Laurier. Probably Laurier.
Probably.
Probably.
That also
I
puts
like
us
it.
$20 away from our $500 milestone.
It does.
Ooh. So thank you, but no thank you.
So, Renlin, what you got, bud?
Oh man, Renlin being the dramatic, as you've said, the dramatic. I think you used the word dramatic bitch. Was that what you called me?
No. Am I the drama? I
Yeah,
called him
yeah.
the drama.
I am going to kind of like my cloak out, like and billowing my cloak. And as I
Like you
do
would.
that, I'm going to activate my starry form,
Yep. Bonus action starry form.
and I'm going to burn one of my wild shapes.
Yep.
And as I do that, I'm going to put the constellation. My whole body kind of becomes engulfed in like starlight. I kind of look like the night sky, full of like a nebula almost. And across the center of my body is this constellation of an archer.
Mhm.
When I activate this form, I make a ranged spell attack. It does not count as my regular attack, correct?
Yeah, you can attack as part of the bonus action for activating it, and every bonus action subsequently that you do with it.
Cool. Then I'm going to make a ranged spell attack where, as I do this, it's going to be like my little these. As I activate magic, these glass discs spin around my body, and they kind of like center in front of me, and like energy charges between all of them, as just like an arcane arrow of radiant light pierces out, and that's going to go into Zobo.
Okay. I've added a archery target onto your token to denote that you're in your archery form.
Okie doke. I don't know what to roll for this, so I'm just going to roll 20.
It's a magic deck, so a d20 plus your proficiency plus your spellcasting modifier.
Oh well, in that case,
That would hit.
yes, yes, it's a lot because I think my spellcasting modifier is 10.
No, it would be whatever your wisdom is.
Oh, sorry,
Your
I'm thinking
wisdom
my
mod.
spell attack bonus.
Oh yeah.
My would be 4, but yeah, it's enough.
Yeah.
Okay, so when that happens, they're going to take 1d8 plus my wisdom modifier.
Okay. In
Um,
radiant damage, if I recall, because I
correct.
play one of these. Okay.
So that's a 5 plus 4 for 9.
Okay.
And can I burn 2 extra d6?
Yeah, absolutely. Feel free to use them up. Those are the only 2d6 that you guys have in the pool.
Maybe I'll just burn 1.
Okay.
I'm gonna burn 1
All right.
for an extra 2 radiant.
All right.
What happens as I do this?
You shoot him. He takes the full brunt of it.
Okay.
It is not resisted the way that magic sword was.
Okay. As I begin to cast my other spell, I quickly make note and verbally and say, unless you're going to make me do speaking as an action.
Whatever.
Okay, I'm going to be like,
do what you need to do.
Spell, he's not resistant to spells, just the weapons. And as I do this, my kind of shining body, I'm going to cast a spell.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to cast Moonbeam.
Counter spell. As you see Zobo, like, and he just like,
I'm not counting. I'm not doing it to Zobo.
doesn't matter. It's a spell within 60 feet of him. He uses his reaction to use counterspell because that's one of the things that Julie had on her character sheet.
Dang.
We love you, Julie, but also, what the?
Well, that ruins quite a few plans.
It's just one spell. It's fine. So, would you like to move? Oh. I see a Renlin. I see a Melissa.
We're kind of back.
Kind of. It's coming back.
There we go.
There we go. Sorry about that. Shaw apparently has a bump in our neighborhood. That
It's
was
all good. We did lose all our viewers, unfortunately.
taking a look.
You hear
Here's
me?
the thing. I can hear
Can
you.
you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, we can
Unfortunately,
hear you.
we are literally restarting from hour 0
That's fine.
I understand.
and 0 viewers.
We'll bounce back.
They'll be
Just
back.
give us 2 seconds.
It's still better than Tellus. Unless, of course, Tellus wants
Vistra
to
and Gwen are
sponsor,
not
in
showing.
which case it is what it is.
Yeah, Vistra and Gwen
I
aren't on
am
the stream.
correcting as we speak. Yep, working on it. There we go. Moving right along. Do. Sorry, folks. Just a quick moment of troubleshooting for us. A little bit of a net outage. Come on. Those settings. There you go.
They recently put Tellus
Copy
fiber
to
in my
Tracy.
building, and I'm tempted to do it. I mean, I pay very little for my Shaw for the amount of speed that I have, but that fiber sounds good.
That's what I'm using. And Melissa.
I'm gonna do a speed test on my computer just in case.
There we go. And I'm just going to run us over to a different screen and back. That is
We're sitting at
weird.
about 650 megabytes per second. Not bad.
Yeah.
I'll take them
Not
fast
bad.
speeds.
All right. Bear with me a moment here, folks. I'm just going to run over to one of our tables here and see if we can't fix. Oh. There we go.
Hi, Mr. Ben.
All right. That's weird. Oh, that's why. David, your camera's so big.
Thank you.
Come on. Fine.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
That's
All
fine.
right.
It's just hidden behind.
I'm gonna kill the battle music for a second and just try and recover here. One sec. Bump. View counts jumping back up.
Quigley wasn't hearing the music either.
We're still live, so that's a good sign.
So I got a me back.
Quigley was saying they couldn't hear the battle music before you muted it.
Yeah, I'll adjust the audience cam. I turned it down a little as we were troubleshooting for it.
Even before that, Shell DP said they've never heard the music.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll take a look for it. There we go. So I've added Melissa back in, and I'm trying to add Tracy back in. And come on. Oh. And they're still not showing up. The hell?
You may have to delete and re-add the source.
Ah, balls. Okay, yeah, give me a sec.
Thank you for your
Melissa,
patience, everyone.
I appreciate it. There we go. And let's add in a new browser source, and we'll call this
What is an event without some sort of setback?
There's that. Well, for some god awful reason, you've been bees all night.
Oh, I found out what it is. It's my mic doesn't like being hung not upside down.
Ah, there's Melissa's face. There
Whoa,
we go.
that's a full screen.
It is. Working on it. Do 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 do
I'm
do.
gonna shrink her down a little more.
Well, we're figuring this out. I'll be right back, guys.
There we go.
She's got to go a little more to the left.
Oh,
Oh, sorry, she's got to be above David on the layer count.
what do you want,
There you
Mr.
go.
Ben?
No, you got to put her above David on the layer count. His cam comes through on her screen.
It shouldn't anymore because she's above her, or she's above him
there
on
you
the
go.
layer screen.
I forgot there's a delay.
Just a little bit. There we go. Melissa is back, and now we just got to get Tracy. Fuck it, we're doing it live.
We have to unban.
Who was banned?
Untime.
Oh, Shell DP.
Yeah.
Oh, do we have a all caps thing?
Yeah.
Oh. Hey, there's Tracy.
I had to get Balthazar. I had to get rid of at least 3 microphones to be allowed to stream with this group on account of technical interference.
Yes. There we go. And on the round table, I'm just going to add. Terribly sorry about this, guys. Tracy and Melissa.
There are still 16 of you hanging around. Thank you so much while we figure this out. We
I
really
appreciate the
appreciate
heck
you
out of it.
being here.
I'd
We
like
are going to be
point out
right back. Sorry, go ahead.
that this is the first time that I'm using OBS and streaming because normally David does all this for us, and it shows.
Troublemaker. I don't know if you already did this one, but we got a $5 for the next DM rolls in Nat 1.
Oh, I didn't see that one. Oh yeah, please re-roll your next Nat 1.
Oh,
is what he said. It's DM inspiration for me. I added it into the pool, as I should. There we go. And the last one is Tracy. There we go. There's your shining face.
Hooray!
Shine a day. There we go.
Have a smiley day, everybody.
Yeah. Let's adjust you here. Cool. And we'll put Mac just above. Cool. There you go. And give me a sec. Tracy and Melissa will copy from this one and paste onto the map view. Hey folks, you're seeing in real time a bunch of shenanigans and BS. Ladies and gents, do you feel it is appropriate to go past our 10 p.m. window in the to make up for the shenanigans?
20 minutes of shenanigans. Yes.
Yeah.
As long as it's not too late.
Yeah. I don't mean like 2 a.m. or something like that. I mean like make up the time difference because I feel bad about this.
We got to get back that 50% viewer count we lost.
Yeah.
Tell your friends. Tell them to come and watch. Tell them we're back.
All right.
Melissa, if you follow us.
That's for the OnlyFans, man.
I said kitties.
Uh-huh. There we go. All right. And I'll lock you guys up. We should be good. Let's check out the audience master music volume. There we go. And all right.
Before we get started, we've crossed the 500 threshold.
Oh, that is amazing. Thank you guys very much.
Hooray!
Putting up with my BS. That's awesome.
Putting up with your OBS.
with my OBS. Let me just
They're giving,
double check.
they're giving us a magic item, first off.
Uno momento, por favor. And
I also just realized, in light of all this, that these chips I've been eating since the start of our stream are the only thing I've eaten today.
there we go. Yeah, let's take a look in Tiltify here. So we have hit the $530 mark. Maybe we should balance this out. Please give the players something fun. $50, an uncommon magic item. Let's see what you get, and we'll jump back into it here.
Do it. Something good.
That sounds like Zobo.
That was where you guys could hear the person above me who's had their smoke alarm going off the last hour.
I heard some beeping earlier, but not like a klaxon. So, item number 1 is a Helm of Telepathy. Item number 2 is a Bag of Tricks. And we're going to say it's the tan Bag of Tricks, because why not?
Meh.
And item number 3 is a Cap of Water Breathing.
So the only thing useful here is the Helm of Telepathy, but you can use it to cast Detect Thoughts and send telepathic messages. And if you're focusing on a creature, you can actually cast Suggestion on it. So you could maybe suggest Zobo calm the fuck down.
Sure. If
The
that's
rest
a
users
reasonable
are kind
thing
of
to do.
pointless.
Doesn't he have some kind of ability right now where he gets to choose if he hears things in his brain?
Yep.
Right.
So how
But-
about that bag of tricks?
We can summon a jackal, ape, baboon, axe beak, black bear, giant.
Oh, you said a
weasel,
tan
giant
bag of tricks, right? Because that's for larger sized creatures.
Yep.
Okay, well then maybe the tan bag of tricks ain't bad. Someone pick something. The water breathing's pointless.
Bag of Tricks, let's go.
Let's
Bag of
do it.
tricks. Give it to Vistra. You called it. You said it.
I got all the tricks up my sleeve. Let's go.
There is nothing preventing the audience from hearing anything right now.
Oh, do you have your roll 20 going to the right channel?
I do.
Are you getting
I can hear it running through.
Are you getting audio on the mixer from it?
Oh, let's take a look. I see. I'm picking up what you're putting down, man. Let's one last adjustment, and then we'll do it. Audio input capture from Firefox. Oh no. Blurg. That's weird. It was working on the other one. David, is it the browser input should pull from it?
If the browser's outputting audio, it's probably going to your desktop.
Maybe. Give me half a tick here. Here we go.
While this happens, I'd like to tell you about our Lord and Savior,
Guy Fieri.
I was going to say Bahamut.
Actually,
While he's doing that, while he's figuring that stuff out, I will tell you again, for anyone who is still around who is new, we do this every week, but we do a different cast of characters for our regular streams. There's no donatey stuff going on. You should definitely check that out. We got a cool cast. We got myself, who plays a Tabaxi Ranger. We've got David there, who plays an Artificer Owlin. which is pretty cool. We have Dern, who's not currently here, who is a Dragonborn Paladin. And we've got Vistra, who is normally playing... I can't remember what your classes are.
I am a human druid.
But, like, what's your special human?
Oh, I'm
You're a dwarf.
no.
Oh.
In the other campaign,
Mark
I
of
play a
Passage.
Mark of Passage.
Here we go. Good. We have confirmed audio.
Well, Shell DP is also stuck in chat limbo. Can someone unban them?
I hope so. They deserve to be
Apparently
unbanned.
they're not timed out at all.
Please refresh.
Yeah.
Bigley says that they're still getting an echo from James.
From James. On my mic or on my music. Quick. This is chat engagement at the finest.
We had some internet that messed everything up, and we're slowly getting back into it. So thank you for hanging around.
Echo confirmed by from your mic, James.
Everyone's saying Mike.
Mike.
How about now? How about now? While I was making music changes.
Still
that is weird. That is messed up. Okay. Da. Oh, there we go. Gone. Twanchi says gone. Still echoing. One more time. Better. Good. Great. Would last third one. All right. We're doing it live.
Let's do this.
Good. All right.
It says background music's gone now too.
You know what? This battle, we're the background music.
All right. There you go.
Oh my gosh, yes.
All right. So Renla, your spell was counterspelled. What do you want to do with that information?
Lauren can't hear you. He's playing.
It's a great question. There's nothing I can do if I'm counterspelled, correct? Oh, it says echo back, James.
I am going to murder. All right. I'm not going to fiddle with Firefox. We're going to keep working on this, and the BGM music can sit where it is, because I'd rather hear you than Roll20 right now. Renlin, massage my ear holes.
Well, I go to cast my spell and you counter it. There's not much I can do. That's my attack. I'm currently engaged with these people, so I'm not going to run away. So I am unfortunately having two of my plans messed up. Going to have to, unless, let me double check something. Hold on. When you activate this form and on subsequent turns. Okay.
Yes. I will say, to chat's suggestion, Gwen, you are within 60 feet of them.
I am well aware, but I do not have that many spell slots.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm just gonna have to end my turn because
Okay.
nothing else I can do at the moment.
I apologize, buddy.
It's fine.
That's rough. All right. Here we go. And it is Frida's first turn of the game. Let's grab this and pull chat out. Here we go. Frida, being the simplest of characters to run, launches into a diatribe of Night Hag magic. Let's see here. She's going to use Phantasmal Killer on Tonk.
And that's what I'm going to counterspell.
Let's see.
Yeah, what you do
Uh,
first? You know what that does before it.
Yep, she's within the 50-foot range. So I'm going to need you to make a ability check for me, please.
An
Uh,
intelligence check, yes?
hmm
Oh,
Unfortunately,
Burn a
for the
D6.
level,
Burn a
for
D6.
the
I can burn a d6. I can do that. That's a thing
you
because
can.
chat
It's
loves
not
us.
it's not a d6. It's a d20 to roll it at advantage.
Do it. Oh no, it wouldn't matter. It'd still be
It
the
wouldn't
freaking
matter.
11.
Ah, darn it. I tried. I did my best wizarding. I tried.
I don't like that. If you're burning another dice, you should be able to roll again.
You
Yeah, it
also
feels
you also
cheap.
have the advantage of seeing what you would get if you would choose to burn a die. So we can do this either way.
Going.
Your call. All right. So she casts Phantasmal Killer on Tonk. Tonk, I need you to make me a wisdom saving throw, please, sir.
That's a nat 20.
Ooh.
Bless.
I'm gonna be honest here. I feel like he shouldn't be able to roll nat 20s on wisdom.
It happens.
Tonk has a 16 in his wisdom stat. He's just not very intelligent. Doesn't know what to do with that wisdom.
Yeah. So he you see these tendrils of inky blackness reach out and tap into Tonk's subconscious, reaching for his deepest fears, and it doesn't find anything because Tonk's afraid of fucking nothing. And yep, on a successful save, the spell ends and nothing happens. Cool.
Well,
So that's her action. Gwen.
So I've got this chick coming out of the front of my broom right now. Am I able to navigate and move my broom?
I'd say given the like she is nosediving you down, I'd
Mm-hmm.
say it's probably half speed because it's overloaded. She is hefty, heftier than her appearance would
Is.
denote.
Oh man. Okay. All right. Well, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up. If I can go up.
Mhm.
So
get knocked off.
yeah, you know, I think I'm gonna. This is maybe gonna be worth it if I can pull this off.
Mhm.
Maybe I'm gonna go up 30 to 30 feet in the air because I'm
Yep.
at 5. Half speed would take me up 25 feet.
Yep.
Okay, so 30 feet up in the air. I will change that marker in a minute.
Yep.
Staff of the Magi in one hand. I'm going to kind of twist a little bit, and what I want to do is aim a lightning bolt in a line. See if I
Between
can do this.
her and Zobo.
No, I went 30 feet up because I want to go ruler through her.
Okay. So you're gonna shoot past Zobo and try and target Penny.
Is Zobo that high up in the air? I guess if
He's about 10 feet up.
I mean, if I can get all 3 of them, I will. It depends
You'd
if
have
I
to
can,
move.
though.
You'd have to kind of angle so Gwen and Nettie are kind of over the Ichor here a little bit.
If I can move up at an angle, I will absolutely do that.
Beautiful. I'm just gonna move you and her at the same time, so I
Please.
keep you together.
Please.
We'll put you about there, give or take.
Okay.
No, a little more, so it's a straight line, I guess.
Just so you know, Roll 20 is giving me very funky vision right now. I have lost sight on everyone except Nettie.
It's probably because of your distance off the ground.
Yes. No, it's because of the dynamic lighting for this hill right here that you are above and you should be able to see through. So I'm just going to delete that for you. You should be able to see again.
I can.
Because it's just that easy.
Okay.
All right.
And yeah, I will take my staff, the Magi, and jam it into this gal's chest and cast a lightning bolt out in that
Alright.
direction.
It'll be
So
one
she's
red
gonna roll.
mana.
She's gonna roll a dex save. That's an 18 for Nettie. Zobo is going to roll a dexterity save.
Can we burn a d20 to make her re-roll that at disadvantage?
Absolutely, it makes it a 10.
That's a fail.
That's a fail. Zobo is a 16.
That's also a fail.
All right, and Penny, you are targeting, I believe.
Yes.
All right, come on. There we go. Penny's dexterity saving throw is an 11.
That's a fail.
Okay.
And let me find, because this was cast through the staff, so it is a 7th level lightning bolt.
Cool.
Get fucked.
All right. That's 53 points of lightning damage. Zobo failed, but is made out of rubbery balloons and is resistant to lightning damage.
It's okay. I'll still take it.
Yeah.
That's a crap ton of damage. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot that he gave you that staff and instantly regretted it.
Mm-hmm.
No, I did not. Chat.
We love you,
you are
chat. We
responsible for
still
this?
love you.
We love you.
Yeah. Penny fails her save and burns a absorb elements to half it. But still, nothing to slow chat. There we go. And Nettie just took it full in the chest for 52. 53.
Perfect.
How's she looking to you, Gwen?
How is
She's
she
got a
looking to
hole
me?
in her body that is slowly tendriling out to close.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like that Death Becomes Her scene where you can like side profile see right through
Right
through.
you.
Mm-hmm.
Blah blah 2 just asked how much of a donation would take to curse the staff.
Hey.
$250.
Oh God.
You know,
I would take that.
I would say $200 to like completely nuke them, but
Oh no.
that would absolutely nuke their staff. But however, I would totally take something like $100 and burn most of the charges out of it. That seems reasonable.
Blah blah, you terrible person who's just trying to help the children.
Yeah.
I like you,
Where's-
blah blah,
where's-
but right now.
That sounds
Where's the
about
chat members that wanted to bring back the dragon to help us?
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where's our dragon lovers?
Where's our dragon lovers?
We got a lot to do here.
Yeah. So Nettie's turn with a smoking hole in her chest, and she's like, "That's not very nice." And from behind, you feel a little sting hit your neck. And I need you to make me a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
As an imp appears.
Okay. Character sheet. Con save.
I realize I have the imp token right by Penny, but it's because it's invisible and flying out where I need it to be.
16.
16.
17, because Bless is still up, right?
Because Bless is still up. Yep.
17.
17 is enough to avoid the 3d6 poison damage. But you do take 4 points of piercing damage from it.
I grimace.
Because it rolled up to a 24 with its attack, and that's beyond shield, so I wasn't gonna.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the imp's turn. Nettie's turn. She rears back and like looks at her chest. So she was rolling with advantage, by the way, and still fucking ate it.
Hooray!
Swings a claw into you. That's a 15 and a 19.
I will shield.
Shield. Clang, and bounces off. And she's still like kind of half balancing out on the broom. She's missing feet because they're like sucked up like a genie inside your broom. Um, do. Cool. Give me half a moment. Just going to adjust people.
Cool. While you're adjusting them, can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
If Zobo's looking for food, correct?
Zobo said that Vistra looked delicious.
Yes. So if I was to theoretically convince him that I could take him to get some real good food, does that mean he'd be willing to go somewhere now? Would he be a willing creature to follow me?
That's a lot of speculation, I would have to say.
If he was willing to burn his action to test a theory.
Yeah, that seems a reasonable thing.
I just mean like as a rules DM.
Well, if you want to make a persuasion check, that's an action to do so on a creature to influence their decisions and be like, throw down your arms. Totally an action. Rules is written. Talking is a free action. Trying to devote yourself to being persuasive takes a moment. So that should be a little bit better for Brandon or for Tracy and Melissa, because the audio that I added in was not rocked down like everybody else's was.
I do have to be honest. I need to roll a concentration check from those 4 points of damage.
Yes, you do. You're fine.
We're good. Haste is still up.
Tonk.
Tonk's got so many hits. Tonk's gonna go for. Oh, you know what? We're gonna try something new, I think.
Zobo is looking expanded, and his skin looks really, really thin.
Yeah.
And you see, like when a balloon's been blown up way too much, like it almost starts to become translucent.
Yeah.
And you can see just like chittering bumps as it looks like hundreds of these little things are like walking on the inside of his skin.
That is horrifying. Tonk would be unfazed by it.
Pop him.
Do not pop him. I have a plan.
So Tonk's going to extend his hammer out before he swings it. As a bonus action, he's going to activate Gift of the Chromatic Dragon, which I will share in chat for everyone's thing. And he's choosing cold damage.
I love it. What does this look like?
So the armor plating around Tonk's shoulder kind of folds up, and you see arcane energy begin to like spin and like kind of spiral around his arm, and with it a kind of a cold mist follows down until it reaches the actual hammer itself, which just explodes out into icicles.
I love it. So does this take concentration? No, it does not.
No, it's a feat. So for the next minute, any attacks I do with that weapon will do an extra 1d4 frost damage.
All right. Go ahead and add a damage modifier of a d4 onto your character sheet, just below where all your attacks are.
I've got so many.
It's underneath the one that has bless. Yeah. Cool. I like it. So that's your bonus action.
Yeah. Which is then going and then he's going to attack. He's going to attack Zobo with his hammer.
All right.
Where are you? So attack number 1. That's going to be a 15.
A 15 will not hit Zobo.
Okay. Well, attack number 2. That's going to be a 27.
a 27 absolutely hits Zobo.
So that's going to be 10 points of bludgeoning damage. It doesn't look like it added on the frost damage.
It did not. So go ahead and roll a d4.
So it'll be 2 points of cold. And then he's going to attack again with haste.
Let me stop you right there, son.
Yeah.
As you you play keepy uppy with Zobo the Frown, and you like strike him from below. Like, and I should preface this with like, Zobo's 10 feet in the air, and Tonk is having to be like, ha, and swing, and you strike along the bottom, and you separate from the just below his navel, where his balloon bag was, and he goes like, and like flies all over the place, and it's just spitting out these like coconut crab scorpion creature things as that happens.
Tonk regrets this.
Does he?
Not to pop them.
No.
It's a thing.
It's raining
Zobo,
crabs.
We also got a donation
hallelujah.
to support the players again.
Oh yeah, we got an uncommon magic item. Thank you, Anonymous.
We gotta make sure we use these at least once during the stream.
Absolutely. All right. Starting us off, we've got Boots of the Winterlands.
Eh.
We've got Winged Boots. And we've got a Medallion of Thoughts.
Well,
Which
thought
all
stuff's
three of these require attunement.
Oh.
We're using the rules from last stream where when chat gives us these, we can skip attunement time.
Yes, and you can automatically attune to the stuff that chat donates to you.
So, winged boots?
Winged boots.
Who is going to take these winged boots?
Tonk. Give him
Well,
flying.
Hold on, because I need to make sure they don't have a weight limit.
They do not.
They do not?
They do not.
And Tonk is flying.
Unlike the Broom of Flying, it's just a thing. They're a limited flight, right? But they're really not limited flight, because that's not how 5e works. But
Yeah, it's 4 hours.
That you can break up into 6-second increments as often as you like.
Yeah.
So you can't just like fly to the moon, but yeah.
I think that one might have come from Brandon. Thank
I
you.
like it.
Oh, yay! So Tonk can now fly. I love it.
It's also
Yep.
Tonk's turn.
It is.
Yeah,
Tonk's
because
turn.
It is still Tonk's turn.
Right.
It is still Tonk's turn.
So you fell him and your feet grow wings. And you
like
proceed
Mario
to
jumping up and hitting the block, Zobo flies away and drops a leaf, and all of a sudden Tonk has tanuki ears and a tail, and he's like,
I was gonna say, actually, can we rule of cool this and continue the Gundam transformation that is Tonk?
yes,
So,
absolutely.
like you know Iron Man's boots, how they like fold out and they've got thrusters in the bottom?
Yeah,
Can we do that instead?
sure.
So like Tonk's feet literally just like unfold and then it's just jet thrusters effectively.
That's weird. The
Ooh.
Yeah. Let me do that. I noticed that when I deleted Zobo, everybody stopped being able to see things for the audience.
Whoops.
Well, we just can't see the background.
That's what I mean.
Can you not do a Control Z?
No. That is super weird because the background's still there. I can see it. Can you guys see it on your screen?
No.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I can see it on mine.
I
I can see it on my screen. I can't see it on Roll20.
You mean on the
Sorry, I can't see it on
Twitch?
on the stream.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Just
That
refresh
is-
the page.
Yeah, that is super weird. Uno momento. Players or audience ORs. There we
Nothing
go.
but technical
Hey,
problems.
yeah. It's been a lot of that tonight. There we go. And womp. And I'll go to here. Perfect. No. That's really weird.
Almost there.
Yep. Yeah, when it
Nope.
goes out so far, it unrenders the map. There we go. I can see it on there.
Yes.
Got her back.
You can't see our characters though.
We might just have to zoom in and move around when it's
Yeah.
each person's turn.
Yeah. I can see everybody's characters on the stream now.
Okay.
Not on the stream, no.
You cannot see Gwen.
It's fine. We'll move it around.
It's
Yeah,
absolutely fine.
Let's just keep moving forward.
Done.
Yeah.
There we go. Tonk, the rest of your turn, please, sir.
Well, I've still got one more action and a movement that I can take. And now Tonk can fly.
Go save the staff. I mean, Gwen.
That's
Really, it's
you know
all
what?
about the staff.
Yeah, that's actually now that Tonk can in fact fly, he's just basically gonna like move to intercept here and swing at the current pretty lady that's occupying the staff.
Okay, so he flies up. You are hovering over a bog at this point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Join you guys, I guess. Yeah, and then yeah, he's going to swing his hammer at her because he's got one more action left. It's a nat 20.
Nice.
And it's doing frost damage on top of that, so I gotta also add
a d4. Double that d4, by the way, because you hit a nat 20.
So do you want me just to roll 2 d4s or just double the damage it did? So that's gonna be 13, 17, 18 points of damage total.
She's having a bad day.
Tonk's having a great day.
Got a big hole in her chest. Has a big hole in her head.
For the record, Gwen looks extremely relieved to see you there, Tonk.
There we go. All right, Tonk. That was, I believe, attack number dos. This turn.
That would be my last action.
Yeah, that's your third. Yeah. Cool. There you go. Because it was your bonus action to turn on the infusion, right?
Yeah.
All right. There we go.
Vistra.
Go for it.
He just sees a lady that used to have an imp and says, hello.
She is, if you note the wings on her, up 30 feet in the air.
Well, I can move far enough to get to our other friend then.
You can. She's like, hello, dear.
Hello, dear. Mister's very old. Mister's very done. First attack. 13 is probably not going to hit.
Does not hit.
Second attack.
Does not hit. Unless you'd like to burn a die and use advantage on it.
That seems completely reasonable.
Yep,
and
let's
this
do that.
is exactly why we're doing it this way, so you can cherry pick it.
Yep,
it's in
I want to do that.
That's 11 points of damage to Frida.
Flurry of blows.
And you see the axe like cut through the front of her dress, and like it leaves a big red gash, and she looks at it and is like nonplussed. It did damage, but
okay. Flurry of blows. First hit, 22 to hit.
Yep.
Second hit.
Does not hit.
Oh, sorry. First one, hand of harm.
Roll your hand of harm. The second one does not hit. 6 points necrotic. Of necrotic damage. Necrotic damage goes through.
That'll be it.
All right. Here we go. And it is Penny's turn. Floating up from a distance Penny sees Vistra attacking her dear sister, and sees Tonk and Gwen ganging up on her dear sister, and she's going to, she's going to float over, and I'm not going to move the token because she comes up to where Tonk is, and she lays a hand on her sister's chest and says, "Naughty, naughty, ganging up on a poor defenseless lady." And she casts Thunderstep at 5th level. And I need you both to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
Does that take an attack?
Nope.
Or is
It's a con save. The DC on this is 20 for half damage.
And I believe because I have the staff, I have advantage on saves against spells.
I believe you do, yes.
Okay. Doesn't help.
Tonk, you appear to only be taking 15 points of thunder damage, and Gwen, you're taking 30.
Gwen is unconscious and falling.
At what point can we take the short rest in this order of operations?
Somebody needs to burn an action to do so, is what we said.
Action. Darn.
Gwen,
Here's the question. Oh,
go ahead.
is she not falling down a crevasse right now?
Yep. So at the bottom of the hill, she kind of like rolls, so she's going to be taking some falling damage after dropping to 0.
Oh no! And you're 30 feet up.
Yep.
That would be 2 death saves.
I will note those.
Yes. The broom floats there, balancing a Smexy witch on it. Oh, sorry. No, it does not, because with Thunderstep, she takes Nettie with her, and they arrive back. I'm gonna say on the ground over by Vistra, because her sister can't fly of her own accord right now.
Oh, shit. Never mind.
What?
I just realized I have absorb elements, and I was like, I should have used that.
It's still the same turn. You can feel free. We're just order of operationsing it.
And I couldn't have used silvery barbs because it wasn't an attack, right? It doesn't help.
Correct.
Okay. I didn't think so.
You could have used silvery barbs to make Tonk worse at his saving throw, though, if you wanted to. I'm just saying.
You have more than enough help this game, my friend.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
No, I'm not going to. I'm going to leave that for now.
I like it.
I also believe that I lose concentration when I am knocked unconscious.
Yes.
You most certainly do, which means
haste is gone.
Haste is gone. And as per the wording on haste, Honk needs a nap. So when the spell ends, the target can't move or take actions until after its next turn, as a wave of lethargy sweeps over it.
Tonk's going to take falling damage too.
He can't move. His speed is not 0.
But he's flying boots.
Yep.
Is he not falling?
Nope. His speed doesn't go to 0. He just can't move. If something knocks him prone while he's flying, he would fall. But
yeah.
I should also point out that Tonk's AC was a bit higher for a little while. But
yeah, I
never really came up.
Nobody attacked him in such a way.
Yeah. Renlin, why would I attack you with AC things? Why?
Especially when haste is cast on Tonk. It's one of the few times where you could go, does a 28 hit? And Tonk would go, no.
Hey, Gwen, I have a question.
Yes.
In your mind, what's your Staff of the Magi made out of? Wood?
I've
Laurier wants to ask.
I've always pictured it as a type of made out of metal, not wood.
Oh, okay. All right. Just checking.
Are we asking because of the same reason as the broom?
who knows? Maybe she wants to sprout out of it and be like, "This is mine now." Yeah. Renlin, it is your turn, sir.
Yeah, so if I'm using my channel divinity as an action, I can still attack as well because I have 2 actions.
You don't have 2 actions. You have an action, and then you have a bonus action.
Right.
And your bonus action is you could use your starry form as a bonus action.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything.
Well, I mean, you could shoot people.
Yeah, but I'd have to spend my turn reviving her.
Sure.
I'm just trying to think of a way to do this where I'm not.
Pro DM tip: you could burn your action to give everybody a short rest. However, Gwen needs hit points before she can benefit from a short rest.
Yeah, exactly.
So, what do you want to do?
Well, that's what I've been trying to think of this the last little bit here.
Fly down, get the staff, take your short rest, attune to it.
No, I can't do that. I can't fly.
So, attuning to things outside of donated items takes a while.
Yeah, takes an hour. Well,
Do you have healing spells?
I mean, yes. Are you hurt, Tonk?
Two death saves.
Tonk
on-
is Tonk can survive this. Tonk can bring himself back up. It's fine. Like, ignore Tonk. That's not the concern.
No, it's not that. It's debating what I'm going to use here. So
All right.
I just don't want to burn one turn on one thing. If I can do multiple things, that'll do what I'm hoping they'll do.
That's fair. If you want to use your rests, Gwen needs hit points before you can do that.
I know.
Okay. So, what do you got?
I'm figuring that out.
So you see as Renlin like contemplates hundreds of these, like, I'm gonna just keep calling them tickle crabs from now on. They're like start just like scuttling over her body.
Yes.
Because they're everywhere.
I have an ability and I can't bloody find the ability.
What's it called?
I don't remember. Hold on. It's supposed to be a big old.
Is it your channel divinity? For being a whatchamahoo's it? Twilight Sanctuary?
It's gonna have to be.
Okay, so that gives temporary hit points, which does not get Gwen up.
Oh, fuck, you're right.
Yep.
Okay, well, sorry to waste everyone's time here. I guess we are going to have to use. That's not what I said. Well, all right, whatever. I'll move around, and I will cast.
You can probably make out where Gwen is from where you were at, depending on what you wanted to do.
Well, I think my most effective healing spell is probably Cure Wounds, because I believe it's better than Healing Word.
Yep.
So I'm going to do that, and I'm going to cast Cure Wounds at, let's say, 2nd level.
Mm-hmm. There you go. 7 hit points to Gwen.
However, because I have my
Moonsicle,
my Moonsicle,
extra, what is it, D4? I think it is.
Yeah, it's an extra 1d4.
Nice.
For 3.
So I'm at
To
10.
I'm going to burn a d6.
I like it.
And I'm going to give you another 1.
Woohoo! I will take it.
The D6 pool is empty.
And then I'm going to.
That's your cue, lovely people. We need a few more of those.
That's my full movement. Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
Gwen is
Frida's
gasping on
turn.
the ground.
Frida has a Vistra standing right in front of her. And she reaches over and says, "Oh dear, this is going to be a problem." And with a 6th level magic missile, there we go. Because you're right up in her grill. You see Gundam flaps open on the back of this lady out of her dress, and because I guess this is the thing that we do now, and it goes, and they all just target in on Vistra.
That count as a ranged area attack?
It counts as a magic missile.
I
But no.
know. I know.
In the interest of fairness, yeah. Do you have anything you can do about that?
Barbs, I think.
Have you used shield yet?
No. I didn't get shield. You guys
Give her
I don't have
blast.
shield.
He gave her ice knife
Mm.
instead.
I don't have bless. You could cast Ice Knife and deal damage to both of them.
It's
and
not her
I've
turn.
used my reaction this round, I believe, for a shield earlier on, so I can't do anything about counterspell.
Yeah. So Vistra's going to take. I wasn't sure if you had a shield in there or not.
Yeah,
I remember you got
no.
silvery barbs and something and something.
Yeah, and silvery barbs only works on another creature, like if it was
Yeah.
attacking someone else, but because it's me, I can't use
But
it.
you can use it if it's
Correct.
attacking you, but it's
Yeah.
it's basically
there's-
telling.
It-
Yeah, but
it's kind of a waste at that point.
Yeah.
you won't get anything out of it from magic missile.
Yep. Cool. So she magic missiles used for 29 points of force damage.
Vistra falls to the ground.
And she's like, "Lovely." And she just like picks up her skirts a little and just like steps past you and starts walking down outside the house. All right, Gwen, you're on the ground.
Sigh. I can see. Can I see Vistra?
You cannot. So I deleted the dynamic lighting from there, but it is still a bit of a hill. So you cannot see where Vistra is right now, laying
I'm
unconscious in the house.
Sorry to interject, but we've exceeded $500 now.
Oh, excellent. We hit, what was our milestone on this fella right here? Let me double check. Players get a long rest. So, we didn't say specifically for long rest, but we did say for short rest. I'm inclined to do the whole it's an action to burn it. Are you guys okay with that?
Sure.
I'm not
Alright.
doing that action. Someone else got to do that.
The question is, what happens to Vistra if we long rest?
The long rest rules for when you're starting with 0 hit points is not favorable to you.
All right.
With Vistra's
Cool.
down too?
Yeah, Vistra just died.
I just died.
Just fell unconscious. Excuse me.
Sorry, yes. Unconscious, no failed death saves yet.
Okay.
I got a half an hour to kill you. This will be fine.
Okay. Okay. Bear with me. While
I will
check
remind
the-
everyone that Vistra has healing potions on her person, which you would know the location of.
Mm-hmm. So, what
Your
I was
broom
thinking,
is still floating in the air.
but it's 30 feet up.
Magic broom can come to you using its movement when you beckon it, but I don't remember if it's an action to do so or not. You'd have to look at magic broom or broom.
Let me quickly check broom of flying.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because
Sorry.
it matters.
Sorry, James, did we get the item from that most recent donation?
That was
We
winged boots.
yeah, those were the winged boots.
Okay, sorry.
That was the support the players.
The broom comes back to you when you speak another command word, provided that the broom is still within a mile of you.
Cool.
It doesn't
It
use an action. Yeah.
comes down and prepares to be mounted.
Okay. Okay. Hold
Do you
hold
mount the
on a
broom?
second. I gotta check what spells I have. Man alive, and I can't dash over to her. So it's gonna use 30 feet of its movement to come down to me, yeah?
Correct. You are mounting something.
Yep.
I want to say it's half your movement to get onto it, which is inconsequential because you've got 20 feet of broom movement left.
Okay. I will get onto it with 20 feet of broom movement.
Mm-hmm.
And I will move 20 feet in this direction. And I cannot reach Vistra, so I think the smarter thing is to heal myself.
Use the long. Well, you could use the short rest first to get.
Nope, because Vistra does not have any hit points. And I do
She
not
would
have
benefit not from it.
healing words, so without healing word, I'm kind of hooped.
This is the part where I start countering healing magic.
Well, you certainly can.
I certainly can.
I'm gonna attempt a second level cure wounds on myself.
Yeah. So the imp that's flying up in the air that stung you in the chest, you see a glint from its hand where it's got this bracelet on. It's a ring of spell storing. Counterspell.
All right. Well, can't
It
waste
burned.
my
It
last
burned
one.
the counterspell out of the ring.
That's good. So there goes my action. That's it for me.
Cool. Playing by the rules. Do you
How
have
many-
a
Sorry, what's the cost per dice?
for D6s or for D20s?
D6s.
D6s are $15 per D6 that goes into it, because those have a much better or a much higher impact than a single D20 does. So yeah. All right, that's Gwen's go. Moving right along. Nettie's turn. Nettie's got a smoking hole in her chest and sees Gwen. Are you floating in the air? Are you around the ground?
I'm close to the ground at this point. I'd be
Cool.
like at that 5-foot mark again.
She is going to. Yep. She steps over into the house quick. Over to the pot. And just full on like Winnie the Pooh's it down into this pot. That's her turn. Tonk.
Tonk has no healing spells.
Why would he?
Tonk is useless for healing in this case.
Tonk needs a level of artificer.
Right.
Tonk can still stabilize Vistra.
Vistra has healing potions on her.
Yes, but the only way for me there.
No, you can go down and over, can't you?
But I'm still gonna have to go past.
Well, at least one of them.
You're still within 5 feet of both of them. You'd be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, we're gonna.
You're not leaving their threatened square.
Then that's what we're gonna do. Tonk's gonna land here, and it's an action to stabilize, right?
To use a healer's kit, or
Yeah.
to use one of Vistra's potions. Yeah.
To use one of Vistra's potions.
Yeah. It would be an action.
Okay.
So 2d4 plus 2, please.
Can you please move?
It's slash 2d4.
Slash R space 2d4 plus 2. There you go. Vistra, you have 6 hit points.
And
you're very quiet.
Thank you, Tonk.
I guess because I won't be able to use my second attack because I didn't attack.
Correct.
But I haven't used a bonus action yet.
You haven't used second wind yet.
Yeah, I might as well do that. We'll burn second wind.
I get the feeling that you guys are going to get all your hit points and spells and shit back in quite short order. So
yeah.
Approximately 6 seconds.
Right, those are both.
Well, it is going to be Vistra's turn next.
And that's what, 1d10
plus your fighter level.
Yeah. And I am back to full health.
Fucking fighters. So Renlin and I were having a talk about this recently on like the fighters are boring. Tonk is just a fighter. There's nothing like all of the special from Tonk comes from Tonk.
That's why I love Tonk, because Tonk's exciting as a character.
Yes. Tonk could be a bard. And Tonk would still be entertaining. Bear with me. There you go.
And that's
there's an exciting new feature in Roll20 where they added the short and long rest buttons to everything, and it's very helpful on stuff. So, Vistra, I believe you're up.
Spellcasters, do you need a long rest?
I mean, I wouldn't complain, but not particularly.
I mean,
do you need a long or a short rest? I'm using my action for one of them.
Well, I would take a long rest. I have used a number of spell slots with shield and counter spell. Renlin's also down his 4th level slot. I
don't have any spells for 4th level.
You can
it doesn't matter. You can upcast stuff.
Right.
Yes.
All right, we will take the long rest now.
All right. If you guys look at your character sheet in the bottom right corner or just underneath where your consumable resources are, there's a short and long rest button.
Yeah.
It resets my spells?
It does.
Yeah. But it doesn't reset my abilities, it looks like.
Your abilities?
Yes. Manually do that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because those are just static entries. They're not pulling from a counter at all. It's just for you to be able to like keep an eye on it. So
just for interest's sake, I am rolling for the staff for its charges.
Go for it. Roll it in the chat, please.
Okay. Hey. I had only expended 7, so it's fully loaded.
Bullshit. Yeah, I was gonna say.
We've basically got an hour left.
Yep.
To make up for time of difficulty.
That was your action?
That was my action, and for my movement, I would like to stand up.
Okay.
We'll end my turn.
Is there anything you want to do with a bonus action? You have the ability to dodge with key and things like that. With patient defense. You do you. I'm just...
No.
All right.
Sure. I've never used patient defense. I never use it.
So...
Sure, I'll take the dodge action. Why not?
Penny sees Tonk here, and she's floating, and you're floating, and you're like... Did we just become best friends? And you see something appear in her hand quick, and all of a sudden her imp familiar is like kind of like shimmers, like you know that it's that, and there's this +3 longsword that was dropped a couple of rounds ago, and she's like, "This is so nice. I might make this my pact weapon." And she rears it back and like and stabs into Tonk. And we're gonna go.
Tonk.
Oh, Tonk. Did I close her? Oh, yeah, I did. There we go. Tonk, what's your AC maximum? 28?
28.
28. This is stupid. And you see this like well of magic spin around it.
I am bonded to that.
You are, and when you get a bonus action, you can totally use it. That is a 28 to hit using its +3 attack bonus.
Yep, that'll
Silvery barbs.
That is the lower of the two because the other was a 34 to hit Tom.
Okay.
What?
She rolled a 19 on the higher roll, and then +5, +4, +3, +3.
No way did I think that was going to be the lower of the two rolls on that.
Yep. So you're not taking any of the hex damage, but you are taking 13 points of regular damage and 16 points of thunder damage as she casts Booming Blade on you. So 29 total. That's a cantrip.
Silvery barbs doesn't seem to have a requirement that succeed in order for me to choose the creature.
Correct. So who gets advantage on their next attack?
That's just took all the damage. I think I'm going to give it to Tonk.
All right.
Wait, no. Yeah, I'm giving it to Tonk. Yeah.
Okay. So she cast that as a cantrip as an action, and as a bonus action, she's like, we'll make some space, and she uses Misty Step and kind of pops over to here, casting a spell, not provoking attacks of opportunity, and then proceeds to fly up using her movement about 30 feet in the air. Because tactical witches. Renlin, you're up. You're at the base of a chasm. You can see her flying up. You can't quite see the house from where you're at.
Yeah, I have a question.
Shoot.
I have a special staff.
You do. Staff of the Woodlands.
Theoretically, if one was to plant it at an angle in front of someone and activate it into their gut, would it act as a catapult, launching them 60 feet at an angle, and then the momentum of that continuing them forward and then having them fall?
It does not remove her having the fly spell cast on her.
No, I'm not talking about the girl who's flying. I'm talking about the other one.
The one that is on the ground, directly in front of Tonk?
Yes.
So you want to go up to her, plant it, and send her up into the air with it?
No. I want to plant it at a 45-degree angle and launch her vertically.
Okay, you would have to get close to her.
Yes.
For one. She is directly in front of Tonk.
Uh-huh.
So you're going to plant it at her feet at a 45-degree angle and send her this way, right?
Yes, it would not hit Tonk.
Correct. She would fall the hypotenuse, if that were the case, if she couldn't hang on and whatnot. But yeah, I like it.
Okay, we're going to try this.
Worth a try.
I'm going to move to here. I'm going to pull out. I've got my sickle in one and the staff in the other because I'm purely spell casting, and I'm going to so I kind of I book it over there, and I kind of skid in as my coat billows up as my starry form shimmers on my body, and I plant the staff down, and I look at her and I say, "It's time for you to die," and I activate the staff, and I come back like this as I do it, and at an angled degree into her chest, I am extending a spell of that to cast tree form to create a 5-foot wide, 60-foot tall tree at a 45-degree angle, pushing her through the roof of the house as well, I'm assuming?
It kind of clips it, but yeah.
Okay. And I'm going to do that.
Cool. She goes up. I'm going to say she probably gets an opportunity to not get hit by your attack.
But
That seems reasonable.
that's not what it says here at all. It just
Well,
says any creature in the tree, when it falls, when it reverts to a staff, or I'm assuming also if they can't hold on, if it's at an angle.
so you're using the I'm gonna plant a tree as an attack.
No,
her.
it's an action.
You're using it in an aggressive manner, is what I'm getting at. So much like anything else, if she has defenses, and she's probably not just gonna stand there and be like, "Bring it," and like gird her loins.
I mean, I don't
So-
think anyone knows what's going to happen with this staff.
Exactly. So I'm gonna say she gets to roll. I'll give you the option. You can make a spell attack against her AC, or she can make a saving throw against your DC, your choice. Because it's
Mhm.
creative play, and you can absolutely do it. But she's not just going to take it. So you choose. What's the route?
I'm going to do a spell what against her DC?
So you can either aim for her AC.
Okay. Does
Or
anyone
she can
remember
make
what her AC was?
She's been hit once.
Right. I'm going to. And what was the other option?
She can make a saving throw, like a dex save, against your spell save DC.
My spell save DC is 16. I'm going to do a spell attack on her then.
Okay. So that's at a D20 plus 10
Yeah,
to
you
hit
are
her AC.
correct.
And she.
That's a 19, baby. That's a 29.
That's a lot. Let me load up her character sheet quick and
that's
see if there's
29.
anything I can do about this.
No, you can't. It's not a spell. You can't counterspell it. Biatch.
Oh, it doesn't matter if it's a spell when there's other things. Good old reactions. No, she's good. You send her launching 60, so that's 60-10 as she falls. Go ahead, roll 60-10 for me.
Damn Skippy.
This is
That was
non-magical
awesome.
bludgeoning damage.
How
I
do I
like
roll
it.
6 of these?
You go /r space 6D10
Slash what?
/r space 6D10. That's a lot of ones and twos. Thank you, my friend. 15 points of falling damage, and now there's a fucking tree leaning against the side of her house, fully rooted.
For rule of cool here, because I still have my starry form up.
Yep.
As she's falling, for rule of cool, can I use
Yeah,
my
you can try and
archer
take a
to-
pot shot at her.
take a ranged spell attack with an arrow?
Yes, you can take a pot shot at her.
Cool. It's another 19, baby.
Yep, that would totally hit.
Cool, and that's gonna be 1d8 plus my modifier of 4.
Yep.
That's gonna be 7.
Yep. She takes 7 points of radiant damage, and she's like,
Cool.
and just the goofy laugh. Cool. Anything else for you? I think that's all your resources.
That would be all of my resources. Yes, I've just wanted to use this bloody staff at an angle to launch someone.
She
So-
dusts herself off a little bit. And
Quigley's asking if it's made of wood. It is made of wood. I don't know.
I like it.
I don't know if you've ever watched Team 4-Star, but it's mahogany.
Rich mahogany. Yep, she uses half of her speed. She dusts herself off, and she's gonna come kill Renlin.
Bring it.
Yes. Do. Go. Bear with me a sec. Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Haha, funny.
Do. See, there's this wonderful spell that all night hags know. when they're in a coven. And it's called polymorph.
Is she still in a coven if one of her sisters is dead?
Which one's dead?
None of them are dead.
Oh, right.
And we actually explored this a little while ago. Yes. It's a thing. So she you hear a like thump, and then you see this massive form like rise up over the back of the house, and it's still a good distance away, but it starts like stepping forward around the house to 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. From where she landed at the angle
Oh, fuck
here.
off.
So that's Frida's turn. Gwen.
Fuck you. You cannot pull out a dinosaur.
Sure I can. She has polymorph. The bad guys want to win. It's what I would do if I was playing a character with polymorph.
I'm just gonna remove the polymorph.
I also wrote it on my little papers before we played the combat, so I'm keeping it on the up and up. It actually says turns into a dinosaur when needed.
Can I would Moonbeam, which reverts shape changers, would it revert that?
Yes, absolutely.
Cool. Good to know.
If you get it off. Gwen, you're up.
Just get it off.
Looking at the non-Tyrannosaurus Rex sisters,
Yes.
I'm aware of how much I hurt the one that's in the house right now, Nettie.
Yep.
Do I have a sense of how injured the other one is?
The one flying in the air.
Yeah.
You got a little bit of a bead. Not bad.
She's
not
not
bad
doing
at
bad.
all.
Okay. The
Like
other one has
barely
been
has
injured
taken
more.
any damage yet.
Great. Then me with my broom, I'm gonna go here, 5, 10, and I'm going to cast from there a scorching ray
Okay.
at Nettie in the house.
And Nettie in the house. Okay, sure.
Yeah.
3. Are you casting it at 2nd level? Or are you casting it at like 19th level? Like, well, you got
Just
a fucking staff.
I'm just doing it at 2nd level.
Okay.
Yeah, just at 2nd level. So
For Nettie, a 16 will absolutely hit.
okay, and oh right, Bless is not still up, right?
Correct.
Okay, so the
I
first
believe
one.
Bless dropped.
Yeah. So the
I
first
went
one.
down, so Bless dropped.
Right. So the 3 points on the first ray. Hey,
4 points on the second.
do we have any more of those advantage dice?
You do. If you look at the stream, there are still currently 10 of them available for you.
I'll take one of those and roll that one at advantage.
Cool. That's 7 points of fire damage.
Mm-hmm. And the third one is a 5 points of fire damage.
Yep. Nickel and diamond.
It's nickel and diamond, yep. And so that was 10 feet of movement. So then I will continue over in. Actually, I will continue back. 20, 30, 35. That's my turn.
All right. It's now her turn. You tried to light her on fire. And she like pulls her head out of the stew pot and her butt is smoking. And she's like, and goes for Vistra. Because Vistra's right there. You know what? She doesn't. Vistra, she disappears into like the wooden floorboards in front of you, does not provoke attacks of opportunity, and appears at the base of a tree. And Renlin hasn't really taken any damage this fight, so I can't have that. That's a swing. What's Renlin's AC?
17.
17. First one misses with a 15. And the second one is a crit.
Can I give you a disadvantage on that?
You absolutely can. I will burn that die right now. Disadvantage takes the crit down to a 21 to hit.
I mean, that's still better than a crit, unless I can make you reroll again.
She has disadvantage. There's no super disadvantage. 16 points of damage. And, 16 piercing and 7 poison. So, 23 total. And yeah, that's basically her turn. She doesn't have a whole lot aside from the some weird resistances, porting around, and then multi-attacks and magic resistance. But Tonk, I believe it's your turn.
It is Tonk's turn. Tonk's going to use his item interaction to put away the hammer he's holding,
Okay.
and look at this one and go, "You have something that belongs to Tonk." And
How
using his,
far away does weapon bond have to be?
as
'Cause
long as
she
it's on
is.
the same plane.
Oh, that's brilliant. Cool.
Awesome. You just get to throw that kind of thing.
Yeah. And it's literally just like, and yeah, forms back in his hand.
Sword of Sock.
This belongs to Tonk. And then as an action, Tonk's kind of mad that his own sword was used against him. So as a second level spell, he's going to cast Magic Missile
Okay.
on her again. So that is Magic Missile. Is that just for one missile?
That was so at second level you take that and you times it by 4.
Yeah.
So 12 points of force damage.
Yeah, there you go.
Hmm.
His little shoulder pauldrons open up and the
Yeah. Against the flying sis.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Right. Anything else for you, sir? Gonna move? Gonna move? There's a big ass tree like immediately to your like back.
To my he's gonna slightly more inside the house. End his turn right there.
Okay. I'm just gonna draw a quick line here. Yep. That's the direction and where the tree is. Okay, so when you slightly move inside the house, you activate Booming Blade.
Oh shit! Right.
8 points of thunder damage. It's a thing.
Okay. Yep. No. Yep. Yep.
And that's your turn.
That's my turn.
Cool. Vistra, you're up.
We were having a conversation.
Mhm.
Not polite.
How's she looking, by the way?
Which one?
The one between the two of us, sandwiched in the Eiffel Tower.
Worse than the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the one flying in the sky that just doesn't give any fucks.
First hit.
Totally hits.
Second hit.
Does not hit.
Flurry of blows. First hit.
Hits.
Hand of harm.
Okay.
Nice.
Second hit.
Hits.
That will end my turn.
38 points of damage.
It's pretty darn good.
Hey, it's monks that are effective. I like it.
I thought you cared about rules and
do.
polite conversation.
Mm-hmm. It is Penny's turn. And Penny is still concentrating on Hex on Vistra. And as a bonus action, she activates Maddening Hex. Vistra, you take 5 points of psychic damage that you can't do anything about.
Is she flying because of a mutation, or is she...
Somebody cast Fly. And was concentrating on it. It's a thing. Yeah. She's going to start the Armor of Hexes. Yeah, she's just going to start laying Eldritch Blast into... I feel like Gwen needs some Eldritch Blasts. It would be better to do Vistra because you're hexed, but so that's a 30 to hit for
Yes,
7
thank you.
points 7 points of force damage. No, the correct term is thank you, may I have another? In which case, yes, you can. That would be a
That is
17.
OnlyFans only stream, sir.
17 is a miss.
You know what? I'm going to roll it at advantage because I have some of those in my pool that need to be
What if
used
I
up.
use a dice and stop yours from working?
I'm okay with that.
All right.
We counter the counter.
Now we
And
fight
then
dirty.
the last hit is a 23 to hit.
Yep, that'll hit.
That would be 12 points of force damage for you, please, my dear.
Ugh.
So that's her action to use Eldritch Blast. And then, yeah, Maddening Hex was her bonus action for 5 points of damage on Vistra, and that's her turn. She's going to keep hovering around. Renlin, you're up.
Can I see this dinosaur yet?
Yep. Can you see it on the screen?
No.
Yes, I can see its little nose poking out.
You absolutely see it like fucking coming around the corner.
And it's this lady in front of me that did it?
No. You don't know.
Where's the other sister, by the way?
Renlin's missed something, it seems.
Yep.
Yep.
What do you mean I've missed something?
The dinosaur is the other sister, man.
Oh!
She polymorphed herself.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not even facing the dinosaur, so I don't think I've seen it yet.
5e allows for this kind of thing, so you totally like caught a glimpse when you heard a stepping out around the house, and you're like, that's a problem, and then started getting stabbed.
Right. I'm not going to deal with that quite yet. I'm going to probably let Tonk charge in on that kind of thing. However, I am going to cast. Let me go to my spells here.
You did ask about Moonbeam earlier for dealing with that.
Yes, I will wait until it becomes an actual problem. This person in front of me is like, I feel. How's she looking?
Pretty rough. She's got a giant gaping hole in her chest where her organs should be. Like you can see Vistra through her body because it's the size of a basketball. And she's still moving. It is unnatural.
Cool. I'm going to cast a 3rd level inflict wounds.
All right.
So I'm going to like reach out with my hands and just like place them on either side of the holes.
At disadvantage, please, sir.
I'm going to burn one of ours to not do that.
Just do it straight then. A 15 does not match her AC.
Can I donate $15 and give myself a D6?
That's for damage and stuff, but not inspiration. I like where you're going with this, though.
Shoot. What gets us a D20? Oh, I've already used one, haven't I?
Yeah, you already used one to cancel mine out. So, anything else for you? You cast a spell as your action.
I mean, I guess I'll use my bonus action starry form to send another arrow out at her.
Okay, you're making this attack at disadvantage because it's a ranged attack and you got somebody up in your grill. But what else are you going to do?
Actually, you know what? No. No, you said
you also got Misty Step. Oh, or your Phase Step. Sorry, not Misty Step.
Yes, I know. And that's not a reaction. I can only use that as a bonus action.
Correct. But it is still your turn, so.
Yeah, I don't want to use that yet.
Okay.
But I'm gonna just, I guess, yeah, I'll arrow into her.
All right, roll at disadvantage. If you want to burn one of the die to cancel it out, you can.
So I have to roll 2 d20s.
Yep. That's a 3.
Can I burn a die to cancel that out?
Yeah, that's fine.
Cool.
So at disadvantage, you arrow into her for a d8 plus 4.
That is correct. So another 7 of radiant.
Cool. Yeah, she takes it full in the face and is having a very bad day, but she is still up.
Okay.
Vince, we understand that the dinosaur is hiding, but the chat would like to see it. If we wouldn't mind just popping it out
Oh.
from behind cover.
It's her turn.
Good.
I didn't
I
say
will
was
absolutely
done
do.
my turn.
What would you like to do, Runman?
I quite potentially have decided
Talk.
fuck it, just go.
5, 10,
Oh, just go.
15, 20, 25, 30. Hi, Renlin.
Yeah, I should have misty stepped. Oh well.
Whatever. It's all good. I have a T-Rex. What's the worst that could happen? Let's see. Gwen is within tail range, by the looks of it. I don't see any wings on you. Tonk is hiding in the house, as one does.
Yeah. Gwen would be
so-
like within 5 feet of the ground, so I'm effectively at the ground level.
That is a 22 to hit Gwen.
Shield.
Cool. Wham, boing. And so yeah, tail to Gwen and bite to Renlin. Renlin's there. You stuck a tree in this lady. I'm gonna burn my die to roll this at advantage. Would you like to do something about that?
Have you already rolled?
I have.
Don't you have to tell us before we decide?
It's a 19 to hit you.
Yeah, we're gonna
At advantage, it's a 22.
So it doesn't really matter. So I guess no.
So that would be 25 points of piercing damage to Renlin. And because you are a medium creature, you are grappled by it, as well as restrained. And it cannot bite another target while it's nomming you. Like we do. Gwen.
I was like, no, I'm not gonna miss you step. I'll be fine.
It happens. It's all good. Gwen, you're up. A T-Rex just tried to flap you with its tail.
Yeah, sure did. That totally changes what I was planning on doing. Oh, crap.
Aiming for like 10, 25, given the amount of time that we did troubleshooting. So I'm speeding up turns a little bit.
Okay. Renlin, you're still conscious?
I am not. I am clinging to life.
Great.
He's got some nom-noms. I'm just going to set the T-Rex behind you so you can actually see your token properly.
Okay. If you'll allow this DM, I would very quickly call out to Renlin. Are you gonna be all right?
Yep.
I just kind of, my head kind of flops towards you and goes, "Roar."
Okay.
You hear a faint, probably not.
Okay. All right. I will look at the T-Rex.
Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna look. Oh,
You're back.
did I disappear?
You did.
Oh no.
You're back.
No, you're fine.
Okay, I'm here. I am going to look at the T-Rex, and I am going to give me a second.
I'm
Look up.
just in case you're curious. Commanding it to drop me will probably kill me.
Nope.
Doesn't have command.
I don't have command. Yeah, that's not a thing. How high up in the air is Renlin then?
Renlin's not lifted up at all. He's still like, "Rah." It's like Jack Russell with a sock.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Then I am going to at the T-Rex and I am going to cast Dispel Magic.
Okay. What level are you casting Dispel Magic at?
I have to cast it through the Staff of the Magi, which I do not believe lets me upcast it.
Do you not know Dispel Magic of your own? We had talked about this when we were leveling you up.
We had. I do not have it prepared because I'm limited to how many spells I can prepare.
Understood. Roll a ability check, please. Because you're casting it likely at 3rd level, I believe.
Yes,
Unless
I
the
am.
staff says otherwise.
No, the staff just says Dispel Magic and the number of charges, so...
All right, you're looking to roll an intelligence check of higher than 14.
Then I'm going to burn a d20 and roll that at advantage, sir.
All right. That is a choice that you can make if you want to. I don't like it. And I don't recommend it. Because now she's an angry old woman. And now what are you going to do?
Now I'm going to move because I'm no longer in her melee range.
Yes.
Okay, so that was my action to Dispel Magic. And I'm going to go 10, 15, 20. But I'm going to back to there. And with my bonus action, I'm going to look at her and go...
Like you do.
She's beside me.
That's it. That's my turn.
Quigley is correct. You can Misty Step out of the screen if that was the case. Nettie's turn. Nettie has like no hit points. So she's going to jump into Renland's wood and appear way up here. Using her go with the green. And yeah, she's like 60 feet up, just like hanging out at the top of the tree. Tonk, you're in the house.
I am in the house. You said 60 feet up, hey?
She is like way up in the tree. You have a roof between you and her?
Yeah.
But you have winged boots.
You do?
Can't go that. It's still only max 30.
Yeah.
Let's... Okay, so this is how we're going to do this. I'm going to use Second Wind to do my... I get 9 points back. As a bonus action, and then I'm going to... Excellent, 6, and I'm going to attack her with my Sword of Suck. So that's attack number 1, and 11.
The inspiration from Laurier. Thank you, Laurier.
So that one won't hit. Attack number 2. 29.
And sorry, you're attacking Frida.
Yeah.
The 29 will absolutely hit her.
Okay.
So for 15 points of slashing damage. That's a choice that you can make, of course, is to hurt her.
I'm then going to burn an action surge to give everyone a short rest.
Okay. Give me half a sec.
And it has been a long time since I've tried to regain HP during a short rest. What's the mechanic again?
It's a D10 plus your con every time you burn something. For chat, is the volume of the music better now? Hopefully.
Sorry, for a short rest, I would get a D10 plus my hit dice.
You can roll as many instances of a D10 plus con that you have hit dice. Right? So every time you can sit down, you have 7 D10 plus a con for every single one of them. There we go.
Yeah.
Music is better now. I figured out what it was. And Gwen disappeared.
Plus con
There she is.
is...
And that's everybody. So you burned a short rest for everybody.
Yeah.
So everybody can roll their hit dice by clicking hit dice on their character sheets. Renlin? Gwen?
For what? Sorry.
Tonk
You're
is
getting a
burning
short rest.
Oh, okay.
You can click hit dice on your thing as many times as you need to.
That
We need as
is
many times as I need to. Oh, because I have 7 of them.
Because you have 7 hit dice to spend. Yeah.
Thank you, Quigley.
It's not
Gwen,
all-
can you restart your video, please? Or refresh your video browser.
brings me back to that.
Sorry, who did you ask to do that?
Tracy. Tracy's dropped out of video for a second. There we go.
Is that better?
I see it now. Hey, you're back. Good.
Hooray!
Hooray. Cool. You guys should have spent as many hit dice as you care to, and modify your hit points accordingly. So Tonk, you did bonus action, second wind, action
Was to attack this
a
one.
bunch of times. Yep.
And then I burnt my action surge to give everyone a short rest to get myself another action, which I then gives me action surge back.
Jesus fuck. Fighters. Fighters?
It not only does it give me action surge, but it gives me my chromatic dragon thing back and my second wind back.
Yeah.
It also allows me
Alright.
to use arcane recovery.
Yes, it does. Go for it.
I did.
So Tonk, please feel free to. Nothing prevents you, I will say, from using action surge twice in a round in this instance.
Yeah, we're gonna do that.
Yeah.
Which is gonna give me 2 more attacks with this Sword of Suck.
A 16 will not hit.
I'm
Would you
gonna
like to do something about that?
for the first one. I'm gonna burn one of the d20s.
Yeah. So
Or sorry, for
15
the,
second
for
one.
the second one, I'm gonna burn a d20. Sorry, so I get the 21.
Okay, but you're not gonna do it for the first one?
No, just the second one.
Okay.
It's higher damage.
Sure. You could do both. You do have 5
You
of
said
them.
only one per turn.
No, you can use as many as you want per turn, but only once per attack. So Tonk can burn through all of these if he wants to. There were 6. You burnt 1. Do you want to burn 2?
No.
Okay. I'm saying to burn 1. We got 15 minutes left. Use them.
Okay, we'll burn it.
All right.
Well, I mean, let's not just cut it short instantly if we haven't finished this.
Well, no, it's not. But they have a lot of hit points that you haven't done enough damage to yet. So, do what you need to do. Tonk, is that your turn?
Yeah, that's gonna be my turn.
All right, Vistra, you're up.
Right. I got
There's
two.
a sister up at the top.
I was gonna say I got 2 friends on the other one. We're coming to play with this.
Okay.
All right. Attack number 1.
She is flying in the air.
I
30 feet
can't
up.
get up there then.
You can
Okay,
get
never
up
mind.
on the one that Tonk's fighting, or you can run up the tree and hit the other one. Flight's
Where
a
am I
bitch, Gwen.
Where am I going? Sorry.
You see the long red line?
Yeah.
The long red
Shit,
line is
here?
a 45-degree angle. Yeah.
Oh. All right. I'm up on the top of the tree.
Oh gosh.
Okay, I have slow fall. Fine.
I was gonna say I can make her fall again.
Make her
Or she's
fall after.
flying.
Fall later. That was attack 1. Attack number 2. Flurry blows.
So attack number 1 for 14 points of slashing damage ends her. And
Excellent.
you see her like you like bisect her up the middle, and her wooden appendage, she like goes to try and like slick down into the tree, and you just like hack it off right at the knees, and you see her feet go in, and the rest of her is just like no, and falls 60 feet to her death.
Do I have enough speed to get back?
You would have used about 40 from where you were to get up to here.
I guess that's where I'm staying until I.
Could you
Renlin,
use
I will say,
Step of the Wind with
because
your bonus.
oh, you could.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Let's do that. Spend all the thanks, guys. Spend all
You
the
have
things.
key and a belt that recovers all your key.
I know. Step back. Okay, so I've used one attack. That second attack goes to this lady.
There we go. And I'm just gonna bring chat over back to where the action's happening over here. There we go.
Okay. So that 24 is going to her.
All right, 24 absolutely hits her.
Flurry blows.
Hold on.
Okay.
The 24, or the 24
The
points
10?
of damage that you did.
Yep.
Or,
No,
yes,
the
sorry.
14 went to the first one, the 10 went to the second.
Flurry of blows. The 17 ends her.
I thought you said they had a ton of health points left.
They did. Tonk hit them twice. That's sometimes all it takes.
So Vistra's just like, hold on a sec. Oh.
The other one's basically still full. So
All right, that okay, I guess now that will end my turn.
Does that make the other lady fall? The effect that was on her?
nope. There's some interesting shenanigans when it comes to giving rings of spell storing to multiple familiars on stuff.
Cool. How? So, question.
Two.
How does she look?
She's taken barely any damage.
Okay, good to know.
And she's floating there, and she sees her sisters are having a bad time. Bonus action, Vistra, you take 5 points of psychic damage from Maddening Hex. No save, just take the damage. And then she's going to drop 3 Eldritch Blasts into you, because you are still hexed. The first one is a 24. The
Silvery
second one is
barbs.
okay. So at disadvantage, it's 22.
Oh.
Okay.
So that'd be 13 points of damage. The second one is a 27.
Jeez.
11
Okay.
points of damage. And the third one is an 18, but I'm going to burn my DM pool to make it a 32.
Grief.
Would you like to
Okay.
burn one of your d20s in the pool to counter that? Because
An
I
18
rolled a
would-
crit.
An 18 would match, and then okay.
Yeah,
Yes, I would
roll
like
it.
to use one.
All right.
Yes, I would like to use one.
I really like this dice pool mechanic. It keeps things interesting. So just with an 18 hitting you, that's going to be 9 points of damage.
I think once we can take subs, we should kind of have this all the time. Every new sub we get adds a dice to the pool.
It's a lot to like fall through, but I think at the very least some kind of mechanic similar would be appealing for us.
Yeah.
So she does that, and she's like blah, 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 throwing stuff down into you, and she looks over and she realizes that Gwen can fly, and she realizes that Tonk can fly, and she's like, all right, I'll tell you what, and she starts moving this way.
Don't you cheap out on us.
No, I'm just gonna like fly her away from your casters. Renlin, you're up.
Yeah. Where's Tonk? Tonk's right beside me.
Right beside
Tonk's right
you.
beside you.
And Tonk, you can fly, right?
Tonk can fly.
Are you currently flying?
I'm not flying.
Great. I am going to do what I should have done that one time, and I am going to. Hold on here.
Can you recenter the map?
Oh yes, absolutely.
Tonk, I'm
Yeah.
going to cast Misty. I'm gonna cast Face Step. But when I do that, because I am now a Spring Eladrin, I can instead choose a willing creature within 5 feet of me and teleport them 30 feet. So I look Tonk and I go, Tonk smash. And I put my hand on Tonk, and Tonk now appears right at the lady trying to run away.
So she's 30 feet up in the air.
He's on the ground, I know.
Yeah.
But he is 30 feet he can move. If you do it that way, you'll be... Nope, one more angle. There you go. So you do that.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Boo.
And then my Channel Divinity is not an action or a bonus action, correct?
It is an action to use, yes.
It doesn't say that in the description.
It does. I promise it does. It's in the ability for it.
I'm looking at it. I don't see the one action.
Which one are you looking at? Because you have 2 that you can use.
Oh, I see. It's in the actual thing, not the main description.
Yeah.
Right. Nope, that's fine. That is A-okay. Okay, so transported Tonk.
As a bonus action? Yep.
Yeah. I'm then going to move.
Now, the question is can I kill you with one PC-built Hexblood Warlock in 6 minutes?
We gotta go over.
Yeah.
I'm gonna move to here.
Mhm.
And I'm going to... How high up is she? 30 feet?
Yeah.
She's 30 feet up. Yep.
Cool. I'm going to cast... What should I cast? I'm gonna
As
cast
you're thinking of that, we are $15 away from a $600 raised Tiltify. If anybody would like to, give me some dice, or maybe the players, maybe, but mostly me. You could add a D6.
Can I tell if she's currently shapeshifted?
Nope. You have no special abilities that allow you to do that.
Great. I'm going to cast... Oh, it's only 10 feet tall. Wait, Call Lightning. I can cast it on her, correct?
Sure.
I don't have to cast it on the ground?
The 3rd level Call Lightning spell?
Yeah.
A point in the air where the storm cloud appears.
Great. I'm going to cast Call Lightning, but I'm going to do it upscaled to 4th level.
It appears in the shape 10 feet tall at 60-foot radius on a point you can see within range. Yep. It doesn't have to be right on the ground.
Great. I'm going to cast that at 4th level.
Sure.
And I'm going to burn one just to see if I can get higher.
Burn one what?
Um,
You don't have any D6s left.
I was going to say D20.
It doesn't...
Oh, right. Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
She is going to roll her dexterity saving throw against this.
Can we move the audience to see what's going on?
Absolutely. Good call. Audience should come along in just a second. And we'll get some better scaling for you guys when James figures out OBS a little bit better. Audience should be able to see
they can see now.
where we're at. Perfect. All right. She has passed her dexterity saving throw. Would you like to do anything about that?
I would like to use one of our dice to hopefully stop that from succeeding.
All right. That brings her down to an 11.
Sweet.
So that's going to be
She's gotta be-
22 points of lightning damage.
Pardon me?
That's 22 points of lightning damage that you've done to her.
You rolled it or I rolled it?
You rolled it when you cast Call Lightning.
That's what I got for 4d10?
Yeah. It's better than half. It happens. 30. Cool. There we go.
What is the weather like around us?
dank and misty and insects and crap.
So there's no stormy conditions?
Not so much.
Okay.
Frida is dead, so we'll just get rid of her. Gwen, you are not blessed anymore, by the way.
I'm not blessed.
Well, what you got?
She's still flying. And that's
she
a
is.
problem. And Gwen sort of maybe suspects why that is. And Gwen sees a little imp over here. So Gwen is going to cast a lightning bolt at the imp.
I love it. It will try and make a dexterity saving throw.
Of course, this is a lightning bolt through the staff.
Yeah, I know. Fucking staff. That's a 9. Roll your damage.
Alright, that's a 7th level lightning bolt.
56 points of lightning damage. Strike into an imp with 10 hit points. And he goes blort, and you see this like little metal ring clatter to the ground that it was wearing as a bracelet. And it is no longer concentrating on fly on her. And she immediately falls 30 feet to the ground.
And takes some fall damage, I hope.
Please roll me 3d10, Gwen.
Excellent.
She's like, hey, look, we can talk about it. Falls to the ground.
5, that's crap.
5, that is crap.
And now she's at Tonk level.
Now she's at Tonk level. And prone at Tonk level.
She is prone.
And I'm going to just, with my movement, move over in this direction towards Vistra so I can see how Vistra is doing, and I'm going to shout out to Tonk, it's all yours, man! Just go for it!
I like it. I'm just going to move the turn order for the audience there. Tonk!
Tonk has his chromatic powers back, and this time it's going to be lightning, because we've been throwing it around a lot, and Tonk wants to get in on this.
Okay.
So we're going to change Chromatic Dragon. Oops, that. Let's see if that actually works. So... Oops. Or not. Cool. Yeah, Tonk's gonna go with his Sword of Suck.
All right. Roll that beautiful bean footage.
It's
a 19. A 19 will hit.
Okay. So that's gonna be the 12 plus. Does this work?
You could click it, or you could just roll a d4.
Yeah, I was hoping that would work. Plus 2 lightning damage.
Okay.
And then he's gonna go again. That's a 29.
Yep. The lightning damage is what matters here.
With another d4 of lightning.
Oh. Yep.
So that's gonna be everything Tonk can do.
Okay. Vistra. She
You're
is
at my level now.
Like she's. I feel like Tonk put the shield around her, and it's just like less slashing with the sword, just like punching her with the hilt of the sword over and over again. And one hit like knocks out the teeth, and the other busts the nose, and she's just like.
We're just in a circle around her, just like ending her right now. 1, 2.
So the first one, we're gonna say, how does Vistra boot stomp the fuck out of a witch? She can't make it to 23.
I want to look at my friends and nod. And as a group, we're just gonna end it.
Just gonna kick the shit out of this lady lying on the ground.
And the camera zooms out, and it's like
we offered you platinum.
We were going to pay you.
Are we like rotating turns while we're doing these kicks?
So
it's like the scene
from Office Space.
Yeah.
Where they're just like the one dude's like got the bat, and like Vistra comes in, and she's just like bare knuckling it.
We are technically doing turns for this. I was to say,
Vistra killed her on her turn, but yeah.
Instead of a bat, can I just, because I can do this, call my lightning down again?
Yeah. So like you're wailing on her and like lightning comes down, and everything goes quiet.
I like to think that in like the overlay music when it like is just over music is uh Zobo's
Oh, calling the rains. Yeah.
calling the rains.
Oh, that's a good question. What happened to his body?
Get the
Zobo's
ring.
body exploded.
The ball is in the ring. I want the ring. I'm getting the ring.
Cool.
Where is Zobo's body?
Zobo's body exploded like a balloon, so there's a bit here, and there's a bit here, and there's a bit here.
So we can't revivify.
I would say not at this point. However, to Vistra's point, Zobo's soul went into that ring of mind shielding that I randomly picked, technically. And with a little bit of searching, you find a ring, and inside it's got a fat divorcee man being like,
okay, theoretically, is there any way we can put him into one of the bodies of these sisters?
Oh dear.
You don't know how to do any of that. Any of that. But no. It's more for the purpose of you can resurrect him later for mind shielding stuff.
Yeah. No, I used to have a ring that had a mind flayer in it that was slowly taking over my body.
Yeah. Same sort of deal. Only it'll be Zobo slowly making Vistra say things like, what do you get when you boil a clown? A laughing stock. With that, we come to a close. And
to the 4x4.
To the 4x4.
Tonk's retrieving the platinum, by the way.
I was going to say, before we left, I was going to make sure that you did, because I knew that if you didn't do it yourself, you were going to forget.
You retrieve Zobo's soul, although his body appears to be forfeit at this point.
Could we put it in a Tonk-styled creature?
Maybe that's a story for another day. It depends on what Julie wants to have happen. And with a red bandana and a Santa hat in hand, and a conveniently found spice pouch, you return Zobo back to the castle. And Ginny's like, "What the fuck?"
Did you ask Lambo if you could kill him?
No, none of that.
So you asked me, but not Lambo.
No, I asked none of them.
Oh, so
none of them.
And his Lambo anymore.
That's a story for another day. Who knows what happened to Lambo's body after it was converted over into nightmare fuel?
Ooh.
It's a thing. Yeah. So you make it home. You turn back to Ginny, and it's like, here are 361 platinum pieces. And Vistra jingles a little bit, and the dude that was following behind you like breadcrumbs jingles a little bit. And yeah, the curtain comes to a close with a ballroom dance. And you know what? I've got something better for a ballroom dance. We've got this, because we have a social dance. And the centennial takes place. There's no other issue that directly comes up. There's, I feel like, a bit of a closing scene where a princess starts making eyes at an elf, and then a larger person just like grabs her by the back of the dress and starts walking her backwards a little bit, and it happens a couple of times. And
I'm going to approach the princess myself, and I will say, my darling princess, it is very nice to see you again. Unfortunately, I must head out. There are certain things I must do before I can ever think to settle on a plane like this. But if you would give me this one dance, I would be very honored. But I must tell you, this is all it can be, is one dance.
And she's like, done. Takes it.
And I guess as we fade out, there's a dance where it closes in and she's trying to, junior high school, put her hands out of my butt. And I'm junior high school, slowly pushing them back up.
Mm-hmm. I like it. And the camera kind of fades out, and somewhere off camera in the distance, you see a glacier explode. And with a righteous amount of fury, there was still a bind on Zenderfane that, unbeknownst to you, but knownst to me, was keeping her from tapping into and accessing her full power. Ladies are dead. Dragons unbound. Life was good. That's a story for another day. We'll see how it goes.
We saved her. She owes us.
Probably. She probably cares about that. That's a thing.
Well,
Might happen.
shit.
Well, shit. So yeah, thank you to the audience very much for all your contributions. We raised $585 in this
Hold
one
on.
D&D session
Hold on.
up to this point.
You guys got one more minute to donate to get us.
Well, technically, that is true. Would take us to $600. Again, we have a list of all of our donors who put in. The folks who donated the most, starting from the maximum amount donated and working our way backwards, will get their choice of some of the Roll20 assets that were donated to our stream tonight. And we'll your emails should be attached to the donations that we have. I'll pull that up in Tiltify. If you don't hear from me directly or from one of us directly about your draw, please jump onto our Discord and say, "Hey, I donated and I didn't get my thing," and I will make that right, and we'll make sure that you get the code for the Roll20 assets. So again, that's 2 Critical Role books on Roll20, 2 Strixhaven books, and the Fiasco pack, and a Monster of the Week. That'll come down the list, and we'll raffle off a few of the other assets that we have, because we have quite a few copies of it.
You quickly pan the camera away to a different part of the continent. Strolling along the road is a little tabaxi. And he stumbles across, as he's just kicking some rocks, he kicks a couple coins and he picks them up and he goes, "Oh, it's some money. This probably belongs to someone. I'm in the middle of nowhere." He looks at Lou and he goes, "You're right, Lou. We should probably donate this somewhere." And he makes it back to the town and he donates the money to a local charity. And I'm going to give us that last 15 to push us above 600. And then another person just donated another 15 to get us to 615.
I like it. As saying, gotta end on a round number.
No, that just means here's it's everybody's last chance to get in on this free content. And the nice thing is you can move the free content to other people if you don't want it. If you
if, for instance, Amanda donated $100, she already has a copy of the Critical Role asset pack and is not eligible for that. So that kind of thing. And the more that we do with these things, thank you guys so much for helping us out. We hope to do as many more of these as we can, because it all goes to a good cause, and it makes me feel good in heart bits. And it's just a good thing to do for our community. And I get to play D&D with my friends.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? If you want to do this but not have to worry about this potential stress of donating while watching, check us out on other Sundays, because you can see a croc-wearing owl with a magic shotgun, a dragon-obsessed tabaxi with a best friend who's a stuffed animal, a kobold who is now a dragonborn who is taking his newfound size and stature very seriously, and I guess you could call her a hippie, essentially, who loves her mushrooms and her mason jars full of stones, and her gumboots, who just essentially kind of the mom of the group.
cottage core to the core.
Exactly.
For life, yo.
Exactly. You can
I'm
check
so
that out
white.
other Sundays on the same channel. We have a good time. We just hit level 2, which is
Ooh.
exciting.
From level 0, I might add.
Yeah. So if any of you aren't currently following of the 16 people that are watching, please follow. And I
Indeed.
suppose we should do what we normally do and head out on a raid.
So
Yeah.
Tonk, you were going to control that. I'd also like to put out in chat, Ardwolf. I like to think the unicorn from the first session is watching from the swamp and harshly judging everyone.
And before we
You're
head out
not
to
wrong.
raid, it's not wrong. Before we head out to raid, I just want to thank everybody in chat. You guys were amazing. You stuck through us with us through a number of technical difficulties, and honestly, you made the game that much better with your active involvement. So seriously, thank you so much.
I unfortunately wasn't able to kill them. And see, now when I roll out chat in OBS, it doesn't make the map disappear, and that just infuriates me.
I was tempted to not revive, not because I don't like you, but I was not tempted to revive of Gwen, because I would have just she could have used the dice to revive herself, and I was going to go do a thing, but I was like, no, I can wait to do the tree. I'll be the good healer.
Well, I appreciate it.
I have been waiting almost 20 hours of gameplay to use that damn tree.
Good.
We are going to raid out to the Grouch Couch.
Okay.
Excellent.
They do the lovely costumes. They're another D&D group. They're stellar, and I'm really excited to send everyone over to them.
While that loads up, we just got 5 new viewers. We just finished our charity stream. If you want to donate before that loads up, please head to here and hit us with that. You have a chance to win some free content from Roll20. But we're about to head out to the Grouch Couch.
Yeah, we're going to send you guys over to the Grouch Couch. Thank you so much for coming out, and we will see you next Sunday.
Make sure to hit them with a follow, too.
Bam, son.
Bye, everybody.
See you.
Bye.
We rated them 2 weeks ago, right?